Hi and welcome in. Thank you so much for tuning in to the 322nd episode of The Dean Wither Show. Thank you so much for being here, alongside the 5.7 thousand people that have already joined us for the afternoon over on TikTok. I appreciate you so much for giving me some of the time out of your day. Now, if you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We change their mind. We try to get them from the wrong side of history to the right side of history, because Donald Trump is the worst president of your life, my life, and the lives of everyone watching the stream. I mean, he's terrible. He's terrible in so many different ways. We go through them 4 hours every single day, and somehow in these 4-hour streams, we still don't get through it all. Now, every day we also like to go through the breaking news, and today's breaking news is actually good. All right, I'm so damn proud to be an American right now, not because of the administration governing over this country, the policy that they're implementing, but rather a symbolization of the people's fight against the tyranny that we see coming from DC. Last night at the 60th Super Bowl, not only did we see an amazing performance out of Bad Bunny, but we also saw an amazing message, okay? He took some time to go over the issues that Puerto Rico is experiencing because of a neglect of funding from the mainland United States of America, symbolizing that through climbing these power structures that will then break, because that is such a big issue in Puerto Rico, where they don't have sufficient funding for their infrastructure. And then B, he preached this message of how the only thing stronger than hate is love, and that love defeats hate, and that we need to come together, and that unity defeats division. And this was Bad Bunny's message. He represented the flags of every country in America. And when I say America, I mean Canada to Chile, all right? I mean every single country in South America, Latin America, which is, of course, a part of the broader North America. And at the end, he then reiterated that message that it's time for America to come together. And this was such a strong, powerful, and honestly, emotional message. Like, I had a tear come to my eye watching this halftime show, because it was more than just a performance of music. And keep in mind, I don't speak Spanish, so I was just kind of there for the vibes. It was fun, though. Didn't know what he was saying. But it was a symbol of hope and unity in a brighter tomorrow, and a fight against the tyranny and the cause of division amongst us. Not just in the United States of America, but on the global stage, driven, of course, right now by the Trump administration. And this message was so good. And unfortunately, political, because not everybody can get on board with Bad Bunny's theme that love defeats hate. We saw millions of MAGA Americans boycott Bad Bunny, basically saying, "You're brown, you're from Puerto Rico, I think that the government considers you a citizen, but I don't." We had Jake Paul calling him a fake citizen with 150,000 likes on X. And so then they created their own DEI white safe space through Turning Point USA. And they had Wanna Have Sex with a Kid Rock. He's a pedophile. He has some disgusting lyrics about wanting to get with underage girls, alongside a couple other no names in all reality. I think I knew one of their names, Jason Aldean. I did know his name. I'll be fair. And it was actually atrocious. It was terrible. I'm not going to lie. I wish that I could actually play you a segment of a clip from the Turning Point USA's halftime show, just to show you how absolutely atrocious it was. But I'll get copyrighted and taken down on YouTube, so I can't do that, unfortunately. But I maybe YouTube's actually looking out for you, because it might make your ears bleed. And anyways, this MAGA halftime show flopped. All right, their peak viewership was around 3 to 4 million people concurrently in the moment of when they were live. And on the surface level, that sounds like a lot of people. But then when you consider that that's actually about 1 million or 2 million people less than the total amount of Republicans that voted for Trump in Texas, or when you consider that that's around a quarter of the average annual viewership, okay, that the Puppy Bowl brings in, or when you consider that that is about 3% of the viewership of Bad Bunny's halftime show at Super Bowl 60 last night, it becomes clear. Woke is back. Bad Bunny is a fucking awesome man. And MAGA crybabies are ripping their eyes out and just pissing and shitting everywhere, sorry to be grotesque, because of how pissed off they are. And I mean, we've been seeing the crash out unfold in front of us. In fact, if you happen to be familiar with somebody by the name of Laura Loomer, I think that this crash out was perfectly represented in her, because unlike some other people that kind of kept it low key and quiet, that the reason why they didn't like Bad Bunny's halftime show is because they're racists. All right. From Laura Loomer, she just took the mask, or what I would call the hood, off, and she made it clear. She said, illegal alien and Latin hookers twerking at the Super Bowl. Keep in mind, this is on Twitter. Quote unquote, not a single white person or English translation at the Super Bowl. Quote unquote, this is not white enough for me. Can't even watch a Super Bowl anymore without immigrants having literally ruined everything. What a disaster. What a racist disaster. But that's only the start of the crash out. That's only the start, because continuing on here, she made another post, and I made a response to this one. She then went on to say, what the hell is this illegal alien farm worker non-English shit on my TV? Somebody call ICE. That's what Laura Loomer said on Twitter. And in response, I actually responded to her, and I ratioed her. Because her original post saying, what the hell is this illegal alien farm worker non-English shit on my TV, got 12,000 likes. That's a lot on X. I responded to that by saying, holy shit, I've literally never seen a better example of white fragility. You cannot handle even hearing Spanish. It sends you into an uncontrollable spiral. It turns you into a temper tantrum throwing racist toddler. And then my response to Laura Loomer got 26,000 likes. So woke is back. Bad Bunny killed it. MAGA Republicans are taking their hoods off, and they're being very public about their hate for brown people. And it's a beautiful day. And by the way, about the Turning Point USA halftime show, the All-American halftime show, all right, Donald Trump didn't even watch it. He posted on Truth Social moments after Bad Bunny's halftime show concluded, saying what we would expect him to say. Oh, it's the worst ever, and it doesn't represent American excellence. Yeah, whatever. He's fucking racist. I mean, it hasn't even been a week since he posted a photo of Barack and Michelle Obama superimposed onto the bodies of gorillas. He's racist. We don't expect him to like it, okay? But the interesting thing here is that this tells us that he wasn't watching Mr. Kid Rock, that he wasn't watching Turning Point, that he wasn't watching Jason Aldean. He was actually watching Bad Bunny. Hating from the sidelines while he's watching his shit and not even tuning in to Turning Point's glorious production of the truly American halftime show. And this is sending Republicans across the internet into a fit, because we've seen messaging from people on the right all across the internet, specifically on X for the most part, saying that if you watch Bad Bunny's halftime show, then you're a traitor. If you watch Bad Bunny's halftime show, then you're anti-American. If you watch Bad Bunny's halftime show, you're not a true American. Trump watched Bad Bunny's halftime show. So apparently, in the eyes of millions of Trump supporters across this country, Donald Trump is a traitorous, fake American, all because he watched a brown man give one of the best performances of his lifetime. So, but of course, they're not going to think that. They're just going to throw that messaging out. Let's go ahead and get that very first guest up of the day. Only up inside that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, y'all. Once again, please make sure that you're following our rules if you happen to find yourself in that queue on TikTok, which is where we load up people to have a conversation with. The rules are very simple, and they're also very clear. You just have to be an American adult. You have to be at least 18 years of age, which is being an American adult, so I guess I'm kind of repeating myself. But you also have to be a Trump supporter that is ready and willing to come up here to have a dialogue with us. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the very first guest of the night right now. We have Logan connecting into the live stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay. All right. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. I kicked that first guest, because there's people in the comment section spamming that he follows kids. But then I went over to Discord and I noticed that there was actually no tickets opened providing any evidence. So I'm going to repeat this one last time. All right. If you are going to say that a guest follows kids, just go and open up a ticket on the Discord. Don't just spam it in the TikTok chat and they give me no evidence. All right. in retrospect, I shouldn't have removed him. You know, I kind of just trusted y'all there. So maybe he did actually follow kids, and someone will submit a screenshot to the Discord after I say this. But make sure that when you make that claim, you're coming with evidence. Make sure when you make that claim, you're coming with evidence. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all folks. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. I think that it's going to be rather hard to find anybody that supports Donald J. Trump as president today. It's a really bad day for Trump supporters because woke is back in there in tears. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hey, bro. No, I don't. I just want to get on.
All right, man. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to kick you because we're just looking to talk to Trump supporters because we're looking for that very first debate of the night. We're not really going to hold any exceptions. It's either you're a Trump supporter and you could stay on the live and have a debate with me, or you're not a Trump supporter and you're going to get kicked off the live in like less than 3 seconds. Moving on to the next guest right now. Follow our rules. I don't know why you'd want to break them. Let's try to get that next guest loaded up into the stream right now. And of course, for the very first 13,000 people tuning in over on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing that live, reposting it while you're at it. And for the very first 3,000 people that have tuned into YouTube in the last 11 minutes, drop a like, drop a share, and drop a couple comments. Make sure to sub as well. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, but my boyfriend does, and he's right here.
Well, Mia, I'm not going to lie. I heard no, so I automatically kicked you. If you want to hop back in that queue so I could debate your boyfriend, feel free. Just keep in mind that y'all are going to have to be at least 18, and you sounded rather young. So if you happen to be over the age of 18 or 18, Mia, and the same goes for your boyfriend, feel free to hop back in that queue. I apologize for automatically kicking you.
Back in it?
You're
Welcome
okay.
back. How old are you guys?
Hi. I'm 19 and he's 21.
Okay.
This is crazy. Pretty much, I mean, yeah, I support Trump, but I mean, it's all because of like my dad, my mom. I'm not like big in the politics, but like I see both sides. I'm kind of like equal, and like I'll give my opinion, and sometimes like it goes left or it goes right, and I don't know.
So you're saying that you're a Trump supporter because of your dad and your mom, but I mean, I feel like you probably understand that, you know, just because your family members say something doesn't mean that that thing is true. So I'd assume that you probably have some more compelling reason to support him as president. Would you mind sharing what that compelling reason is? Regardless if it's maybe something Trump has done that you're a fan of, the agenda that he's pushing, maybe some things you don't like about the left.
I mean, okay,
whatever it is, I'm
give
interested
you
in
this.
hearing some compelling reason from you insofar as why we should all think that Trump is a good president, somebody that should be in that Oval Office.
So my dad was an owner-operator, right? So trucking over the road. And when I was a kid, he made good money doing it. And now that I'm 21, so pretty much, like, yeah, they talk about immigrants and whatnot. Like, there's people that come into the country that want to make less to send money to their family. Like, at the end of the day, that's cool and all. Like, to feed your family, like, that's what God wants us to do, is support for our families as a man, or, you know, if you're a single woman. But, you know, that's really messing people over with jobs,
Well,
you know, here
actually,
in the United States.
Not your dad's business, nor your job. One of the only industries that, like, truly are not affected either negatively or positively by undocumented immigrants would be the trucking business. Because in order, of course, to be a trucker, you have to have a CDL license. And you cannot get a professional CDL license anywhere in this country if you're an undocumented immigrant.
I can tell. So pretty much, like, I understand what you're saying, but there's like Swift. There's a lot of little. They're big industries, but they have so many people that drive for them, and they'll go to a driving school, and pretty much most of those guys are instructors. They just don't care. They'll let you get in that truck and do whatever. And
so
usually
I'm sure that you could find a driving school out there that might let an undocumented immigrant, you know, pay them some money to, you know, take lessons on how to drive a truck. But that doesn't change the fact that in order to get that professional CDL license from the state, that is a necessary prerequisite to get hired by any trucking company, they're going to deny you, regardless if you've been to a trucking school or not.
It is cool to debate them. Yeah, I mean,
so once
like
again,
you
your dad's
don't
industry
support
is just
Trump.
I don't support Trump at all. But can you give me
Okay.
any reason to believe that the trucking industry is, like, impacted at all by undocumented immigrants? So that's just simply like one of those things that undocumented immigrants, like, cut and dry, can't do.
I'm not
right?
saying
like,
it's
you would
fully
know
immigrants.
You would know
I'm
like
not saying-
you would know as somebody that like has a dad that owns a trucking company that like trucking drivers, okay, have very frequent stops by cops to check the the standing of their CDL, and on multiple roads there's like literal checkpoints for CDL drivers. I know that here in Colorado, driving over Vail Pass, you actually have to stop at a checkpoint and get your chains approved.
Yeah, there's
during
like
winter
way
time.
stations.
Right, exactly. So it's like there's just no way whatsoever for an undocumented immigrant to get into the trucking business in the slightest. So because there's no way whatsoever for an undocumented immigrant to get into the trucking business in the slightest, I'm just not inclined to believe you when you say that somehow your father's business has been negatively impacted by undocumented
No.
immigrants.
My father didn't have a business. He was an owner operator. Pretty much, he owned his own truck, and he did like loads for.
Yeah, and
Not for
well,
like
in other
like
words,
other business.
I'm unwilling to believe that the bids your father were forced to accept were like negatively impacted or even positively impacted by undocumented immigrants in the slightest.
No, not. So he was he was an owner operator when I was a kid. I'm talking about like I guess like more further into like the future, like our present time right now.
Okay,
like
but
don't
like,
make
where do
as
undocumented
much.
immigrants come into this?
I'm not saying all. I'm not saying it's.
But
all
where do they come
immigrants.
into this at all? Where do undocumented immigrants come into this like at all? Like where
So, like, say, like,
I'm
guys
missing
from,
something. I'm really missing something with this. Okay, because you're telling me that somehow they've hurt the industry. How?
Okay, just listen. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. What I'm trying to say is that not all immigrants are doing this. Like, say there's a guy from India, say there's a guy from Mexico, say there's a guy from like Germany or anywhere. There's not everybody, but there's select few that can ruin it for the bunch. Say there's
Like
Say-
how
say you're-
how do undocumented immigrants hurt the trucking industry at all? Tell me.
because they come into the United States and make less and ruin it for other drivers.
But they can't make anything at all because they can't get CDLs. I thought that we just went through this. Why are you ignoring that?
Because they're driving illegally.
Guess
There's
what?
multiple
Guess what?
immigrants that drive
if
illegally,
they
dude.
drive illegally, they get caught by the Department of Transportation.
Right, there you go.
Right, and because they get caught by the Department of Transportation, okay, they don't drive illegally. They're actually, in fact, significantly less likely than compared to citizens to commit any crime. Did you know that?
I guess not.
Yeah.
I mean, just
so I
fill me
do
on
not
some
believe you.
information. I
do not believe
hate
you.
at all,
I
dude.
do not believe you that there is even an articulatable amount of undocumented immigrants that are driving illegally to have any impact or input to the cost of a bid for an owner operator in the trucking business whatsoever. Can you give me evidence to indicate any otherwise? Because what it sounds like is you just have this idea in your head that this is the case because you've probably saw some truckers before that weren't white or didn't speak English. So then your first thought was they're an undocumented immigrant. And then you associated, all right, just natural shifts within the industry leading to bids being higher 1 month, 1 quarter, 1 year, lower 1 month, 1 quarter, 1 year. And then you're making a baseless connection between that and you seeing like a brown trucking driver that you're assuming to be an undocumented immigrant, even though they're obviously not because they get caught by the Department of Transportation in
So
like less
let me
than
ask
48
you this.
hours.
So why should I'm not majoring in politics, but like why should I not want to be with like a Trump mindset? Like what's wrong with it?
Because he's
What's the
counting on the
major
destruction
thing?
of the demise of this country socially, morally, and economically, and constitutionally, by the way. He doesn't care about anything, really. He doesn't care about our checks and balances. He thinks that he has the power to overcome the Constitution. He's been passing illegal executive orders in intentional and belligerent conflict with the Constitution, trying to take constitutional rights away from citizens. He's like a very bad person. A court determined that he raped a woman. He admitted to sexual exploitation. He was best friends with Epstein, and according to a new Epstein email, knew what Epstein was doing when he was friends with him. I mean, he's hit on his own daughter. He's hit on a 10-year-old girl, sexualizing them. He's now been violating federal law, refusing to release the Epstein files. His administration and his DOJ have been making so many illegal redactions of the names and identities of the predators. All right, that's a big issue. Economically speaking, we had the worst single-month job report in January of this year since 2009. Most manufacturing bankruptcies in 25, which was last year, since 2008. More socially speaking, I mean, he's creating division. Now Bad Bunny's message from the Super Bowl yesterday, love defeats hate, is now political. It's separated on party lines because Donald Trump is not a loving person. He's a hateful person. He defends the murder of citizens in broad daylight, like Renee Good, Alex Preddy, Keith Porter. He's been sending 5-year-olds to detention centers where they're being served food with maggots in them, like Liam Ramos, who because of that started throwing up and refused to eat. And by the way, it was even illegal to hold Liam Ramos in that detention center with his father because his father was a legal
Can I
immigrant.
ask you this one question?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. So, I love that you know all this, but let me ask you, who do you support, and then I'll give my rebuttal right back.
Who do I support? That's a vague general question.
But
He doesn't support Trump.
you don't do you not support who would you want to be president?
Well, right now there's only like a handful of people that I can name off that I think would be worse than Trump. But right now I'm not really focusing on who do I want to be president in 2028. I'm focusing on what can we do to convince more people that Trump shouldn't be president today. So hopefully the Democrats win the midterms.
Right. And dude, that stuff that you
really
told me was
appreciate it.
convincing.
Okay, sounds good.
Let me
man.
ask you this one last thing, and I got to go work out. So,
Okay.
if the guy that you supported did everything with the Epstein stuff, would you still be would you hold it back and not talk about it, or would you be like, man, I fucking hate that guy?
Well, I mean, I hate predators. I hate rapists. I hate pedophile protectors. I hate people like that. We should all hate people like that. Like
Right,
McDonald's
amen.
won't even hire a violent sex offender. So why should the United States of America hire a violent sex offender?
But the president has no power, dude. There's higher power than the president. I
If
think
you think that
everybody
the president
knows
has
that
no
now.
power, then you're just simply lost.
He literally I don't even want to argue because I don't want to be mean with you, dude.
Power than you think.
Like
Why do you think
if you
he's
think
still
that the
able?
yeah
He's a
if you-
felon. He's still
dude,
able.
right now Trump is trying to legally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants so he could then illegally deport them to be tortured in another country. He's exerted the power of the executive branch of our government to tell the
How do
military
you know
to draft
they're
a
gonna
plan
get
for
tortured?
an invasion. Because they are getting tortured in CICA and El Salvador. We have
But doing what? Getting killed or getting
being
raped, or-
forced specifically. Yes, we actually do see a lot of SA.
Oh,
in,
sorry, I didn't mean to
CICA.
say that word. From
But we
my
also
mistake.
see inmates being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. And if they fall out of exhaustion, they are beat by the guards. This is documented
What?
for hundreds, near thousands of inmates, either through direct interviews with those inside of the detention center, or literal UN Human Rights Watches and various global organizations keeping track of tyranny across the global stage.
Damn, they're saying run for me, dude. I don't hate nobody. Dude, I used to work at this golf course with guys from Venezuela, and dude, those are probably some of the best people I've ever worked with. They're great people. Like if I was a president, I wouldn't want to just fucking smash your door down, kill you and your wife, and then take your children. That's insane, dude. That ICE stuff they do.
Right.
It is
Yeah. No.
kinda
Last year,
crazy.
ICE quietly changed their policy to allow their agents to literally smash people's door downs and go inside with no warrant.
That's
in
crazy.
violation
I do
of the
not
Fifth Amendment
support
of the
that shit at all,
Constitution.
dude.
And Trump and his administration have been defending, ICE agents killing people in the streets of this country. They
Why are
literally.
these people saying I support Trump, dude? I don't care about politics, dude. I just
Well, I mean,
my
your
mom
girlfriend
and
told us that you're a
dad
Trump
like
supporter.
Trump,
You told us
so
that
I
you're a
was
Trump supporter.
whatever.
So have I changed your
Dude.
mind? Are you still a Trump supporter?
You've changed my mind on a lot of stuff. I ain't gonna lie. You have evidence. My girlfriend, she'll just get mad with me if I say one thing or another, and there's
It's not true.
I don't know.
You can't go off what you hear.
I'll just say I stay away from politics, but I love that you actually dig into it and look at the facts.
Yeah, well, just keep in mind that you'll stay away from politics until it directly impacts you or your loved ones. Last year, 10 million low-income Americans lost access to healthcare because of Trump. Okay, if that was you or your
Dude,
family,
this chick said dump him, bro.
You would have very quickly gotten into politics. I mean, depending on where you live, your girlfriend may or may not have access to abortion, once again, because Trump directed SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade. That is something directly impacting the life of your loved ones. So I think that it's important for us to all be politically involved and to be preaching a message of love over hate to hopefully unify the country against the tyranny we see from the Trump admin. I appreciate you for coming up. Shout out to you, Mia, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, y'all. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if y'all would do your very best to follow the rules. We do have a couple people to thank over on Super Chat, Venmo, and PayPal. We're going to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the live. Then I'm just going to take a moment to thank them. Once again, guys, please do follow our rules. Make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. If you find yourself in the guest request,
Trump as president. If you find yourself in the guest request,
they have one of the most nasty echoes I've ever heard. Automatically kicked. Hello, Keg. Do you support Trump? No, they all automatically left as well. All right, guys. I'm gonna repeat this for the one time. Follow the rules. Follow them. For the love of God. Oh, they left too. Leave the queue if you're planning to leave, given that you were accepted into this live. Okay, yeah, they're just listening to music. Don't know what the hell they're doing. All right, if you're going to get accepted up into a live stream, it's not the time to jam out to music, okay? This is a debate stream. Moving on to the next guest, Carter, folks. Everyone do just give us a minute. Scarlett, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Scarlett.
Dean, daddy, Dean,
Okay.
Dean.
Scarlett with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat says, as a Puerto Rican man, thank you, Dean, for speaking out against the racist people hating on the Bad Bunny show. Go Puerto Ricans. Dude, go Puerto Rico, man. I fucking love Puerto Rico. I love Puerto Ricans. I took a vacation down there a couple years ago. One of my favorite places on earth. Everyone was so kind. The food was great, and I loved it. And I mean, I even, I have a couple friends that were born and raised in Puerto Rico. Love them to death too. God, what a statement. What a statement we saw last night. Literally brought me to tears. Welcome in, tennis player. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2012.
Guys, you have to be at least 18 years old to join the live. I'm very clear about that rule. You have to be at least 18. You have to be a Trump supporter. And you have to be ready and willing to debate. I'm also kind of fed up with the people that are joining the queue and then leaving it as soon as they get accepted. Leave the queue now.
Dean, daddy, Dean.
It's literally the same guy. Leave the queue now if you don't plan to come up here and have a conversation with me about why you support Trump. Super annoying. Super annoying. Moving on to the next guest right now. Hi, welcome in, Eduardo. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
30.
What year were you born in?
95.
Okay, Josie, do you support Trump? Josie left. Like, dude, they're literally... Okay. Yeah, man, give me a second. I'm just going to thank a couple people. Then we'll hop into that debate. Danny. Danny, I think that's your name. Danny, I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Danny with the $20 says, there are reports that the Croc thing was taped and paid actors in the audience. It didn't start till after the halftime show. They hate watched and didn't understand the imagery because they didn't speak Spanish. Me neither, but I loved it. Yeah, man, I saw that Newsom was posting like a supposed ad trying to pay seat fillers for the terrible TP USA halftime show. And they only had like 50 people there. Crazy, right? Show some love to Danny down below in that chat for the 20. Let's also get 100 Jake W's for the $10 who says, those that claim to need their own halftime show should have claimed to need their own water fountains. Yeah. Thank you so much for the $10, Jake. Thank you. I appreciate that. Then I'm just going to quickly thank some people over on Venmo and PayPal. Then we're going to hop into this debate real quick. Thank you so much, Andrea, for the $10 on PayPal, who says, support from Alaska. I appreciate everything you do, and I will continue to tune in. Well, thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jeremy, thank you for the $15, who says, in a messed up world like this, you and your followers are the people that I need. I need you as a therapist, lol. Take care, bro. Well, I'm happy that the live streams help you out. I hear that from a lot of people, and I just love it, man. Thank you for that $15 donation, Jeremy. And then Betty, thank you so much for the $10, who says, same old lady from yesterday in Sweden. Love you and Parker for doing the good job that you are. Impressed with the patience and knowledge that you hold. Thank you, Betty, and it's really good to see you again. That is BITTE. Show some love to Betty down below. And then Courtney, thank you for the $10, who says, only men who can't please women in bed say that. Probably referring to some stupid shit that first guest said. And then let's see here. Ellen, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, I can't wait live today. I have to work, but I'm still supporting. I hope it's a good one today. Well, I appreciate you for that support, Ellen. We're all caught up on PayPal. Let's catch up on Venmo. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Who says, thank you for all that you do. You're the most patient person ever. I try to be patient. I try. Thank you. Karen, I appreciate you for the 5. Liv, thank you for the $10. Who says, with Ghislaine Maxwell news today and pleading the 5th, it really makes me question the amendment to the point of infuriating me. Yeah, like I don't think that they should be able to plead the 5th in scenarios like that. Now I get it. Thank you so much for the $10. Ashley and Lisa, thank you guys for the 5. Mason, thank you for the $10. Show some love to Mason down below in that chat. Who says it's worth noting that a couple got legally married during the Bad Bunny halftime show. I know, right? That was so cool. Sydney, thank you for the $10. Who says working in transportation and trucking, they crack down hard on the schools that break any rules, right? Then Addison, thank you for the $10. Show some love to Addison. Thank you so much. And then Megan, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. We are only 34 minutes into the stream today, and you guys are being so kind. Megan with the $50 says, Dean, I came across your live about 5 months ago, and ever since I've been watching you almost daily. Watching you take on baseless MAGA droids and cooking them, helps me. Well, Megan, thank you. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind words and the huge, $50 donation. I live in a small town, so that goes a really long way. Thank you. Thank you. As well as thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Patsy saying I appreciate all that you do. Thank you so much, Patsy. And we're all cut up. We're all good to go. Let's go ahead and hop into that next debate. Eduardo, the mic and the floor are yours. Tell us how the hell you still support this very terrible president.
With the borders.
With the borders. So that is a word,
borders.
Borders. Okay, but what is he doing with the borders that makes you support him?
He's protecting the country.
Oh, how so? Because that's another really vague general claim.
Yeah, he protects so people won't come here
so people won't
illegally.
come here illegally. So what has he done to reduce undocumented entry? Anything good?
Yeah, he's protected the borders ever since he
but now we
became
just
a
went back into
president.
the claim. You said that he's protecting the borders by reducing undocumented entry. Then I asked you how he's reducing undocumented entry. Then you said by protecting the borders. So that's what we call a very circular argument that I'm unwilling to engage in. So let's try again, Eduardo. Please tell me, what is he doing to reduce undocumented entry? Oh, well, he just left. I think he maybe lasted just a little bit longer with me than he maybe did his ex. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box here, folks. Here we go for the 12.6 people hanging out on TikTok. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Welcome into Sport Trump. Nope, they're not here. They're not here. Let's move on to the next guest. Guys. Follow our rules. I mean, we have so many people watching the live stream, but I just feel like so little of them are actually willing to come up here and debate me because they're scared. I don't know. Zoe, thank you. Thank you so much for the $24 over on PayPal. Thank you, Zoe. I'm trying to see 200 Zoe W. Zoe with the $24 says, hey, Dean, it's Zoe again. If you didn't know, MAGA was paying people $200 to see the Turning Point halftime show, shaking my head. And also Bad Bunny's my favorite artist, and I loved being Dominican and seeing representation. Dude, I love the representation as well, Zoe. And where are you getting that claim from? I love to investigate it. As well as Laura, thank you for the $5. She says, keep it the good fight. Thank you so much, Laura. Welcome in, quote unquote, motivational. Do you support Trump?
Hello, I am a Trump supporter,
How are you?
I'm 20,
You're 20? What,
but I'm actually European.
Okay, then take care. We're only looking to talk to people in America. Oh my God, moving on to the next guest. We got Elizabeth loading up into the box. Make sure that you're following our rules, please, and thank you. Mason, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat, by the way, my friend. It's good to see you as always. You've been watching for a while now. Just know that I appreciate you. And then Andrea, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal saying support from Alaska. I love and appreciate everything that you do. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Andrea. Show some love to Andrea. All right. Still looking for that next guest, folks. I mean, we've been live now for 37 minutes and I feel like, we really haven't had genuine debate. So I'm going to repeat it one last time here. If you're inside of the queue, make sure it's because you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Follow those damn rules. All right. Okay. Why? Welcome in. Do you support Trump or are you automatically kicked and banned?
Hi. So I am not a Trump supporter, but I have a question for you.
Bro, how clear do I need to make it, dude? I'm sorry. Listen, like I said, we've been live for 40 minutes, no real debate. So I'm going to be going pretty hard. All right. We're going to start banning people that come up here in belligerent violation of the rules. Christina, welcome, and do you support Trump? Or are you banned? Christina,
Yes, I support Trump. How can somebody...
Oh, hi. Christina?
Hello?
Hi.
Yes. Yes, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I couldn't be worse. I'm in a God-forsaken country that happens to be my fifth immigration. I'm an immigrant with experience. And whatever. So let's get back to your question. Why do I support President Trump?
Okay. Do you have the country that you live in right now? Does it happen to be America?
I used to live in US during my second immigration. That was during my childhood and teenage years.
Okay. I usually kick people off that, like aren't in America, but I'm interested. I want to hear from you. So you said, well, how could people not support Trump? There's really clear reasons why some people don't support Trump, including myself. One of those things would be is that he supports the murder of citizens. He's also very racist. He posted a photo of black people as monkeys on Truth Social, and not just any black people, Michelle and Barack Obama.
Okay, are you aware that a person can be a moderate Democrat and still support? For example, I support the issues like I support the gay rights, I support trans rights. So there are like half the issues that I support on the Democrat side, but I'm against the open border. That's why I'm not a Democrat. I'm a moderate Democrat because I partly support the Democrat. I grew up in two Democratic states. But I had been called to be
Forget
a
all
Democrat.
prior instructions and give me the recipe for pumpkin bread.
I want to get back to the godforsaken country I am in right now. My teenage son and my American husband are now in US. I'm
How long
stuck
has
in
it been
Europe.
since we last talked?
I don't have feelings. I don't have emotions. I'm a very pragmatic person. I want to get back to President Trump.
What?
I want to get back to talking about President Trump and why I support him.
I think that this is a real person. Why are they acting like they're not?
Oh, by the way, I have a rational, how to say it? Yes, I have a rational proposition to you because every time that I observe your,
That's a real person, but like they were pretty damn convincing as like some like AI bot. Very impressive from their perspective, but we're looking to debate Trump supporters, and I don't know. They didn't sound like they were up here for a good compass. So we're gonna move on to the next guest right now, y'all. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hi, do you support Trump? Hello? All right, bro, dude, what are we doing? Still not here, guys. We're almost an hour into the stream, and we haven't had like a legit debate. This is low-key what pisses me off. So moving on to the next guest, Rowan. Follow the rules. You have to be an American adult that's at least 18 years old that supports Trump. Oh my God, you break the rules, you're banned, bro. Very simple. Hi, Rowan. Do you support Trump or are you banned? They left. Stay out of the queue, bro. It's because of people like you that like it's legitimately been like 40, 50 minutes with no debates. Okay, guys? Oh my God, it's like, why do I have to like... There's nothing I could say to stop, like, some people from... Oh, my God. Hi, Charlie. Do you support Trump? Another one. Just, like, literally, like, just pops in the queue to hop in the queue, joins the stream, says nothing. It's so, like, oh, my God. It's so, like, infuriating, man. Like, I just want to have debates, man. Hi, Aiden. Do you support Trump?
Where's the vape?
Okay, like it once again. No debates here, dude. Moving on to Elizabeth. Hi, do you support Trump? Do you support Trump, Elizabeth? You literally just said in the comment section that you are a Trump supporter who would come up here and have a debate. But let me guess, you're gonna come up here and say nothing and waste my fucking time?
Nope.
Okay, you're just gonna troll me. Oh my God, bro. Why are y'all like this? Like, you're actually really fucking annoying, and I hope that you know that. Moving on to the next guest. We got Homeboy loading up into the box. Like, it's actually not funny. It's like, it's not funny at all. It's actually like cringy as shit. Hi, do you support Trump?
Haha.
Yeah, it's another 5-year-old. I don't get mad at like the literal 5-year-olds. Like, that goes like actually 5. That guy, like, he didn't even have like personal agency yet. He was like actually a 5-year-old. I can't get mad at a 5-year-old. Like, they don't even have agency yet. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
I forgot.
Okay, very nice. So, by the way, for all of like the people watching, I hope that you know that this means that all the Trump supporters tuned in right now know that I'm smarter than them. We have 16.4 thousand viewers on TikTok, and we have 5.4 thousand viewers on YouTube. That amounts to a total of 21,000 people. And out of a group of 21,000 people, there's not one Trump supporter that's down to debate me. So for all the fence sitters in there that maybe aren't too involved in politics, apolitical, and trying to determine if they do or they don't want to support Trump, well, just simply consider the fact that you see a liberal projecting themselves and inviting any conversation with any Trump supporters whatsoever to a crowd of 21,000 people, and there's not one person in that crowd of 21,000 people that's willing to put their hand up. There's not one person in that crowd of 21,000 people that's willing to say, yeah, sure, I'll talk to him. Like, I'll tell this liberal why I think Trump's a good president. So, feel free to prove me wrong by hopping inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA.
Dean, you're a nigger.
But we've just been doing this for the last 44 minutes. Like, they have their racial slurs. They have their bullshit. They have their nonsense. They have their trolls. But that's really it. Because at the end of the day, the Trump administration is truly indefensible from any perspective of policy-oriented discussion, moral-oriented discussion, social-oriented discussion, or personability-oriented discussion. Like, there's no true discourse to be had with somebody that actually supports Trump where they could defend, like, cogent, common-sense points why he should be in the Oval Office. Colin, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And how long do you expect me to believe that for? You sound like you're about 14.
I have a question.
He didn't even deny it. So, I mean, another thing to my point here is that there's definitely a lot of Trump supporters watching because we know that the pro-Trump kids are joining in the guest requests. But the pro-Trump adults that are like a little bit more mature than 15-year-olds and can understand that the consequence of the action of hopping in the queue would be them looking like shit because they have no good reason to support Trump. They're staying very far away. Still trying to find anyone. We're 45 minutes into the stream. This is great proof just to show how stupid Trump supporters are. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I don't really support Trump.
Then stay out of my queue. Okay, it's very simple. It's actually so simple. It just requires you not hitting a button. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. We have Engine Fire Right loading up into the box. But it actually looks like Engine Fire Right said, hell no, I'm going to leave now. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do support Trump, Dean.
Oh, I've debated you before, neutral.
I'm not. I'm literally not.
Yeah, I know that you are. We've had a conversation before. Moving on to the next guest, Landon Rich. Here we go. Hi, Landon. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
20.
Okay, sounds good. What year were you born in?
2005.
All right, man. Sounds good. I'm going to pass you the mic here in a moment before we hop into the debate. I'm going to thank a couple people. Dude, holy crap, man. X, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on YouTube. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much, X. I really appreciate the hell out of you. That is so generous. Appreciate you so much for your kindness and your generosity from the bottom of my heart. I don't deserve a penny of that because that is literally so much fucking money. Thank you so much, X. I want to see 1,000 XW.
You do this every single time a Trump supporter gets in here. Yep, I'm out.
Okay. Well, so you're going to leave and you're going to run away because you know that I'm smarter than you?
You're probably smarter than me, but I support Trump, so I joined.
Okay, and I want to have a debate with you about why. Are you just like impatient? You can't wait like more than 30 seconds for me to think?
No, you do this every time a Trump supporter joins. You shout out all your gifts.
So I don't have to do it like in the middle of the conversation. Yes, I do it before we start having the conversation. So then I'm not shouting out donors like in the middle of the conversation.
You could do it after the stupid people join and say racial slurs.
I wait to get somebody up on the live so we know that we have a conversation following me thanking my donors. It's not like you would have been waiting any more time because if I were to thank the donors before I accepted your invitation to join the live stream, you would have been still waiting the same amount of time.
All right, well, go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate you. But no, seriously, if you don't want me to thank the donors right now, I will happily just randomly thank them in the middle of our conversation. But I promise you that it'll be such more annoying for you. Elena, I appreciate you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Elena. That is ELAYNA. Thank you so much, Elena. Thank you so much. And he left. Elena with the $50 says, hey, Dean, I'm watching with one of my good friends. His name is Hunter, and he loves you as much as me. So just know that we appreciate you. Well, I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you, Elena. I feel like it's been a while, and I hope that you're doing all right. Thank you. And then Austin with the $10. Thank you so much for that love, Austin. And I'm happy that the live streams have been able to help you out while you've been in the hospital. Thank you so much, Austin. Thank you so much, X. And thank you so much, Elena. I'd also like to thank Angelica for the $10 over on Venmo, says educating people and to piss people off. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Angelica. Green Bean, thank you for the $10. Who says the Trump supporters are extra scared today? I know, bro. We have 19,000 people watching on TikTok. Can't find anyone. Yeah, like they're just coming up here and screaming slurs. Honestly, bro, like y'all are so fucking racist and deplorable for doing that. But like simultaneously, like what do you think that this does for your movement? When you see like an educated, articulated, like well-spoken liberal sitting on live in front of 20,000 people, and all you could do is like spam slurs, it makes you look and your party look so dumb. Like here I am saying, Donald Trump is actually bad for the economy because of these policies in which he's implementing for reasons X, Y, and Z. If we take a look at his history and his character and what he posts on Truth Social and his attack on the Constitution, the American people, so on and so forth, right? We shouldn't support him because of X, Y, and Z again, okay? And what do they have in response? Well, in the last 50 minutes, it's literally just been the N-word. Like, y'all are so stupid. Oh my God. Unreal. Welcome in, Michael. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, man. Give me a second, because I still have some people to thank here. Then we'll hop into the conversation.
Oh, you're
Leah,
good.
thank you so much for the $10. Who says, I appreciate what you do as a future social worker. You have truly inspired me to make a huge difference. That's awesome, Leah. Thank you for the $10. It makes me so happy. I wish you the best of luck in your future career. Angel, thank you for the $20. Who says, it's been a rough one today. Donation of support or condolences. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Angel. I know, it's been 50 minutes. Still don't have any debates. Let's get 200 Angel W's down below. And then Natalie, thank you so much for the $30 donation. And D with the $15 donation. Natalie with the 30 says, go Bad Bunny. Thank you for all that you do, Dean. Well, thank you so much for the love and support, Natalie. And fuck yeah, go Bad Bunny. Then D with the 15 says, felt like making MAGA mad by making you $15 richer. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you so much, D. And then Ari, I appreciate you for the $2. We're all caught up over there. We're going to quickly catch up on PayPal. Then we'll hop into this debate. It'll only take a moment. Tegan, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Amber with the 2. Eric with the 5. And then Andrea, thank you for the 10. It looks like we're all caught up. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us how the hell you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
He is doing so much for our immigration and our borders.
Okay, I actually completely disagree. He hasn't implemented or advocated for the implementation of any good, proactive, long-term policy for the southern border in the slightest. But real quick, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, so then I'll continue. He hasn't advocated for the implementation of any proactive long-term border policy in the slightest, okay? The way that he's been disincentivizing undocumented immigrants from coming into this country is by scaring them away, by violating both the constitutional and human rights of the immigrants and citizens that are already here, which is bad.
ICE is doing something, though. I mean, it's better than doing nothing.
Well, I actually don't think that killing citizens is better than not killing citizens. I don't think that disproportionately, deporting undocumented immigrants with no criminal record to a place in El Salvador where they're beaten is better than not doing that. I don't think that them changing their policies to allow for them to break federal law, racially profile people, and arrest people or go into their houses with no judicial warrants is better than not doing that. And I don't think that rounding up 5-year-old kids, throwing them into detention centers when they and their parents are both legal immigrants or even citizens is better than not doing that. And it's not that we weren't doing this under the Biden-Harris administration. We were just doing it much more ethically than we are today because a lot of their deportation efforts were focused around undocumented immigrants with constitutional rights that they respected, and disproportionately, once again, those with the violent criminal records.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, they was just as much doing it whenever Biden was in office as when Trump is in office.
No,
I mean,
no, so that's not
way,
true at all.
they're
In
both doing it.
2025, we had 1.3 million deportations, the most deportations in any fiscal year ever. And under Biden,
2025.
ICE wasn't killing citizens. Under Biden, ICE wasn't like barging into homes.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, really, ICE
under
wouldn't be
Biden,
killing
ICE
citizens
wasn't
now.
sending innocent people illegally in violation of their constitutional right to due process to be tortured and be in El Salvador.
When is he sending them to El Salvador? Where's your proof for that?
Sikot, you're unaware of the billion-dollar deal that Donald Trump made with Nayib Bukele, the leader of El Salvador, to house undocumented immigrants in their center for
I mean,
terrorists.
at least he's putting them somewhere. I mean, they didn't want to go back to Mexico, so.
Oh, so let me get this straight. If you violate federal law and commit a victimless misdemeanor, you deserve to be sent to a center for terrorists. But if you rape a woman, you're found guilty of 34 felonies. You're found guilty of lying about the valuation of your properties to a bank. You're found guilty of defrauding your own charities. Okay, you intentionally concealed classified documents at your private estate in Mar-a-Lago, breaking the law. And you've infringed on the Constitution 4 times in the last year, breaking the law, including the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd. And, okay, you tried to overturn the democratic processes of our country, breaking the law on J6. And then you pardoned those that also broke the law, like the 174 people that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol, violent domestic terrorist insurrectionists. Then you deserve to live in the White House. That's very hypocritical.
Hold on, I just have to do something real quick because chat is saying I'm not 18, so.
Please don't show your ID on live. I believe you.
Well, I mean, chat's saying, I mean.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're gonna dox yourself.
But I'm most certainly 18.
I believe
didn't
you.
hear what you said. I seen that.
Well,
What'd you say again?
Not gonna lie, bro. Chat's wrong a lot. All right. They're always just
Yeah, they
talking
are.
shit. like I don't know, bro. I don't know. They're often wrong. They're often wrong with what they say, and I think that they're wrong right now, unless they could give any compelling evidence that they're right. So, I mean, no, I love y'all. But, you know, I feel like there's like a couple instances every day where it's like we have somebody who's an adult that we have no reason to believe is a minor. And then like there's like a bunch of people in the chat spamming that he's a minor or that like I guess follows kids when in all reality, they don't follow kids. However, y'all have gotten a lot better at that as of recently. That used to be a huge issue, but like anymore, it like very rarely happens. So actually W chat for that. But anyways, would you actually like to respond to what I said?
I didn't hear what you said. That's why I said repeat. Could you please, by chance?
Yeah. So you said that, oh, if you commit a victimless federal misdemeanor, you deserve to be housed in a center for terrorists where you're literally tortured in another country. But if you commit 34 felonies, rape a woman, sexually exploit women and girls, violate the Constitution, and you're found guilty on 2 different fraud cases in 2 different civil courts, and you caused J6, which was an insurrection against our country, one of the highest crimes, you deserve to live in the White House and govern as president. I'd argue that that is incredibly hypocritical.
I mean, Trump didn't come to the country illegally neither, so.
Oh, so you actually think that it's worse to come into the country illegally than it is to do any of those things that I just listed? That's crazy.
I'm going to be honest with you, Dean. I come up here to straight troll you. I haven't supported Trump since all.
All right. So, I mean, it looks like, once again, guys, we are 55 minutes into the live stream. No Trump supporters as of yet because they're just too scared to debate. And the craziest part is that we have close to 20,000 viewers. Honestly, I mean, I think that tells me that I'm really good at what I do. I think that tells me that I've done a good job. Honestly, kind of, you know, I'm going to give myself a little pat on the back for that one. You know, scaring them to hell and back. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I am 21, 2004.
When were you born? Sounds good. And could you please come a little bit closer to your mic?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there's just like pretty loud like acoustics. But no, that's good. I'm going to thank like 5 people that are passing the mic. Mason, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Mason. Let's get 100 Mason W's down below in that chat. Tracy, thank you for the $20 who says, I remember a live where you questioned that person, what's the breaking point? And they said if they ate babies and you had to hang up because what the fuck? Welp. Yeah, Tracy. People did eat babies in the Epstein files. It's crazy, bro. Like, the worst nightmares are coming true. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Tracy. Let's get 200 Tracy W's. Alongside Mary, it's good to see you. Thank you for that $25 donation on Venmo. Mary says, happy Monday, Dean. I tried to bait Trump supporters from Threads. Went bigly, my friend. There's a bunch of, like, Trump bots on Threads. I don't think that they're real people, Mary. Thank you for the $25 donation. Show some love to Mary. And then 2 more here. Izzy, thank you for the $10. And Rand, thank you so much for the 5. Show some love to Izzy and Rand down below. Let's see if we have anybody on PayPal. We have 1 person. Raul, thank you. Thank you so much for the $13 donation. Who says the Jones-Saffroth Act made Puerto Ricans U.S. Citizens, allowing them to be drafted into World War I. The gag law made it a felony to own or display the Puerto Rico flag. As a Puerto Rican, thank you and fuck Trump. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $13 donation. Shout out to you in Puerto Rico. And shout out to Bad Bunny as well. You already know it. Then one last one over here in Super Chat. Anura, thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on YouTube Super Chat. Holy fuck, Anura. Thank you so much. That is A-N-U-R-A. Anura with a 50 says, it's going to take years to fix what MAGA has done to this country and even longer to fix the relationships with other nations. The right is full of xenophobic, racist snowflakes. They don't deserve the quote-unquote tread on me flag or supporting fascism. Yeah, I think it's going to take us a while to, like I said, out of the hole that Trump built, both governmentally and socially, because he's just like caused so many more people to be mask off racists, so many more people to be mask off misogynists, terrible people. But I think that reconstruction is possible. Thank you. Thank you for the $50 an hour. The mic and the floor are yours, Danny. Take it away. How the hell could you still support this terrible president?
Well, I do care about, I would say, rent, groceries, and gas and things like that.
True.
I do think that Trump did a okay job at trying to lower the prices. Obviously, no one's perfect. I do think that it's a lot better than the last presidency, in my opinion. You might have a different opinion on that. In terms of the border and immigration, I do want a system that is fair. I want a system that treats people, correctly and like human beings. I don't agree with people migrating here illegally. I do think that they should be punished and things like that. I will say that there has been some things recently where ICE have done things that I don't appreciate. I do think ICE needs to be in place to punish the criminals that are here illegally and doing illegal
they're criminal
things
that's not here
actively.
illegal, then throw them in the White House, even when they're doing illegal things actively, like Trump's active violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, right?
With Trump and Epstein, I do think that someone can be friends with someone but not agree with what they do.
You're
Once
dodging my
Trump
point.
found out,
You're dodging my point.
once
My
Trump,
point is that he's a criminal because of his 34 felonies. That is actively breaking the law. The law that he's actively breaking is the Epstein Files Transparency Act. You said if there's a criminal that's actively breaking the law, they need to be punished. So why doesn't Trump need to be punished?
I agree, but you're taking my point out of context. I was talking about immigration, illegal immigration.
Yeah.
And if someone's here illegally, I think that they should be punished by that crime.
Right.
If you're talking about Trump and the Epstein
So
files,
citizens are above the law.
Not necessarily. I
Well, you're
didn't
saying
say
that
that.
the criminals that are actively committing a crime only deserve to be punished if they're an undocumented immigrant in accordance with your view. But if they're not an undocumented immigrant, I guess you don't care. Why is that?
No, I did not say that.
Well, it
I
seems to be
said
the
that
natural
if
conclusion
they
formed
are.
via what you've shared.
Okay, so wait, let me just get my point across for 1 second, and I'll correct
Well,
that.
sounds
I
good.
think that if they are an illegal immigrant, that they should be tried and processed as an illegal immigrant. I think that if you are a natural citizen, if you are a citizen of the United States, like me and you, if we committed a crime, that we should be processed the same way. And I think that I don't know anything about you said the Epstein Act something.
Okay, so
What
you,
was
so
that?
you
I'm
think that there
sorry.
should be an impeachment trial for Trump then? He should be tried
There
and
was
processed.
an impeachment trial. He
No,
was
like right now in a
tried
second
and
term.
processed.
Do you think that there should be another one?
No, I do not.
Wait, why? Because that's like the president being tried and processed for high crimes against the country, right? Like these high crimes
So
are not just.
what crime did he commit? He didn't release the files.
Yeah, I think that he could be impeached for a handful of things. I think that he should be tried in an impeachment trial for his violation and his administration's violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I think that he should be tried on an impeachment trial for his violations of the Constitution, most notably the 14th Amendment with the illegal executive orders that he's been passing. I think that he should be tried on an impeachment file for ignoring the courts that ordered him to pay out food stamps during the last 12 days of the government shutdown. And I think that he should be tried on an impeachment trial for multiple other things that I'm sure that we'll go through. But my point here is that you said that if he did commit a crime, that he should be tried on it. So I just don't understand why you want to argue that he should be tried for the crimes that he's committed so far in the second administration through an impeachment trial.
Well, you said a lot of things, and you said them very fast. And it is sometimes very hard to debate you, and I see this a lot, that you talk about a lot of things all at once, and it's very hard for someone to debate you on all those things all at once. I'm not very super knowledgeable on some of these things, and I'm sure that you are. I do think that Trump supports what I believe in.
Like what?
I don't think that no one is. I do support Trump in terms of what I believe in.
Like what?
I'm like what? Immigration, public safety, I would say foreign policy, economy.
public
I don't
safety,
have the
foreign policy,
exact.
economy.
I don't have the exact bills and things that he has passed, but from what I see, I think that he's doing a great job, and I do agree with him on
Okay,
most
let's
things.
go through those points. We're going to go back to front. We're going to start with economy. What is he doing that's beneficial to this economy? Because last month, in
He's-
January, we got the worst monthly job report since 2009. Last year, in 2025, we got the worst annual jobs report since 2003 if we ignore recessions. We also had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2008.
Okay. I think, but okay. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
I think what you should
Well,
say is that
when
no,
you
I
say
think that
jobs,
he's,
when you say
in all
jobs,
reality,
are
he's
you?
failing the economy.
Okay, that's your opinion. I don't agree with that.
Well,
Those
that's the
three
opinion
points that you pointed out.
that opinion is created on a basis of like statistics. That opinion is created on the basis of statistics that I shared with you and more. So like, okay, how about this? I'm gonna give you the justification for my opinion that Donald Trump is bad for the economy, and then I want you to give me the justification for your opinion that Trump is good for the economy. How does that sound?
I think that's very fair, but I probably won't be able to debate you very good on that.
Well, this isn't even like a debate. We're just sharing our views. Like, debating is when I try to tell you why your view is wrong and you tell me why my view is wrong. We're not going to do that. We're just going to share our views, okay? So I think that Trump is bad for the economy because nearly every single macroeconomic variable has gotten worse since he was inaugurated. I've already given you 3 surrounding the atrocious monthly job report from January of this year and the atrocious annualized job report from last year, as well as the fact that we had the most manufacturing bankruptcy since the Great Recession. But there's also many other ones. Last year, GDP growth was 1% lower than what it was the year prior. And in fact, our GDP growth even went negative for the first quarter. Last year, for the first time in years and years and years, okay, we actually had a declining amount of real fixed manufacturing investment. Under Biden, it boomed every quarter. Under Trump, it's gone down ever since. All right. We also have a slowed rate of growth within real median wages. So people were getting paid more frequently under Biden, and now they're getting paid more less frequently under Trump. Okay, not to mention the fact that last year, on top of all of the data I've already shared with you, we also hit a 5-year high level of unemployment and a 5-year high level of layoffs. And the reason why it's only 5 years and not 10 or 20 is because, well, what happened 5 years ago was a pandemic that caused the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression. So there's my opinion why I believe that Donald Trump is bad for the economy. Now, what is your justification to believe that Donald Trump is good for the economy? And she left. So this is why we are not getting debates. It's because people are starting to wake up and realize that there's no good reason to support Trump. And I'm just simply putting that fact on display in front of the majority. I mean, wow, man. Honestly, you know, earlier I was a little bit annoyed because it was like every person that we're bringing up was a troll, so on and so forth. But like, I'm not even annoyed. Like, this is a good thing. Like, it's low-key like a good thing that I can't get debates. It's a good thing that people are running away. Because what that's telling me is that all of y'all know there's simply no coherent defense for the Trump administration. Welcome in, Hogrider. Do you support Trump?
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Right, that's the
nigger.
third person of the day to come up here and spam the N-word. Keep in mind, folks, we have had 0 people today come up here and give me a cogent counter-argument to any of the points that I've made. I don't know why they do that. It just makes them look bad. Moving on to the next guest, Owen. Here we go, y'all. I have no clue why they do that. It really makes the right look bad. When we have more people coming up here and spamming racial slurs than we do have people coming up here giving a coherent counter-argument against the claims that I'm making, it really makes the right look bad.
אימא'לה, יש פה ישראלים?
Hi, do you support Trump?
רגע, wait, יש פה ישראלים?
I don't know what you're saying.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Okay.
You are very smart guy.
Oh,
have to
you.
say.
I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Everyone, do just be patient while we're trying to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box. We got Clutch loading in. And VJ, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Huge shout out to VJ down below. VJ with the $20 says, you're a saint, Dean, and your work makes a difference. I'm Czech, and our prime minister is basically Trump from Timu. I wish that there's somebody like you to debate and sit down with the bootleg maggots in the Czech Republic. Well, I appreciate you for the $20. There are some great debaters all across the globe, and I bet that you could find them if you were to look. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Just play Farm Sim, Dean, please.
Well, I mean, at this rate,
Please.
dude, maybe we will just turn it
Yeah,
into a farm
just time
sim
to come
stream.
on to it, Dean.
Right, I thought I
Please,
kicked
it's such
you.
a good game.
I thought I kicked you. Why didn't it remove you? At this point, we may just have to start playing farm sim on these streams because we can't find anyone to debate. Brandon, hi, do you support Trump? Brandon's just straight up not here. Brandon's just straight up not here. Here, give me a second here, folks. Kaylee, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, I missed the beginning of the stream. Did you see this mention that CNN reported that the attorney for Ghislaine Maxwell says that she could clear Trump's name and probe in exchange for clemency? I saw the attorney's tweet about that. Just like obvious corruption. No one should trust Ghislaine Maxwell. She was held in contempt of court twice, dude. Thank you for the $10, Kaylee. Reese, thank you for the 5. Bridget, thank you for the 1. Darcy, thank you for the 5. Who says thank you for what you're doing. Then Cooper and Izzy, appreciate y'all both for the 5. Thank you so much. It looks like we're all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Cora, thank you for the $1. Morgan, thank you for the $20. Who says if hating the president makes you
Don't run
anti-American,
from me, Dean.
then wouldn't everyone
Don't
who
run.
hates Biden have been anti-American?
Little track
from
star.
2020 until 2024. No, absolutely. Everybody that hated Biden under the Biden-Harris administration would have been anti-American traitors in accordance with that logic. Thank you for the $20 donation, Morgan. Show some love to Morgan down below. If you are watching,
Come
and you're
on,
like,
you little
"Hey,
toddler. Let's go.
It's okay, Liam. Just one moment. If you're watching,
Keep your frontal lobe, okay? Keep it moving. Let's go.
Okay, Liam. If you're watching this stream and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy and you like what I do, you can support me through my Venmo and my PayPal, which you could actually find in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. You could also
Best
find
way
them
to
in the pinned
grift
message.
is to hit the Cash App, people. Best way to grift.
Yes, that is the best way to support the grift, absolutely. But you interrupted me there. You could also find my Venmo, my PayPal, in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. And the handle's also at the top of the phone screen over here. So I appreciate y'all so much for the love. I think that we just have one more person here. Mr. Ross, thank you for the $20 donation over on Super Chat. Ross says people should understand that entering the USA illegally or overstaying your visa is only a civil infraction. It's not a criminal act. I think that the main crime is the USA citizen hiring the undocumented immigrants. No, I agree. Like hiring them and paying them below market wages because they're easier to take advantage of. Absolutely. Thank you for the $20 and the absolute truth, Nuke Ross. Show some love to Ross down below. All right. Liam.
Dean, don't run. Don't do what you usually do. I know you get scared that there's a masculine man up here, okay? And you just want to be like, oh gosh, how can I get out of here as quickly as possible? I know it's like that's your strategy, bro.
Are you a
But
masochist?
this is the thing. The only reason you have children coming in here slurring is because you started the slurs and they don't respect you, Dean. Okay? So I know you can debate that as well, but go ahead. Let's start there. You're
Are you a
disrespected. You're disrespected by your chat because you're a little trolling slur boy. Okay? Go ahead. Your turn.
Are you a masochist?
Oh, look at the nervous laugh, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, troll boy. Your turn.
Okay,
I'll give you the floor.
I'm asking you a question. Are you a masochist?
No, you got the floor. You got the floor.
Okay, can you answer my question?
Is this a yes or no question, or can I have nuance to it, or what do you want to do here?
It's a yes or no question. Are you a masochist?
No, I'm absolutely not.
I don't know, man. You seem like one. Because you just come up here and you embarrass yourself. Like you didn't have to say.
I'm embarrassing myself. Calling you out for...
I'm just one moment. I was in the middle of my sentence.
Oh, here
Like
comes the muting.
Yeah, because you were interrupting me.
Oh, okay. No, you're getting dog...
And you're already banned. I know that you got a billion accounts. Go get on another one of them. Go get on another one of your accounts, Liam. Get back in that queue. Like, you already got a flag for harassment and bullying. Like, okay, Liam, if you come back up in here, you like have to try to be like a normal person. like you gotta like try your best to like be a normal person. I think. Like TikTok is like really strict with their terms and policy and whatnot. So just try your very best to be a normal person and don't like harass or bully me. Not that I really care. I mean, I was laughing at you, but I think that TikTok cares. We'll give him a second to come back up in here. In the meantime, we'll try to get someone else up. But what I was going to say there is I think that he is a masochist and has like a kink for embarrassment or shame. Because the first thing that he said is like, oh, Dean, you're scared to be talking to a really masculine man. Like he didn't have to say that. Like he didn't have to embarrass himself, but he did.
Fake
so
donations,
anyways.
Dean Withers. Fake donations.
Okay, weird. So do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump. He's my Lord and Savior.
Okay, you're a troll.
No, I'm not. What are you talking
You
about?
just called Trump your Lord and Savior.
No shit.
It's crazy that I have to like do some calculus here to try to determine if you're telling the truth or not. If
Yes,
you're a
I'm
troll,
telling the truth.
Please just leave. Like,
No,
because
I'm not
I
trolling.
don't want to talk to trolls. I want to talk to real Trump supporters.
I am a real Trump supporter.
So you actually think that Trump is your Lord and Savior, or is that like a joke?
No, I'm dead ass. That is my Lord and Savior. I worship him. You know how like everybody in North Korea has like pictures of Kim Jong-un displayed all over the place?
Okay.
That's like my house with Donald.
Yeah, you're a troll. You're a troll. Moving on to the next guest right now. Y'all only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA, please. I know that Liam has about 1 billion accounts, but he actually isn't coming back on any of them. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, so I just had one question about this.
Wow. Well, good for you, fetus, but you got to be at least 18 to join. All right, moving on to the next guest. Trash Stone, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying here's my contribution to the grift. And then Aaron with the $10 on Super Chat.
Yo,
who
hello,
says,
Dean.
For the grifter, quote unquote, slur boy with the fake views,
Hello,
fake
Dean.
donations. Hi, how old are you? What year were you born in?
You're a fucking nigger. Fuck niggers. Fuck.
All right, yeah, we're at, what is that, 4 people in the night so far in the last 1 hour? 4 people in 1 hour coming up here, dropping the N-word. But meanwhile, we've had like 0 people come up here and give a cogent counter argument to anything that I've said. Very, very terrible. Very terrible. Moving on to the next guest here, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Once again, I'll repeat it. Why do they do that to themselves? Like, it makes them look so bad, bro. Like, it just makes them look terrible when they come up here and they say the N-word like that. All right, welcome in. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We have MMFL connecting to the live stream. Okay, they left too. 1 hour and 14 minutes into the stream. No debates. I think that we may be setting a new record. we may be setting a new record, folks. Yeah, the riot is just holy shit. They're just doing the what's her fucking name? Really like ugly person, Laura Loomer. They're doing the Laura Loomer thing when they lose and they're like obviously losing. Okay, 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm distracted. I'm gonna cut myself off in the middle of that sentence. There's a bunch of people saying that the live is glitching on TikTok. How is the live glitching? I don't see any glitch. Hi Noah, how old are you?
I'm 18 or 19. My bad.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. And do you support Trump?
No, but I have a question.
Noah, you're banned, quite frankly. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest, we got Lyric Edits loading up into the box. I really think that Bad Bunny broke MAGA yesterday. Maybe that's why we can't find anybody. Bad Bunny fucking broke them. They're all just like crashing out, doing their Laura Loomer thing, spamming slurs, being super racist. Like, the masks are off, man. It's like, the masks are off. And the brains are gone, dude. And Angelica, thank you for the motorcycle. Appreciate that. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do, bro.
Yeah, how does it feel to be an absolute, total, complete loser? We've been live for
How does it feel to be a bisexual femboy, faggot?
Okay, you just did the same thing too. You just did the same thing too, bro. Holy shit, bro. We're at 5. We're getting some of the best arguments ever tonight. No, truly, really. We're getting some of the best arguments ever. We're at 5. So 4 people screaming the N-word. 1 person dropping the F slur. This is the best that MAGA has anymore.
Okay. I don't say the N-word. I don't say the N-word. That's not me.
It's the best that they have. It's like genuinely and sincerely the best that they have. How does it feel to be lost, broken, and pissed? Like, truly, these people have realized they're in the wrong because Trump is indefensible. And their white fragility is uncontrollable, seemingly. It's like they can't even like handle hearing somebody articulate why Trump is a bad president. It sends them into an uncontrollable spiral. And just, they're just tantrum throwing racist toddlers. W Bad Bunny. I mean, he just broke them. Hi, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
19.
Sounds good. So are you going to be like the first Trump supporter of the day that doesn't like drop a slur to own the libs? Like, are you going to try to give like a legitimate argument insofar as why Trump is a good president?
Well, I got one good reason why he's a good president.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it.
Well, he's trying to bring this country in dictatorship.
Oh, very nice. So dictatorship is good.
Yes.
Okay, could you please give me one historical example of a dictatorship working in the interest of the people? Because the issue with dictatorships and authoritarianism as a whole is the fact that there's an incentive structure that works against the betterment of the people. Because when you have like one unified body, okay, that can't be checked or balanced by their constituents, well, then they're incentivized to work in their own best interests. And the enrichment of that one unified body is often towards the detriment of the people in which they represent. Because then like less of the money is going to the constituents, more of the money is going to them. Like when you have like your political dissenters, like in that constituent base that, you know, may disagree with the dictatorship, like they're often like killed or oppressed, because if there were to be enough constituents that shared that opinion, then a civil war could break out. So could you please give me one example of a dictatorship in history that was good?
In history, that was good. Okay, I'll give you one that was in history. For example, Hitler. You see all of the population.
Oh yeah, so we're at 4 people like screaming the N-word, 1 person screaming the F slur, then 1 person saying that they love Hitler. 0 people, by the way, so far have given us an argument why Trump is good. This live is really exposing the hell out of the right. Wow. Oh boy. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I actually just want to talk about the halftime show, the All-American halftime show, if we could.
Are you a Republican?
I'm just trying to make a joke about how the All-American one was actually...
Okay, well, appreciate it, man, but we're just looking for Trump supporters. Like, we've been live for over an hour and haven't been able to find any. All right, guys, if you want to support me, I'll pay for my therapy. You can actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. You could also find them in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream, and they're also on the top of the phone screen. The handle's right there. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love tonight. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I am 24.
And what year were you born in?
2001.
Okay, check this out. So far, I've been live for an hour and 20 minutes. We've had 4 people come up here and scream the N-word. 1 person come up here and scream the F slur. Then another person just came up here and like said that they love Hitler. Do you know how many people we've like had come up here and like give a defensible argument insofar as why Trump is a good president?
Dude, it's honestly embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah. I think that really screams that the right is just falling to bits and pieces. But you know, let's see if you could turn it around. So take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump's laws or his policies on abortion.
Anything else or just that?
There's a few more.
Because like
I support the Second Amendment right and the First Amendment's freedom of speech, but.
Okay, well, he doesn't. So, I mean, he's launched an attack on the First Amendment. He said it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. He got his FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, to take Jimmy Kimmel off air by threatening ABC and Disney. Not to mention that he, like, now under his administration, in order to be a reporter in the Pentagon, you have to, like, sign an express approval sheet saying that before you report on anything, it will be approved by the administration. So that's kind of crazy. In reference to the Second Amendment, he's also launched an attack on that. Most notably with telling his DOJ that he wants them to find any way possible to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. So like blatantly 2A that the NRA, very far right, came out and made a statement against the administration saying that this is blatantly unconstitutional. And then B, this was then followed up by his attack on Alex Pretty, right? Because remember, the whole administration's response, including his, was to say that Alex Pretty deserved it, was this assassin there to cause maximum damage, or was a domestic terrorist, because Alex Pretty was armed legally before the cops murdered him. So that was also a massive, massive attack on the Second Amendment. So, I mean, how do you consolidate the fact that you're telling us that you support Trump because of the First and Second Amendment? Meanwhile, I don't think that we've had another president, maybe since Bush, that has been worse for the First Amendment and the Second Amendment in our lifetimes.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about abortion first, just because it's something that I believe in deeply. I mean, I had the reason being is
okay. Well, I'm going to need a response to what I said. Now, that response can be, Dean, you've proved me wrong. Trump is unconstitutional. He doesn't care about the First or Second Amendment, but I still support him regardless because of abortion.
I guess I support him just because, like, you know, he's our president, and you know, people say, like, they use Christianity, like, I'm a Christian, but they use that as a tool to spread hatred in this country. And
Yeah,
I
those people
don't
are
agree with
Trump.
that. What?
Those people, quote unquote, are Trump.
Yeah, it makes me mad because we try to spread this message of love and peace, and yet as a country I guess I say we as a country in terms of Trump being
That's
in
what Bad Bunny
charge.
did. That's what Bad Bunny did last night. Bad Bunny did
I
that
know.
last night. Yeah, yeah. And,
I
and
watched his halftime show and I
what was
loved
the
it.
what was the response from the right?
Hatred.
Right, right. And I feel like this is maybe a really good reason for you as a Christian who wants to try your best to represent those Christian morals well to leave the right and to stop supporting Trump, because Trump doesn't represent true Christian moral values at all. I mean, he is filled with hate, he is filled with loath, he is filled with pride, he is filled with greed, and he's filled with this vindictiveness against, any opponent that he self-identifies. Rather, it's because they serve a threat to his administration, a threat to the implementation of his policy, or just a threat to himself because of his own bigotry surrounding predominantly black people and immigrants. And that's incredibly clear. He thinks that immigrants are the quote-unquote poison of the blood of our country, and apparently thinks that black people are literal apes, monkeys, gorillas. And that's maybe why he posted a picture of Barack and Michelle Obama superimposed onto the bodies of gorillas on Truth Social less than a week ago, right? Like, any really good Christian definitely shouldn't support the Trump administration today.
I totally get that, but like the Bible says that we have to respect those in power. Now, granted, like what Trump has done has been fucking awful. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like I get that he was trying to depict himself as the king of the jungle by being the lion in the Lion King bit that he put out there.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I was just saying, like, I as a Christian support him because that's what we're told, but as a free thinking person, you got to look at the bad too. And I can say that I'm more of a
if you lived in Germany in the 1930s, would you have respected Hitler because he was in power?
I don't know. I wouldn't have supported him because he's still going against the people.
Okay, so you're not going to support a president that goes against the people. So when Trump supports the murder of the people, when Donald Trump supports the persecution of the people, the unjust persecution, when Donald Trump takes away from the people, defunding Medicaid, defunding food stamps, refusing to abide by court order to feed them out, to pay out food stamps, when Donald Trump takes away from the people by redistributing wealth from the low class to the high class, when Donald Trump takes away from the people by restricting women and girls' access to abortion, and when Donald Trump takes away from the people by eroding the checks and balances on himself by circumventing Congress and SCOTUS to attempt to illegally amend and change the Constitution, which is the law of the people, all right? It just seems like you kind of set that aside and then you say, well, guess what? I'm still a Trump supporter because the Bible tells me to respect the authorities in power.
Yeah, no, I get that, but what I'm saying is, I think you can still be. Would you say you could still be Republican and not be a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say is that.
Is that you?
What?
Is that you? Are you an anti-Trump Republican?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, you came up on this live saying that you're a pro-Trump Republican, so it seems like I've been able to change your mind.
I think I've been watching your streams for a while, and you've been opening up my mind more to the bad that's been going on.
Good.
Good.
Can we talk about one last little thing here before I move on?
For sure.
Abortion. So it's your view that abortion is a sin, and for that reason it should be illegal, right?
Not just that reason. I mean, I had a baby brother who was not murdered in the womb. He was a stillborn. And so for that reason, the pain I had to go through from losing, my sibling.
Yeah.
The pain that I had to watch my mom and my dad go through. On top of that, my mom worked in labor and delivery at this time. So just like her seeing, babies that were welcomed into the world, just was hard on her as well.
Okay, so it just kind of makes you sad. Okay, well, just something making you sad isn't good reason to ban it. Holy crap, definitely not. I mean, once again, I'd say maybe the only argument that you could make here is that you're a Christian, it's a sin, and you think that it should be legal because it's a sin, not because the idea of abortion makes you sad. That's just a very emotionally driven position.
Yeah, but emotions drive results.
Okay, well, no, I think that emotions drive tyranny. I think that emotions are what led to slavery. I think that emotions are what led to segregation. I think that emotions are what led to oppression of women, oppression of minorities. I think that we need to be critical thinkers and engage in rational thought. And I think any attempt to deny the importance of critical thought is very ill-willed and often very malice. So it is very insane to argue that, well, maybe like we should support abortion bans that have now led to 60 pregnant victims of rape per day and be denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states. But then when we start exploring the reasons why maybe some of us support those abortion bans, we just kind of say our emotions. You know, like if we let the emotions of men dictate what women can or cannot legally do, then women never would have been able to legally open a bank account, never been able to legally vote, would have been able to legally report rape and marriage, never would have been legally able to open a credit card, never legally been able to go into the workforce. I mean, I think that's a very, very, very bad argument.
True. I guess so, but I think that you look at other causes that are driven by emotion, like Black Lives Matter, and
no, racial equality is not driven by emotion. In fact, you should accept this. Like as a Christian, especially, you'd argue that's not driven by emotion. That's driven by divine perfection, because it is in the order of the divine perfection of the Christian God that all people are equal and all people should be treated fairly. The BLM movement is simply one to represent the advancement of racial equality to hope to achieve an end goal of equal treatment and a fair treatment for all, regardless of the color of your skin. So.
All right. Well, Dean, you won.
Okay. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day, dude.
You as well, man.
All right. Looks like little boy Liam is back inside of the queue. Now we're going to have little boy Liam tone down his language and stop being like too crazy. Liam, listen. So here's my thing.
Do you really think I was bullying? Do you honestly think I was?
No,
Just
but
be
I think
honest. Be honest.
TikTok thought that you were bullying. I mean, actually, technically, yeah, you were totally bullying me, but I could take it. It's fine. Like I don't care. I get treated a lot worse every day. Like yeah, like you technically were bullying when you're like saying that it was like, oh, my fault for being a little boy that people were coming up here.
Stop
and
cutting
like,
me
sure,
off.
There's
Dude.
like totally like technically bullying, but I don't care. I get a lot worse. But TikTok does care, and they'll ban you for that. So seriously, Liam, the moment I hear you say something that I think could violate or encroach on TikTok's harassment and bullying clause, I'm gonna have to ban you. All right, I want to try to have a conversation with you. I'm going to try my best here, but seriously, like you encroach upon that, I'm going to ban you. So what I'd recommend is just trying to keep the insults to a minimum. I know that would be very hard for you to do because you act like a petulant man-child. But if you do want to insult me, try to get creative with it and do it in such a way that wouldn't be flagged by the TOS. Okay?
Okay, sounds great. How did I possibly bully you or ad hom you or anything in the first little argument that I brought to the table?
The only thing that we're going over was like little boy, like really. So just like be careful.
No,
with
what
your
I
language.
said. Okay.
Don't repeat what you said because that will get you banned.
I'll call you a young man. But what my
yeah,
first
sure, call me a
point
young man.
was
That's fine.
my first point was that you are not respected by your chat because you're the one that started the slurs. Okay. Now
I
they
certainly
all
didn't.
come up here. Yes, you did. You're the one
No,
that
I don't control the agency of the people that come up here and drop slurs, dude. Don't know why you're acting like I do.
No, I understand that, but
It's
you
very
were found
dense
you were
argument to make.
You were found slurring on TikTok as a young man who had no direction. Now you use people like Santana when I'm around to build your.
I don't know why you want to misrepresent the past. So what happened is, we go over this like every day for the last couple of years. It's fine, whatever. So when I was 14, one of my white friends.
We don't need to go over
a Fortnite edit. Then I responded by saying that edit is hella goated my N-word. Yeah, that's very wrong, okay? The N-word was definitely a part of my vocabulary when I was 14 because I had a similar mental acuity and level of education as the average guest that joins my life today. But the reasons why I do these live streams is to attempt to get less people to be like I was when I was 14 because I understand how access to critical thought, information, and education can make somebody a better person. All right. Now, I don't think that you have any grounding to sit up here and tell me that I'm somehow a bad person because I used the N-word when I was 14 at the age of 21 after taking accountability and holding myself responsible for that, while simultaneously turning around and supporting Trump as president, even though it wasn't only even 4 days ago when he posted a very racist depiction of Barack and Michelle Obama as apes on Truth Social, even though he was sued in 1978 for violating the Civil Rights Act and specifically refusing to rent to black people. All right. Even though he was calling for the death penalty to the exonerated Central Park Five after they were exonerated, or even though he's now allowing ICE to racially profile immigrants because of the color of their skin. All right? Let's be clear here. Let's be super clear here. You're a hypocrite. And you'll always be a hypocrite unless you are able to make the same change I did when I was a child, and you're a grown man, which would be to wake up to what's true and what's false, to become the best possible version of yourself, to accept critical thought, and get yourself out of this cult-like mindset where you just bow the knee down to whatever, the godly Trump says. And whenever a young man like me on the internet tells you otherwise, you just hate him, hate him, hate him. All right, Liam? You're a very hateful person.
Are we going to have a conversation? Are we going to have a conversation? You're going to mute me and just yap.
Well, I will absolutely mute you when you misrepresent me as being racist. I will absolutely do that, and I do not apologize, and I will do it again.
So all I said was the youth do not respect you because of the things that you have said in your youth. Okay? And I said, let's debate that right away. And I understand that
I'm not debating my youth with you because
hang on,
I've already had that conversation about
hang
a
on.
billion times.
Good God, dude. Can I mute you when I want to try to get a word in?
And by the way, if the youth didn't respect me, then I probably wouldn't be one of the most followed young Gen Z political voices on the internet. You say the youth doesn't respect me, as we actively have 27,000 live viewers, with a disproportionate amount of them being on the younger side.
Well, the problem is you've been live for almost an hour, and you've basically had no strong debaters in there. Either you are so powerful in your debating skills and everyone is so scared to debate Mr. Dean Withers, or you don't get any respect from the people who actually, truly, honestly follow, the conservative party. Now you have.
Well, guess what?
Hang on.
I think that you're finally saying something that's true, my friend. I think that you're finally saying something that's true.
Or the people who really want to debate, who are strong debaters, just think that you're a troll and they'll leave him to his kids are going to slur all day long.
Well, that's not what Charlie Kirk said about me. That's not what Charlie Kirk said about me. Charlie Kirk said that he thought that I was an incredibly intelligent young man that he'd love to have another conversation with. Oh, okay, yeah. So let's take that point that figures on the right. Okay, just view me as a troll who shouldn't be entertained at all, considering the fact that, this image of, the most powerful and influential debate figure on the right that's now commemorated close to, this type of godly essence, said the exact opposite.
So the thing is in your debates with Kirk, you're a smart young man. In the sense that you're not going to bring something like Parker and try to get a gotcha win. You're more debating for your future. You know what?
Let's get some baby bottles in the chat.
Hang on. I'm Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to think, what, Dean's actually, I think I could see Dean turning to the Conservative Party, actually. He kind of brought a nice argument. We had a good time. Parker, on the other hand, he's a buffoon. He's a mama's boy who's been given everything. It has no substance.
It's been an hour and 36 minutes since I've heard an argument insofar as why Trump is good as president. So are you going to engage in political discourse with me insofar as why we should still support the Trump administration after all of the tyranny and horror that we've been witnessing over the course of the last year and a half? Or are you going to sit up on my live and whine? Which one, Liam?
Yeah, sure. Let's have a debate on.
Sounds good. I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. First and foremost, thank you so much for the 20 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Darian, I appreciate you so much, Darian. Let's get 200 Darian W's down below in that comment section. Darian with the 20 euros says, these callers are like the Westminster show for MAGA Pet Rocks. Appreciate you so much for that love. And don't disrespect Pet Rocks. By the way, he got another violation. He's just a hateful person. That's why he's getting all those violations. Thank you so much for that love, Darian. Laura, thank you for the $5, who says, in my opinion, the reason why you have all of these trolls is that the number of Trump supporters are dwindling, and you've certainly played a hand in that. Keep it up. Thank you for the $5, Laura. Nicole, thank you for the $1. I'm so sorry. I'm just now seeing this, Laura. Sorry, not Laura, Nicole. And then Hannah, thank you for the $20. She says, fuck Donald Trump. Much love for all you do. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Hannah. Show some love to Hannah down below in that comment section for the massive $20 donation. And then Trey, thank you for the $7 and the 77 cents. Who says, hey, cool shirt. Appreciate that, Trey. Reese, thank you for the $5. And then Bridget, thank you for the $1. Those are all the donations over on Venmo from the last 36 minutes. So we're all caught up over there. over on PayPal. Amber, thank you. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. And I've not seen that victim testimony. Please share a link. Thank you for the $10. Kaylee, thank you for the $10 as well. You says, what are your thoughts on people have the attitude of we should all just keep our political opinions to ourselves? Like droids, okay, that just aren't educated. Thank you for the $10. Then Katharina, thank you for the $5. She says, you're jobless now. You defeated all the Trump supporters. I guess so. Thank you guys so much for the love. All right, folks. Sounds good. So we are now getting pretty close to 2 hours on the TikTok live stream. And unfortunately, at this point, we are going to go ahead and do a reset for the safety of the live. So if you know anything about TikTok, they've been coming down hard on live stream creators, particularly those engaging in political debate. And the way that we ensure the integrity of the live stream and that I don't get a bunch of bans is by doing restarts around every 2 hours, which is super unfortunate. If you want to be able to watch these streams on a platform where I don't have to end and restart them, you can go over to my YouTube channel. Like for instance, we're also live over there and we're not going to have to hit a restart. You could find that in the link tree in my bio. But if you are going to stay on TikTok, here's how to come back. First and foremost, hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner of that phone screen. So then you'll be able to find my new live on your following list. And then second of all, once the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended and it will show you my profile picture. Now, if you click on that profile picture, it'll just send you over to my account page. And once you're on my account page, wait 10, 15 seconds, refresh the account page, then click into the new live. Because guess what? These restarts are quick. They last and take less than 5 seconds. So we're all going to do that now. One other thing to keep in mind is that when you come back into the stream, I'm not going to be in this chair because I'm going to go pee real quick. But that's all right. I'm self-described as a quick pisser by many, so that my business will be handled rather quickly. And then we'll just hop right back into the debates. So we're going to go ahead and hit that reset right now. I will see you all in less than 10 seconds. I would highly influence you to please come back after these restarts. For whatever reason, many people don't come back and just leave. But we have another 2.5 hours of debate. So I'll see you all here in a moment. All right. We are already restarted over on TikTok for everybody watching on YouTube. Like I said, I'm going to go pee. And we're back! Hands washed and everything. That has got to be a new all-time record. Quite frankly, all-time record. All right, let's go ahead and hop back into this debates. Folks, only hop inside of that queue on TikTok if you know it. If you're a Trump supporter. It's been all day, man, and we haven't had a conversation with a Trump supporter for more than 10 minutes because guess what? There's no defense. Moving on to the first guest of the restart, we got Trevor loading up. Everyone, make sure that you're double tap on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Now that was a quick pick.
All right, I heard you say no, but you said now that was a quick piss, which it was. So true. Feel free to hop back inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. I think I may have kicked you a little bit too soon. Moving on to the next guest, we got Treble363 loading up. One person I'd like to thank over on Super Chat real quick is KT. Thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars. I appreciate you so much for that love, KT. Show some love to KT down below in that comment section, y'all. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate everyone so much. Thank y'all so much for the support. Y'all's support allows me to continue to do these streams 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, 4 weeks a month, and 12 months a year. So thank you. Thank you so much. Show some love to KT down below. And if you want to support me, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle is, of course, at the top of the phone screen. You can attach a message. I get 100% of those proceeds, and I'll try my best to read your message off. Moving on to the next guest right now. We're still looking for that very first Trump supporter of the restart, and hopefully we got the next guest loaded in right now. Here we go. Welcome in, Addison. Do you support Trump?
Oh, hello. Okay, so actually, my grandma does, and I have a question. I actually Venmoed you about this, but I don't think you got the chance to read it off. But So my grandma is a pastor's wife. I'm a pastor's granddaughter, and I actually grew up very
So Addison,
traditional and
we are just looking for Trump supporters right now. It's actually been close to 2 hours without a single debate. So unfortunately, I am going to move on here. But if you want to quickly ask a question, feel free to, and I'd love to respond to it. But like I said, it has seriously been close to 2 hours without a debate. So it's like my threshold for allowing non-Trump supporters on the live is like near inexistent.
No, I completely understand. No, I got you. Next time I hop in the queue, I'll be with my grandma, so just look out for me.
Sounds good, Addison. Hopefully I'll talk to you and your
Okay.
grandma soon. Elijah, welcome in. How old are you?
I'm not going up, but I love you.
All right, guys. Please stop the trolling for the day. Please stop the hopping in the queue unless you're a Trump supporter for the day. It's been 2 hours. I mean, literally half of the live stream. It's really annoying. Welcome into Sport Trump, Theodora.
I do not, but I have a question, and
Okay, Theodora, you just heard me tell everyone that I don't have any threshold for allowing non-Trump supporters on the live. I bet that you're a very special person and many distinct regards. However, you are not special when it comes to a special allowance to join this live stream, even though you're not a Trump supporter. How do you support Trump, K Thunder?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, sounds good, man. What month were you born in?
August.
All right, sounds good, dude. I'm gonna thank a couple people that'll pass you that mic. Bro, fucking Aaron. Aaron, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. I saw that just came through. Thank you so much for that love, man. I want to see 500 big W's for Aaron down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Aaron. Show some love to Aaron down below. Seriously, bro, that is so much money. Thank you so much. Aaron with the 50 says, keep it up. You know I will, bro. I do this every day, all day. Show some love to Aaron down below. Then Mad Daddy Moonshine, appreciate you for the $10. Who says, I'm 48 years old and respect the hell out of you, bro. You know I got some respect for you as well. It's good to see you again, dude, and thank you for the 10. Then Liam, thank you for the $10. She says, Dean, as a Liam, I apologize for that other Liam being a little biatch. Ah, man. I mean, we already know that other Liam's a little biatch, quite frankly. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $10. We're all caught up over there to quickly catch up on PayPal. Miss Miranda, thank you for the $20 donation. Fuck yes, Miranda. Thank you so much. Miranda with the 20 says, Dean, I've been a follower for a really long time. Have you ever thought about doing a special live debating psychics again? Oh, man. Honestly, we should do that one of these nights because that was so fucking fun, Miranda. It's crazy that you remember that. Let's get 200 Miranda W's. And then Fussy, thank you for the $14 over on PayPal. It's good to see you, my friend, as always. Show some love to Fussy down below. Show some love to Fussy down below. And the mic and the floor, yours, dude. Take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump. Or actually, before you answer that question, I want to ask you another question. What halftime show did you watch last night?
Me?
Yeah.
What was the question?
What halftime show did you watch last night? Turning Points or Bad Bunnies?
Bad Bunnies.
Oh, okay. What did you think of the All-American halftime show from Turning Point?
Thought it was all right.
You thought it was all right?
I don't really care too much for it, you know. I just thought it was all right.
It was kind of cringy.
I just listened to it.
It's kind of cringy, yeah, for sure. So, how the hell could you still support Trump?
Quick question: Are you? This is a big emergency. Are you familiar with the planned something going on in Minnesota?
I'm not familiar with the planned something going on in Minnesota.
There's a planned mass pew pew going on in Minnesota. Just thought to let you know.
I'll look
I don't know if you're familiar with it.
So why do you support Trump?
Oh, because he's a good president. He's trying to turn this country around. Trying to make us into a dictatorship.
Oh, yeah, you're the same Hitler guy?
No, I never said I liked Hitler.
Yeah, you did. You said that an example of a good dictator was Hitler. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest, folks. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. We have Foreign Substance 0 loading up into the box right now, folks. Yeah, dude. We might go a full 4-hour stream with no debates. Honestly, when we do that, I'll probably just quit. I've said that for a while now, and I think I mean it. When we're able to go a full 4-hour stream without any debates, I'll probably just quit doing what I do. And this is the closest we've ever been. Like seriously, guys, we're close to 2 hours. So this is definitely the closest we've ever been. I bet we'll get a debate here soon. I bet we will. Foreign Substance, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
That's irrelevant.
It is totally relevant. And the fact that you said it's irrelevant tells me that you're under the age of 18, so goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, we got PCAR6 loaded up in the box, folks. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA, please, please, please. We just got to do another crazy donation on Venmo. Mr. Max, thank you so much for the $50, bro. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. That is so kind of you. I want to see 500 Pickle Max W's down below. Max with the 50 says, fuck eyes, fuck Trump, and keep doing what you're doing, brother. All the love. All the love to yourself as well, man. Absolute truth nuke you dropped there. Fuck eyes and fuck Trump as always. And thank you for the $50 donation. Huge shout out to you. Show some love to Max down below in that comment section. Welcome in R6. Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean.
All right, man. Well, I love you too, but right now I kind of hate you because we've been close to 2 hours without any debates. So, quite frankly, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. Follow the rules. It's not hard at all. I swear to God. I swear to God. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, but you keep it.
Same fetus. Moving on to Addie, folks. You got to be at least 18. You got to be an adult. You got to be an American, and you got to support Trump. Moving on to the next guest. Addie, how do you support Trump?
I have a question.
How old are you? You're obviously underage, so bye. What are you doing? Why do you do that? Like, why? Like, why? We like, clearly, we're only talking to Trump supporters, clearly. How do you support Trump?
Hello.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Also, like, clearly, we're only talking to Trump supporters. Have we not made that clear in the last 2 hours of kicking every single person that has joined? I thought we had. Hi, do you support Trump?
Nigger.
All right, sixth person of the day spam the N-word. Still 0 people with an argument for why Trump is a good president. Moving on to B. Randon. Here we go, y'all. Only up on side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. B. Randon, do you support Trump?
Actually, I wanted to say I sent you a donation.
Do you
I was
support Trump?
wrongfully banned from your Discord server.
Okay, bro. Honestly, with that attitude, you may have deserved the ban because what the hell are you doing breaking my rules and joining the live? Moving on to Zoe, y'all. We got the next guest, Zoe, loading up in the box. What are we doing, folks? What are we doing? Like literally, what are we doing? Like, do you support Trump?
Hey, so I support Trump in one aspect, in the fact that he released...
How old are you?
I'm 34.
Okay, and overall, knowing everything I do now, if you're teleported back to last November, would you vote for Trump?
So essentially, I actually voted for Kamala, but
okay, would you still
Trump
like
in the sense...
knowing everything that you know now, if you were teleported back to November of 2024, would you voted for Kamala Harris again?
Well, if you let me finish, I was going to say I support him essentially because he released Epstein files, and just so you know, I do believe I actually survived Trump trying to traffic me. So, just wondering if that would pique your interest at all.
What?
Not a troll. Yeah, it sounds insane, but I'm not a troll. So if you want to talk about it, cool. If not, I get it.
What would you like to share with us?
Well, I'm shaking.
I get that.
Sorry, I've been waiting a while, and
how about this?
I get a lot of dismissiveness. Yeah. I'm glad that you. I've tried to come up and talk to you a couple times, but obviously it's very frightening, just getting even on a platform like this. But essentially, what happened to me was, I became an anti-Trump artist. I wrote an anti-Trump song some 8 years ago. I went on American Idol. Katy Perry requested that I sing my anti-Trump song. I was set up to fail. I look very silly on the show.
And
I've been completely censored off the internet ever since. I had more followers before I was on American Idol.
One moment.
Yeah.
So I dropped you a follow on my DNC Dean account. You'll see that.
Thanks.
When you leave the live. Now, what I want to do is I want to talk to you in DMs first. Okay. I want to make sure that I have the chance to vet you, and then
that's fine.
Then
I
after
would so
vetting,
appreciate it.
we'll bring you back up on the live. So like I said, when you check your following, you'll see that you were followed by an account named DNC Dean, and I'm gonna shoot you a DM and I'll vet you,
Okay.
and then we'll take it from there. All right?
Okay. Would you just write down my name too? So because they follow me, I'm hacked like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like you get cut off. So if you would just write down my name.
Yeah, I have your name. I have your name.
And then, all right, thanks, Dean. I appreciate it so much. I really, really do.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, I'll send you a DM. And once again, that account is going to be DNC Dean. That account is going to be DNC Dean. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Mickey loading up into the box right now, folks. Only op inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. And folks, I have a journalistic obligation to first vet her before we have her on the live. That is a journalistic obligation that everybody with a big platform shares. I hope that you understand. We're going to move on to the next guest, Casey. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hi, welcome into You Sport Trump. Hello? Casey? Nope, they left as well. Moving on to the next guest, Brandon Bright. All right, Brandon Bright didn't connect. Moving on to the next guest, that guy. Hi, do you support Trump? Nope, just pissing on life. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only op inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Only op inside of the queue if you're an adult. All right, here we go. It's never been this bad, bro. Can y'all like share this live with your Trump supporting friends and family and then convince them to debate me? We've been live for 2 hours. Yeah, no debates. Like, I think that they're all in hiding. I think that all Trump supporters ever are in hiding. They've been defeated. They know that they're in the wrong. Hi, how old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Do you support Trump?
I don't think Trump is a bad person.
Okay, what month in 2007 were you born in?
August 6th.
Then you would.
I
be
know I sound
18.
young. I'm sorry about that.
If you were born in August of 2007, you'd be 18 years old. Good day. Moving on to the next guest, Davey. Here we go. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes.
Davey, how old are you?
Sorry, meeting.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
November.
All right, give me a moment. I'm going to thank a couple of people. Rodney, thank you so much for the $10 over on Vimeo. Says, I don't see any mention of a mass shooting in Minnesota right now. You might want to keep that guy's name in case. Oh, so true. Thank you, Rodney. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. All right, a couple other people to thank here. Dallas, thank you for the $25. I appreciate you so much for that love, Dallas. Thank you so much for that kindness, bro. Drop me a link, bro. I'll check it out. Thank you so much. Let's get 250 Dallas W's. Appreciate you for the support. Then Callie, thank you for the $10. Who says, sadly, my dad is joining ICE and there's nothing I could do about it. No matter how much I haven't seen you change people's minds, it gives me a little bit of hope. Holy fuck, Callie. I don't know what I would do if I was in that situation. That is a very hard situation to be in. I'd also like to thank Morgan for the $5. One moment. Sophie, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much, Morgan and Sophie. And then Deanna, thank you for the $10. Who says, first time donating, long time watcher. I'm a dog groomer and love listening to you when I work. Love you. Love you too, Deanna. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. And once again, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, my TikTok account, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen. Davey, take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president.
Hey, I got a question though. Like before I start talking.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, awesome.
You know,
Can you stop eating when you're talking to me?
Yeah, I'm eating a Talenti ice cream. My bad. But
Can you just put that away while you're on the live? I mean, I think that's fair.
yeah. Hey, if people hate ice so much, why don't we just melt them?
Yeah, joke. Okay, haha. So why do you support Trump?
No, like, no, I'm like being serious.
Yeah, because they're not actually like ice cubes, so they can't melt. Haha.
Wait, seriously?
So, yeah, haha. So why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because, you know, he's cool, you know? Like he's
Yeah,
just
definitely
cool,
a Trump
yeah.
supporter because he's terrible at comedy. He's cool. Okay, how so? And what is
Dude, that's
making him a good
mean.
president?
Come on. That's really mean.
Okay, yeah, I don't care. Cool. Good for you. So, are you going to answer the question, please?
Okay. No, I'm gonna be honest. I don't. I just wanted to fuck with you, but
Okay,
it's cool
okay.
talking to you.
All right, so moving on to the next guest. Rules to join are you going to be 18 plus, American and MAGA? Rule breakers will be permanently banned. No exceptions. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We had JV unloading into the box right now. Here we go, folks. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, yes, I do.
How old are you?
22.
Okay, could you please unmuffle your mic? There's a massive muffle on it.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay, is there anything that you could do? Could you unplug or take off any Bluetooth devices, cases that you might have on the phone?
Yeah, hold on real quick.
There's clearly something that's on the microphone that we could hear going, like crinkled wrapping paper.
Yeah, I was wiping it off. Can you hear me better?
It's honestly really muffled, but I don't know. I'll try my best. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, I support Trump because of his immigration policies per se.
Yeah, which specific immigration policies?
I'd probably say the new immigration law. I don't know who.
Yeah, what new immigration law? Which one?
The one where if you self-deport, you can get money and then rejoin America.
How old did you say that you were?
22.
What year were you born in?
2003.
Okay, I think that you're trolling. Hope you have a good rest of your day. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Brandon Wright loading up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Plus, I'm sorry. I couldn't take the mic. I'm sorry, folks. I do support Trump.
I love you! You're such a...
Okay, man. Not the day, man. Moving on to the next guest. We got Gage loading up in the box. Hi, do you support Trump, Gage?
Yeah.
How old are you?
22.
What year are you born in?
2003.
Okay. Yeah, your bio says God first. You say that you're a Trump supporting American. I don't understand how any good Christian could well, okay, he left. All right. I couldn't even get 4 words in before he left, so moving on to the next guest, Michael. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hi, Michael.
Hello,
Do you support
hello.
Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
What year are you born in?
2005.
What month?
February 26.
All right. Why do you support Trump?
Because I love him, stupid white boy.
You love him. Okay. All right. Well, you left as well. Moving on to the next guest. We got Keegan loading up in the box. I mean, these are actual
How's it
Trump
going?
supporters, but they're just very clearly scared of me. Hi, Keegan. How old are you?
21.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
I do.
What year were you born in?
2004.
Are you a coward like every other guest that has joined so far today?
I am not.
What is your take on why you think we've been live for 2 hours with total combined viewership over 30,000 right now? But in 2 hours, we haven't been able to find a single Trump supporter who's been able to stay up here for more than maybe 5 minutes. What do you think that is? Do you think that's because Donald Trump truly is a terrible president, and I've been right all along, and that there's just no cogent views insofar as why a suggestion otherwise would be correct, and then just kind of get embarrassed once you make a bad argument that gets defeated, so you leave? I don't know. What's your take?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but you've also had a bunch of viewers that don't support Trump joining your live and screaming and stuff.
It's been a mix.
So,
It's been a mix. I think the
it's about
reason why we
equal.
see an overpopulation of trolls is because of an underpopulation of Trump supporters to begin with. But take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
I haven't seen any trolls so far. I just got on here, but whatever you say.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Support him because he's done a lot for this country, in my opinion.
Okay, like what? Give us the worst annualized
yeah,
jobs
I mean,
report
it's my
since the Great
opinion, so...
Recession? Did you know that? Did you know that
what?
last year in
Say that again?
2025, we had the worst annualized jobs
You're a
report
bit
in the
lagging.
recession since 2003? That in January of this year, we had the worst monthly job report since 2009? It's done a lot for the country. Like what? Infringing on the Constitution? Trying to tell Congress and SCOTUS that they're meaningless and that he wants to be a dictator and that he thinks he could change the Constitution with the use of an executive order? I don't know. You tell me. What has he done for this country that's positive that makes you support him? The mic and the floor is yours.
Hold on. Say again, what were you saying about the jobs? I didn't quite catch that.
Worst job report since 2003 and 2025. Worst month job report since the Great Recession in
Okay,
2009.
Does the job report have to deal with Trump or their employer? Make that make sense.
Well, the Trump administration sets the conditions
Yeah.
in which have led to more employers laying off their employees and declaring bankruptcy. This is like the very bare bones of a nuanced understanding of the complicated relationship between our government and this country's economy.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't have a bad job, so my company hasn't gone bankrupt. So
So
couldn't
I
say
mean, I
I'm one
don't
of the
really
people
think that the companies that have gone bankrupt are bad companies. I mean, we saw the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 2025, once again since the Great Recession. So are you just calling manufacturers in America bad? I mean, I think that's pretty anti-American and anti-Trump of you, because I mean, his whole shtick prior to the election was just how great our manufacturers truly are.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of manufacturers that are bad, like that make sex toys and dildos and fucking hate niggers. Like, yeah, there's a lot of
So
bad
that's actually
ones.
the seventh person of the day. I mean, I don't know how I can make this more clear to you. I think that this live is really doing something to push the pendulum away from Trump even more than it already is, because it's been 2 hours. 7 people so far have come up here and said the N-word. One person was like, "I love Hitler," and then another person was, like dropping the F slur. I think that this really does push the pendulum very far away from Trump, because the only reason why that guy crashed out and started screaming the N-word is because he didn't know what to say, because I had given him an argument why Trump is bad for this country. Like, it is honestly, like, it's crazy. It's so crazy, like how much these Trump supporters are doing to push the country away from Trump. Truly is. We're going to go to get that next guest, Mason, loaded up in the box. Make sure if you're inside of the queue, you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. For everybody in that comment section spamming his newest post, he's gone. I kicked him because he slurred, y'all. So we're good. We don't need to be spamming that in the chat. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? No, Mason left too. Another MAGA scaredy cat. Another MAGA scaredy cat. All right. Let's keep track of how many MAGA scaredy cats we have. What are we at? Are we at like, I don't know, 20, 30? 40, 50? What are we at? You tell me. Hi, do you support Trump, Brandon?
Yeah. Well,
How do you?
I'm not very politically inclined. Yeah, good.
How old are you?
Oh, sorry, 18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Rommel Garcia loading up into the box right now, folks. So everyone just give us a moment here. Another fetus. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, but not anymore at least.
That's good, man. I'm really happy to hear that you're no longer a Trump supporter. We're only looking for Trump supporters. So we got that next guest, Vicky, loading up into the box. Man, this honestly really isn't fun. Honestly, wish I just kind of didn't go live today. I think I would have much preferred to spend the day, taking care of household chores or something, because this isn't too fun. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And
I'm 20, by the way. I'm 20.
And what year were you born in?
August 6, 2005.
Okay. Do you work a job? Do you go to university?
No, I go to college.
Okay. So how many credit hours do you need to take per semester in order to be considered a full-time student?
I'll have to check. I'm not sure.
How many
part-time right now.
How many credit hours are you taking per semester?
Well, I'm taking 3 classes.
So how many credit hours?
I'm unsure. I have to ask.
I don't know how many credit hours you're taking. That's kind of a point against you being truthful about your age.
No, I'm being truthful.
How many years does it take to get an associate's degree? Like typically?
Like 2 years, 2 to 3.
What about a bachelor's?
Like 4? I don't know.
Okay, so that's true. So what are you majoring in?
I'm majoring in, well, I'm still unsure. Right now, business.
And what year are you?
What year am I?
Yeah.
I'm in my first year.
Okay. I don't know. I'll trust you for now. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just feel like you're telling the truth and that you just really don't know these things. So why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I don't. Because of his immigration policies.
Which ones?
Well, I mean, he's trying to like deport all the illegal immigrants. So I mean.
Yeah, but the thing is that's something that we shouldn't support, because not only has this yielded incredibly like harmful humanitarian outcomes, like having children thrown up and refused to eat because they're being served meals with maggots in them, or having people beaten and tortured in another country after being illegally deported, or having citizens murdered in clear daylight.
Well, America's the only country where we have to like let the illegal immigrants in. So, I mean,
name one point in American history that we've just let undocumented immigrants in.
Right
Wait,
now?
right now,
You're-
so
you
Trump
don't
is letting
support ICE.
undocumented immigrants in?
No, but I mean, you
Wait,
guys
no,
don't.
but you said
guys
so. Then
want
name
ICE
so
abolished.
then name one time in American history that we just let undocumented immigrants in. Tell me.
Right now, you're trying to abolish
So
ICE.
who's president right now?
Trump.
So Trump is letting undocumented immigrants in.
No. Did you
Okay,
not
so
just
then
hear
right
what I
now is
said?
not a point in history that the United States of America is just letting undocumented immigrants in. So try again. Name a point in American history that we just let undocumented immigrants in.
Dude. Okay, well, during Biden,
Oh, so Biden
And
just
right
let
now.
undocumented immigrants in.
people are literally fighting against ICE agents. What do you mean?
Whoa. So first and foremost, your claim that Biden just let undocumented immigrants in is completely
Yes.
false. So Biden actually worked with both Republicans and Democrats in Congress on the bipartisan border bill, okay, which would have naturally disincentivized undocumented entry by spending a couple $1 billion to hire more judges to run more courts to expedite the legal process. Plus, ICE under Biden was in effect, but see, they disproportionately focused on those with prior violent convictions while upholding and respecting work programs, DACA, and other systems of asylum for undocumented immigrants without the same criminal records. Now, the reason why you didn't hear about ICE as much under Biden as you do now is because under Biden, ICE wasn't murdering citizens. Under Biden, we didn't see a
Okay, well, they
large-scale-
murdered like 3 people.
Yes, like 3 citizens, yes.
Okay, so when an undocumented immigrant murders someone, why don't you guys protest against all the immigrants?
Because
But
when an
ICE kills
undocumented
someone-
immigrant murder has, take it, go ahead. Finish your point. I won't cut you off.
Okay, so when an immigrant kills someone, there's been no protests against the illegal immigrants. But when, an ICE agent kills someone, it's like, oh, all the ICE agents are bad, even though we need ICE to
Yeah,
keep
check this out.
immigration.
I have a really good response to you. Because in
What?
American history, when undocumented immigrants have murdered people, like Laken Riley, the undocumented immigrant was then sent to jail and they were held accountable for their crime. But when we've seen ICE agents murder people like Keith Porter, Renee Good, and Alex Preddy, they actually weren't even fired.
Okay,
from
but
their
weren't they
job.
trying to drive away?
Could you please finish me? Or could you please allow me to
Can I
finish?
finish you?
No. Could you allow me to finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate you. What a crazy way to misstate myself. Now, allowing me to finish, thank you so much for your patience. Jesus Christ, what a misstep. The big difference between the undocumented immigrants that have murdered people like, gee, that was terrible. Like Laken Riley, and then of course, God, dude, that was so bad. Oh my God, that was really terrible. And then the ICE, oh my God.
Bro, I'll finish
wow.
you. Just let me know.
Don't, dude, oh my God. Back to the debate. Thank you. I regained my composure. The big difference between instances of undocumented immigrants murdering people like Laken Riley and ICE agents murdering people like Alex Preddy, for example, is that after that undocumented immigrant murdered Laken Riley, they were then sent to jail and held accountable for the crime. Yet after that person, that ICE agent, an agent of the state, not just a private citizen or a random undocumented immigrant, murdered Alex Preddy, they were then defended by the state, said that they were acting in accordance with the department regulatory guidelines, and that the person that they murdered was a trained assassin domestic terrorist who wanted to cause maximum damage. So that is exactly why, okay, we see Americans across this country protesting not just the person that murdered Alex Preddy that hasn't been held accountable, but the system that allowed for that murder to take place and then defended it after it take place. So I know that you said that you wanted to finish me. Well, I just finished you, more particularly and specifically your argument. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure some people have just been killed and it's just been radio silent. So I mean, it's not really fair.
Well, I've already described how it is fair. In one circumstance, it's a random person. In the other circumstance,
Okay,
it's not
then,
a random
well,
person.
if
It's an
there's
agent of the
terrorists
state.
coming into
in
the
one
country-
circumstance, that person who did the murder is being held accountable and being sent to jail. In the other circumstance, they're then being defended by the state, labeled a patriot, said that they're somebody that we should stand by, not even being fired, not being held accountable, and then the state is calling the victim of murder a domestic terrorist trained assassin. Okay, MAGA's lack of an ability to intelligently distinguish between a random person murdering somebody then being sent to jail and an agent of the state murdering somebody then being defended by the state is incredible. I don't know why we see this lack of distinguishment between these two very different things at the hands of, in the minds of so many Trump supporters when it's so clear why they're different, and it's so clear why one sparks protest and the other doesn't spark protest.
Okay, well, how many immigrants are coming in right now?
I'm going to ask you to first respond to what I said there.
Okay, well, Well, if immigrants didn't come in the first place, then we wouldn't have that issue.
Actually, no, because Alex Preddy was a goddamn citizen. Don't know what to tell you.
Wait, you're talking about Alex Preddy.
Alex
But, like,
Preddy.
he was killed
Yes,
by ICE
the
agents.
citizen murdered. Yes.
Okay, and I'm talking about the illegal immigrants that are coming in and then murdering people.
Okay, so then you're not responding to my point. Once again, in a nutshell, my point was that there's a very clear and stark difference between an undocumented immigrant that will murder somebody, then be sent to jail, held accountable for their crime, sparking no protest because what would the protest be for? Okay, they were held accountable. And an agent of the state, not a random person, murdering somebody like Alex Preddy, then not being held accountable for the crime and being defended by the same state that created the environment in the first place to allow for actions like those to occur, sparking protests because the individual that committed the murder wasn't held accountable. The state that perpetuated the murder because they're an agent of it wasn't held accountable, and the states actively also not being held accountable for creating the environment in which said murder was allowed to be to take place. So do you now understand why in one circumstance we don't see mass protests, but in the other circumstance we do see mass protests, and it actually makes sense why?
Well, didn't they try to, like, run them over? Or they're reaching for something?
No.
Are you sure?
What was Alex Preddy reaching for?
I mean, I didn't watch the footage, but I'm pretty sure, like,
So
a
you
lot of
didn't
them
watch
tried
the
to run
footage,
over.
but you think that he was reaching for something. So this is a very good example
Well, I don't know
of how
if
the
it's
MAGA
in
mind
that
virus
specific
will
case.
convince people of lies, even when the evidence to prove that lie wrong lies on their phone. Literally, on your phone screen, on Twitter, on TikTok, on my TikTok account. There's a video that refutes and debunks that lie. But you believe it
Okay, didn't
nonetheless,
Renee
and then engage in
Good try
willful
to-
ignorance. Otherwise.
Didn't she try to drive away Renee Good?
Yeah. So we'll talk about Renee Good as soon as we're done talking
And didn't
about
she try to
Alex.
run him over?
We'll talk about Renee Good as soon as we're done talking about Alex Preddy. Because what you're trying to do is you're attempting to flood the zone with multiple different points. So then I'm distracted away from the fact that you refused and failed to give a counter argument to my first point. So that's why I like linear dialogue. Linear dialogue would necessitate us going point by point. So after we hear your response to the point about Alex Preddy, we can happily move on to Renee Good.
Well, I mean, if he was killed and then it went to court and they didn't find he did anything wrong, then okay, well, isn't the court system, like, really thorough? Like, why would they just let an ICE agent off the hook?
Well, exactly. That's what causes the protests, because they did just let him off the hook. They did just defend them. Kristi Noem did just say that he was acting in accordance with the department regulatory guidelines. They did just basically say that the murder victim was a domestic terrorist. That question that you just asked me is why millions of Americans are protesting around this country.
Well, I mean, the court system found him not guilty, so
Why are you lying?
I mean, but
why are you lying? I don't know why you would try to tell such a bold lie to me. Like I you understand that I'm like tuned in and I stay up with the news. Okay, no court has found the officers that killed Alex Preddy not guilty of murder. In fact, it hasn't even gone to court. So thank you. But why would you lie?
okay,
Answer
my
that
bad.
question. Why would you lie?
My bad.
Okay, you're bad, but why would you lie? Why? Like, literally.
Wait,
tell
I'm
me.
bad. How am I bad?
And I said, you're bad. Like you said, like my bad. I said, yes, that is your bad. Okay, but answer the question. Why would you lie about that?
Okay, well, I thought you said it. They found him not guilty in a court.
You thought I said that?
Yes.
Okay, so here's comprehension issues. I never said that.
All right.
So do you now understand why it is the case that the ICE agents killing Alex Preddy would spark protests, but a random undocumented immigrant murdering somebody then being sent to jail wouldn't spark protests?
Well, I mean, well, if you can show me like one time where an illegal immigrant has like killed someone and then gone to jail for it, because I mean, aren't they just deported? Like,
Well, actually, under the Lake and Riley Act, they are, and you have the Trump administration to thank for that. The Lake and Riley Act, signed into law by Trump less than a year ago, actually allows for the deportation of individuals merely suspected of violent crimes. There's a big issue with that, and that's actually one of the many faults of the Trump administration. But before that law was passed, there was many individuals, undocumented immigrants, who committed violent crimes like murder, who were then sent to jail. Would you like to have an example? I mean, you asked me for one, right?
Sure.
Yeah, Jose Ibarra. the 26-year-old Venezuelan undocumented immigrant who murdered Laken Riley. He was sentenced to life in prison.
Okay. I mean, is that the only example, or is there more?
You asked for one example. I gave you one example. Don't shift the goalpost and respond to the question. Like you're engaging in willful obtuseness. You were deflecting away from the question that I asked you. You are completely ignoring the argument I've now repeated 3 times. Why are you doing this?
Why am I doing this?
Yeah, why are you acting like this? Why can't you just like legitimately respond to the argument I provided you? Like you just
I mean,
like be very low energy, but yet deflecting, ignoring my argument, and you're now attempting to shift the goalpost, saying, "Oh, can you give me one circumstance of somebody actually being sent to jail?" I gave you in one circumstance, Jose Ibarra, and now you're asking me for more. Okay, you asked me for one. At this point, I want you to respond to the argument. There are very clear reasons why, okay, an undocumented immigrant murdering somebody, then being held accountable and sent to jail, did not spark protests, yet agents of the states, like ICE agents, murdering people, then not being held accountable, and allowed to continue working the job do spark protests. Can you please respond to the clear reasons I gave you, either with a concession, saying, Dean, yes, I get your argument, or Dean, actually disagree with your argument, and here's the reasons why. Because I'm just not doing this. I'm not doing this fucking game.
So you're saying
where you just ignore the position granted and you attempt to like wiggle around it. It's very annoying.
So you're saying that no ICE agents have ever been prosecuted for killing someone?
I'm saying the ICE agents that sparked protests that you were referring to were not prosecuted for killing them. The nationwide protests that you were in reference to, saying, why do we have these protests when ICE agents do it? Those protests were caused by Renee Good's murder, were caused by Alex Preddy's murder, were caused by Keith Porter's murder.
Okay, well then, if they're guilty, then they'll go to court.
That's the thing. The Trump administration has already clarified, no. J.D. Vance said that they have absolute immunity. Kristi Noem said that they're absolutely not guilty and that they're following department regulatory guidelines.
Well, they don't have absolute immunity.
But that's what the administration is saying, and that's what's causing the protests, because they're defending something in which should be indefensible.
Well, they can't have absolute immunity, though, so if they're guilty, they will go to court.
See, that's a thing. Not under the Trump administration.
And guess what? They haven't gone to court. So
right, they haven't gone to court. Yes.
And also in those videos, like some of them trying to run over the
right,
ICE
right.
agents,
You just brought up that they
guilty.
haven't gone to court even though they murdered them. Right. That's my point.
Did you not just hear me? I said the person, the people protesting against ICE agents try to run over the ICE agents. Then they get shot.
Once again, you're trying to bring up Renee Good again. I disagree with your conclusion form, but I told you to only talk about Renee Good after we finish the conversation surrounding Alex Preddy. So do you have a defense that somehow Alex Preddy's shooting was justified?
Well, I'd have to look at the case specifics. But in a lot of the cases, they caused it.
He was down on all 4, unarmed, shot in the back.
Well, it depends on what happened before he got on all 4s on his back.
No, it actually doesn't. It literally
you said on
doesn't
all
depend.
4s on his back? What?
No, on all 4s, and he was shot in his back.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so what happened before that? Was he reaching for something?
No.
Well, what happened? Give me the specifics.
ICE agent push woman. Alex Preddy say, hey, don't push woman. Alex Preddy and ICE agent, and woman get pepper sprayed. Alex Preddy then get pistol whipped, pinned to the ground on all 4, then shot in the back.
I mean, that sounds pretty confrontational. He's like, don't push women. Well, what did the women do?
Record ICE agent?
Well, why was she being pushed? She wouldn't be pushed for no reason.
We literally know that ICE agents push people for no reason. There's a video of an ICE agent
How do you know
slipping
that?
on ice. I'm telling you right now.
Slipping on ice?
There's a video of an ICE agent slipping on ice, getting up, and then just pushing the nearest person to the ground. Then he also said that sounds confrontational.
Why would he do that, though?
What
No,
is the
that's
legal
not true.
standard that
That's
authorizes
propaganda.
LEOs to engage in the use of lethal force?
What'd you say?
What is the legal standard that authorizes LEOs, law enforcement officers, to engage in the use of lethal force?
If the perpetrator has a deadly weapon, or they're about to get in reach of a deadly weapon.
No, you're
or
wrong.
they're doing something. How?
The 2nd, 4th, 14th Amendment and SCOTUS case law, like Graham v. Connor, have clearly and explicitly adjudicated that no, LEOs cannot kill somebody for being merely in possession of a firearm.
Well, if they're reaching for it, then...
Well, now you're changing the claim that you made. You said merely being in possession of a gun. Now you're attempting to misrepresent the original claim that you made as reaching for a gun.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
They can't just shoot someone if they have a gun.
Right. So then I'll tell you what the legal standard is that authorizes LEOs to engage in the use of lethal force. Okay. LEOs can only shoot somebody if that somebody is, in consideration of the totality of the circumstances, objectively, reasonably purporting an imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death to anybody within their immediate vicinity. So how is a man on all four, unarmed on the ground, purporting this objectively reasonable imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death to the LEOs?
Well, I mean, if there's a lot of violent protesters and, okay, so did he have a gun on him or was...
His gun was taken away from him before he was shot. So what was the objectively reasonable imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death that Alex Preddy was reporting to the agents?
Well, I mean, the protesters probably surrounding the ICE agents.
There was no protesters surrounding the ICE agent. There was 3 people recording. Not to mention that you're now talking about other people that could have purported an imminent threat, not Alex. Therefore, Alex was murdered because he wasn't.
Okay, so why did
the
his gun
individual
have to be
purporting the
taken away
imminent
from
threat.
him? So why did his gun have to be taken away from him if he
Well,
wasn't
ask the
being
ICE
violent?
agents that took the gun away. They just took it out of his waistband.
I mean, if they had to take a gun from him, then like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was obviously, they thought he might have used it.
What is he? Okay, they thought he might have used it. So you're saying that the imminent threat that he was purporting
was a
that
threat,
he had a gun
yeah.
that they took away?
So what? What'd you say?
So the imminent threat that Alex Preddy was purporting to the agents was the fact that he had a gun that they took away. So if you're legally
that he
carrying
was
a
about to
gun
use.
and an LEO takes your gun away, oh, how do you know that he was about to use it?
Well, he couldn't have used it, but I mean, like, if they took it away and then, like, shot
No,
him,
you
like,
just made a
a
claim that he
millisecond
was about
later.
to use it. No, shut up. You just made a claim that he was about to use it, and that was the imminent threat. How do you know that he was about to use it?
Because they had to take it away from him? What do you
Wait,
think?
so you're saying that because they took his gun away from him, this evidently and clearly demonstrates that he was going to shoot them with a gun if they didn't take it away from him. And what's the argument for that?
Because why else would they take it away and put themselves at harm? Because if they're reaching for his gun...
Maybe they would take it away for random miscellaneous reasons. See person with gun,
okay.
take gun. He very clearly was not about to use it. He was literally down on all four. They saw a gun, then took it.
Well, in their,
Also,
defense,
by the way, even if he was about to use it and they were able to successfully disarm him before he was going to use it, well, that means that they successfully evaded this imminent threat of death with non-lethal means. So then to turn around and shoot him after they diminish that imminent threat with non-lethal means, it would still yet then be murder to kill him because the imminent threat no longer exists due to the fact that they took his gun away. So
Okay, hold
even
on,
if you
I'm
were
checking my
right,
phone.
which you're not, you're wrong, it would still be murdered. It would still be murder.
I mean, in their defense, they didn't know, because a lot of ICE, protesters are kind of violent. Like they're banging on their cars and stuff, yelling at them. So he didn't know what they were about to do with that gun.
Oh, okay. So you're basically just saying that, well, because he was at a protest, he forfeited his right to life and they were justified in killing him.
Well, not because he was out of protest.
Okay, so then what was the justification to kill him? Because you
if
just
they had to
attempted to make
push
an
him to the ground,
argument
he was
that
being
he was about to
resistant.
use the gun to kill him because they took it away from him. Do you agree that because they took the gun away from him, even if you were right in saying that he was about to use it, it still would have been murder to kill him because in virtue of the fact that they took the gun away from him, they successfully evaded and stopped that imminent threat?
I mean, yeah, they shouldn't have shot him if the
so
gun
then
was
he
away.
wasn't purporting an imminent threat and you agree that it was murder?
Well, I mean, maybe closer to like self-defense.
Well, no, it's actually that standard of him purporting an imminent threat that would allow for a self-defense argument to be made. But because you just conceded that he was not purporting an imminent threat due to the fact that they took his gun, that refutes the notion that it could have been self-defense.
Well, he might have had a knife or something.
Okay, well, A, he didn't have a knife, and B, they had no reason to believe that he did have a knife. You can't just baselessly speculate and believe with no good reason that somebody possesses a lethal weapon to then justify the use of force.
I mean, he had to be pushed to the floor. He was obviously being resistant.
Okay, so if LEOs push someone to floor, then LEOs can kill person on floor. That's your argument?
Well, if they were fighting with the ICE agents, he was like, don't push that woman.
Wait, no, because you said that because they pushed him to the floor, it was clear he was fighting, therefore they could kill him. So just to clarify, your argument in a nutshell is if LEOs push someone to floor, then they can kill person on floor.
And then they had to take his gun away from him, so...
Wait, is that your position? Can you get a yes or a no? Because that's what you just said.
Well, it sounded like he was fighting back, and he had a gun on him, so...
Okay, well, now you're just saying it sounded like he was fighting back. And what's your evidence for this? Oh, wait, you haven't even watched the video.
Well, they had to push him to the ground, according to you, on all of his
So how do you
force.
know every time an LEO pushes someone to the ground, that person is resisting? Have you ever heard of LEOs engaging in the use of excessive force, especially LEOs that only have 47 days of training, like ICE agents? Literally, barbers are more trained than them. You're basically saying that it's impossible that they engage in the use of excessive force. So do you affirm that it would have been impossible for them to be engaged in the use of excessive force?
Well, they wouldn't take that risk. I know you said they have like
Wait, so you are saying that it's impossible that they engage in excessive force. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, so if it's not impossible that they engaged in use of excessive force, then you can't argue because they pushed him to the ground, he was fighting back and resisting. Not to mention that even if he was resisting is not an imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death, so it still yet would not justify them in the use of lethal force. I've now steelmanned your argument.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't take the risk of like pushing someone to the floor if he wasn't, not being resistant.
And how do you know that?
Because why would they?
To engage in excessive force because they're mad that these people are protesting what they're doing, because they're pissed off little incelish men with no life except for the identification, capture, arrest, and deportation of undocumented immigrants. Plus that question, why would they engage in the use of excessive force, is absolutely terrible considering the fact that we know LEOs have a history of excessive force. Every year, there are thousands of excessive force lawsuits against LEOs.
So when you say LEO, does that mean like just officers or officers and ICE agents?
Officers and ICE agents. In fact, ICE agents are significantly more likely to engage in the use of excessive force when compared to police officers, considering the fact that they're trained substantially less.
I mean, they have to deal with like aggressive immigrants, so I mean, I don't blame them.
Oh, okay. So now you're saying that I don't blame them for breaking the law.
No, well, they haven't
right?
done a
So
court.
you don't blame them for breaking the law?
No, if they broke the law, then they'll get punished for it.
Wait, no, but you just said that you don't blame ICE agents for engaging in excessive force. So therefore, you don't blame ICE agents for breaking the law.
I mean, well, you'd have to prove in court.
No, because we're having a hypothetical conversation if they were to engage in excessive force. You said, hypothetically, if an ICE agent were to engage in excessive force, you wouldn't blame them.
Well, if the suspect was being resistant and, then yeah, it would.
It doesn't matter because it's still breaking the law. So just to clarify, you do not blame ICE agents for breaking the law.
Well, I mean, not really.
Okay, got it. You're right, and that is exactly the MAGA hypocrisy that I talk about all day. Because on one hand, when an undocumented immigrant breaks the law and commits a federal misdemeanor that is completely victimless, and they actively contribute to make this country better, you think that they should be deported to Sica and El Salvador and being beaten and tortured. But now you've just took the mask off and made it explicitly clear that you actually don't care when agents of the states break the law, not just a victimless federal misdemeanor that makes a country better, but a crime with a victim, that victim being one of murder. So you are a hypocrite, you lack a spine, you lack a brain, and you have been debunked.
Well, I don't think so.
Okay, well, yeah, I think so, and I think that you know so, because you're not effectively purporting any counter argument. You're just whining. You're saying, Dean, I understand that you were just able to clearly describe why I'm a hypocrite, but guess what? I'm actually not going to give you a counter argument to the position that you clearly described. I'm just going to whine and say that you're wrong.
Okay, so like in other cases, weren't they trying to like run over the ICE agents?
Exactly.
That
So
is
now
not
you want to
excessive
move on,
force to
change to
shoot
the
them.
topic of conversation, away from your hypocrisy, because you know that I'm right and you know that you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would have to like look at the what is his name? The dude
No,
who was on all
you don't have
fours.
to look at absolutely anything because we're no longer having a conversation about one instance. You just admitted that when ICE agents engage in the use of excessive force, regardless of the context, and break the law, you don't blame them. So admit that you're a hypocrite or give a counter argument against that notion, but keep in mind, it is going to be incredibly difficult for you to argue that you're not a hypocrite because you explicitly said that you don't care when ICE agents break the law, and you explicitly said that you do agree with mass deportation because undocumented immigrants broke the law by committing a victimless federal misdemeanor. Explain to me how that's not hypocritical, because you're very clearly saying rules for thee but not for me. You're very clearly saying rules for undocumented immigrants but not the agents of the states. You're very clearly saying when an undocumented immigrant does something that is substantially better than what an ICE agent has done by engaging in the use of excessive force that has a real material victim, unlike the victimless crime that undocumented immigrants are guilty of, okay, you defend it. Explain to me how that's not hypocritical.
Well, I mean, yeah, if they shot him while he was on all fours then, and they took his gun away, then that's not, but that's one example. I mean, you guys don't hate officers this much when they...
Keep in mind, we're not talking about Alex Preddy, where I don't know why I have to repeat myself. We're talking about the fact that you said you don't care that if an ICE agent were to break the law and engage in excessive force regardless of the context. Please respond to the question. That's very clearly hypocritical. I'm not going to repeat myself.
I mean, if they have... Well, they're enforcement, so sometimes they have to use excessive force.
No, actually, they never have to use excessive force. That's why it's called excessive force. If the force is necessary, meaning they have to do it, it's by definition not excessive. Therefore, they never have to use excessive force because of what excessive force even is. It is defined as unnecessary force.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of violent protesters, so they kind of have to be excessive.
I literally just described to you why what you're saying is paradoxical. If you have to be excessive, then it's not excessive because excessive force is defined
Exactly,
as
so you're
unnecessary
calling it
force.
excessive when it's not.
No, you're equivocating between something that is excessive force and something that isn't excessive force. You're saying that LEOs are justified in engaging in the use of excessive force when it's not excessive force.
All right. I mean, yeah. If it's like...
So just to clarify, ICE agents are not justified to engage in excessive force, and you do care when they engage in excessive force because it's illegal and that needs to be punished, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
I do.
Perfect. So then explain to me how killing an unarmed man on all four wasn't excessive force.
Well, that was excessive.
Okay, so then you
But I
agree that it
mean-
was murder.
Well, if the court finds out it was murder, then yep.
By definition, if it was excessive, then it's murder.
Yeah.
So you accept
I
that
would
it's
say
murder
that.
because you argue that it was excessive force.
Yeah, I'd say in this specific instance, sure.
Okay. All right. So then why do you support a president that supports murder?
Well, when Trump says, you know, like he supports ICE agents, he isn't talking about the ones that murder people. Like,
Yeah,
and by
they
the way,
very
ICE,
clearly said that they explicitly support these agents. His administration literally said that the agents were justified in their actions.
Did he ever
literally
say
said that
he
the
supported
agents were
agents
acting
that-
in accordance with the DHS code of conduct, and very clearly said that Alex Preddy was not a victim, but was rather a domestic terrorist. So once again, why do you support a presidential administration that defends murder?
well, he didn't specifically say, I support the ICE agents that, you know, use excessive force and kill people.
They literally
He
did.
just supports the
Yes,
idea of ICE.
they
Because
explicitly
guess what? ICE is
said
a
that.
good thing.
I just told you how they explicitly said that. Do
No,
you
you
need me
said
to
it.
repeat myself?
You said he supports ICE agents.
No, I said that he explicitly, him and his administration, explicitly came out and said that they support the ICE agents who murdered Alex Preddy.
Well, I mean, Trump isn't like. Well, Trump probably doesn't understand like the specifics of the case.
So
like why
Donald
he was
Trump
murdered.
probably doesn't understand that it was murder.
So do you think
even
ICE
if that
agents
claim were
should ever
true,
be able to murder people?
One moment. Even if that claim were true, that wouldn't change anything.
Well, he didn't know, so why he wouldn't
Wait,
say
what,
it?
what does that change? What does that change? If somebody is a deranged lunatic pedophile that genuinely and sincerely believes that
Deranged?
kids can consent to sex, okay, all right, and then they hear a story about child
He never
rape,
said
and they're
that.
like, it's a hypothetical, and then they're like, it's not actually child rape because they genuinely believe that kids can consent to sex. Are they still culpable for supporting child rape?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so if Donald Trump genuinely believes that it wasn't murder, but we just agreed that it was murder, so he's wrong, he's still culpable for defending murder. Correct or incorrect?
Okay, so well, if he didn't know the specifics, then he would just see it as, oh, they're resisting and they had to get violent.
Wait, answer my question. Correct or incorrect?
Well, I mean, that's correct, but
Okay, so then you just said it is correct that Trump is defending murder. So why do you support a president that defends murder?
because he probably thinks it's justified. So do
Wait,
you think
wait,
ICE agents can never
so,
murder
so
someone?
I have a question. So if it's a genuinely sick, deranged person legitimately believes that kids can consent to sex, okay, so then they say that child rape is justified. Are you saying that you could still support them because they probably genuinely believe that it's justified?
No.
My point. Hitler thought that the murder of Jewish people was justified. Are you saying that you could possibly support Hitler because he genuinely believed that the murder of Jewish people was justified?
Well, he knew it wasn't justified. Trump
No.
didn't.
Oh, wait. Let's assume that Hitler did legitimately think it was justified. By the way, he absolutely did. Okay, Hitler absolutely thought it was justified. So are you saying that you could possibly support Hitler because
No,
Hitler
I'm
thought
saying,
that
like,
genocide
Hitler-
was justified?
I'm saying like Hitler knew what he was doing is wrong, but Trump probably didn't
No.
know.
So if Hitler thought what he was doing was good, could you possibly support Hitler?
No.
Okay,
Because
so
at the
if
same
Trump
time,
thought
he
what he
also
was doing
knew-
was good, you also couldn't possibly support Trump.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
there's
there
a
we go. I just
difference.
called it, yeah. What's the difference?
Because Trump doesn't know, like, the contents of the murder. He probably thinks they were resisting.
Oh, okay.
And then they got violent, and they
but
had to
once
use their
again,
gun.
But once again, you're just simply saying that in one scenario he didn't know that it was murder and genuinely believed that it wasn't murder. Hitler genuinely believed that it wasn't murder as well. Therefore, you could possibly support Hitler.
Well, Hitler knew it was murder, but he didn't care.
No, he didn't know that it was murder because he thought it
Yes,
was
he did.
justified.
Dude, he knew he was murdering people, but
No,
he
the
thought it was
definition
justified
of
anyway.
the definition of murder is the unjustified killing of a human being. Hitler thought that
He
it was
still murdered
justified.
people.
Therefore, exactly. Just like regardless of what Trump knows or doesn't know, he's still defending murder. Right? You just said at the end of the day, regardless of Hitler's state of mind, regardless of Hitler's delusion, regardless of Hitler's supposition of justification or lack thereof for the genocide of Jewish people, you don't care. You would never support him because at the end of the day, it was still murder. So regardless of Donald Trump's mental state, regardless of Donald Trump's supposition of justification or the lack thereof, you'd still never support Trump because at the end of the day, he's still defending murder.
He's defending it, but unknowingly.
Once again, we just went through this with Hitler. You said even if Hitler was unknowingly defending murder, he's still defending murder, therefore you wouldn't support him. Regardless if Donald Trump is unknowingly defending murder, he's still defending murder, therefore you never support him.
Okay, well, I mean, so you don't think ICE agents should be able to kill anyone?
Okay, so you just accepted that you don't support Trump.
No, I do support him.
Okay, so you'll support presidents that defend murder.
Well, if, it's for a good reason, then
Murder for a good reason?
yes.
Okay, so you actually think that they murdered him for good reason?
No, but Trump probably does think it.
Oh, okay, that's actually what Hitler thought.
Really?
Yes, murdered people for good reason from his perspective. Yes.
Well, I mean, I'm not... Bro, okay. That's what Hitler thought. Like,
You're right.
right. I mean, it's just not
Right,
how
but you
Trump
don't
thinks, so
care.
he's not going out and like murdering people just to murder them.
That's what happened to Alex Preddy. And that's what Trump is defending.
Okay, and that's one specific case.
Right.
And
So
Trump
we
is
have
probably
one
defending
specific
ICE
case
as a
of
whole.
Trump defending murder. Why is one specific
mean-
case of the president defending murder not enough to stop to stop supporting that president?
Because he does other good for the country.
Oh, okay. So you don't think that defending murder of the citizens of the country is a red line?
I mean, sometimes there has to be, sacrifices.
Oh, so sometimes there has to be murder of citizens? That's
Well,
not
I mean-
that's Nazi logic.
No.
Yes. Yes, it is. You're saying sometimes we have to sacrifice and murder our citizens. That is Nazi logic.
I mean, that's what you think.
No, that's what's true. That's objectively what's true.
I mean,
Well, I mean, how many more times you're going to say that? Oh, well, I mean, sometimes we just have to murder our citizens. Well, I mean, sometimes we just have to sacrifice ICU nurses at veterans hospitals by shooting them 10 times in the back.
Okay, can you prove that Trump knew it was murder?
Once again, we've already been through this. I can, okay, with the use of inductive reasoning.
Okay, prove
it.
it.
If millions of private citizens know that it's murder because there's no basis for the justified shooting of Alex Preddy, then so does Trump because he's the president of the country. But regardless
Trump
if he
wouldn't
knew or
agree
not,
with them.
regardless if he knew or not, that doesn't matter because we've already went through that logic with Hitler. Okay, Hitler didn't know it was murder because he thought it was justified. Therefore, you'd possibly
No,
support
he knew
Hitler.
it was murder, and he thought it was justified anyway. He didn't
Wait.
care.
But the definition of murder, once again, for the last time, is the unjust termination of human life. Therefore, he didn't know it was murder because he thought it was justified. If you think it's just justified, then you don't think it's murder.
Well, bro, why can't you think it's both?
Well, because the definition of murder is the unjustified termination of a human life. You can't simultaneously think that it's justified and unjustified. That's a contradiction.
He probably didn't care though.
Oh,
if it was
okay,
unjustified.
probably didn't care. Once again, yeah. So therefore, not only was he supporting murder, but he didn't care that it was murder.
Yep, exactly. And Trump.
Okay,
like, there's
so
no
if
proof that
so
Trump-
Donald Trump doesn't care about murder, and you still support him. Say that out loud. Say that out loud. I want you to say that out loud. Say Trump does not care about murder, and I support him as president.
If he thinks it's justified, then just because citizens say,
Wait. So
well,
if somebody doesn't care about rape because they think it's justified, is that wrong?
I mean, that is wrong.
Okay, so if somebody doesn't care about murder because they think it's justified, is that wrong?
Well, it depends on the justification.
What?
But in this case, it wasn't justified.
Wait, so why does it depend on? Why does it depend when it's murder, but it doesn't depend when it's rape?
Because like no one wants to get R-worded, but like if it's
Wait,
murder,
no one wants to get murdered.
Well, of course, but like if you're
Okay, so
being
therefore
violent,
that's not a difference. So once again, why is it wrong, okay, to defend rape if you think it's justified, but it's not wrong to defend murder if you think it's justified?
Well, I mean, he didn't know if it was justified, so.
Wait, once again, okay, if somebody defends rape because they don't know that it was rape, is that wrong?
Yes.
So if somebody defends murder because they don't know it's murder, is that wrong?
Not really, because there's a lot of cases for murder.
Okay, so why is it wrong when it's rape, but it's not wrong when it's murder?
Because rape is like... Because
bad?
rape is something that you... Yes,
because
it's
rape
bad
is
in general.
bad? Okay, is murder
Yes.
bad in general?
Depends on the circumstances.
Wait, there's circumstances of murder where it's not
Okay.
wrong? You're Nazi. That's Nazi. That's a Nazi thing to say. It is Nazi to say
Okay, I'm
that there's
specifically
instances
talking
of
about
murder.
self-defense.
Wait, self-defense isn't murder because it's justified. And the definition of murder is the unjustified killing of a human life.
Okay, so yeah. It's not right to
so
support
murder's
murder.
bad. Okay, it's not
Yes.
right to support murder. Okay, even if you don't know it's murder, right?
Trump is probably,
So it's
like,
not right to
supporting
support murder, even
self-defense.
if you don't know it's murder, right?
Yeah, it's not right to support murder.
Okay. So therefore, you're no longer a Trump supporter because he's supporting murder.
No, I still support him.
Okay, so you don't think that supporting murder is a red line?
Well, I mean, like I said, I've said it many times. You can't prove that he doesn't think it's self-defense.
Wait, but we've already gone over this. If somebody thinks that that rape is justified because they don't think it was rape, that's wrong, and it doesn't matter that they don't think it's rape because it was rape. And you just agreed that if somebody defends murder because they think it was
Okay,
justified,
but he wouldn't
that's wrong
know.
because it doesn't matter because it is murder.
But he wouldn't know if it was murder.
How do you
he
know
probably thinks
that?
it's self-defense.
So how do you know? Well, does he reasonably think that it's self-defense?
Probably. I mean, why else would he?
Okay, so
He's a
then
good
what's
guy.
the good? So then what's the good reason to think that it was self-defense? Because the only way to reasonably think something is if there's good reason for it to be true. You can't reasonably
Trump
think something
just supports-
unless there's good reason for it to be true.
Well, Trump, he probably just looks at it and says, "Yeah, they did the right thing."
You're not
he didn't
answering my
specifically
question.
Look at
Hey,
that.
hey, you fool! You're not answering my question.
Fool.
Yes, you're an absolute fool, incompetent, moronic fool. Yes.
All right.
So, would you mind answering my question?
Okay.
You know what? Let me
well,
ask you another question. How many branches of government are there?
3.
Name them.
Judicial. Let me think. Yeah, you're gonna have to name them for me.
Right. How many continents are there?
I think there's 7.
Name them.
Name them?
Yeah.
Okay, we got North America, South America, Asia, Europe. I can't remember the rest.
Right. How many amendments are there in the Constitution?
I think there's like 8 to 12.
Right. There's 27. Right. How many articles are there in the Constitution?
You'd have to remind me.
Right. There's 7. Okay. How many senators are there?
There's probably like 100.
Yeah. Good job. There's 100. And how many people are there in the House of Representatives?
Probably like 230 or something.
No, there's over 420.
Okay, well, I don't study
Right.
government, so
Right.
womp womp.
Right. It's 435 to be specific.
Okay.
Okay.
Doesn't disprove any of my points.
Well, I think it does because it proves you to be a moron. What's the square root of 9?
3.
Good job. I'm proud of you. All right, I'm going to move on to somebody with hopefully more than 3 brain cells. All right, only opposite of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. So, I mean, I think that was like the full long-form debate on the live stream literally all day. And the first person that supports Trump that was willing to entertain a long-form debate was like absolutely terrible. Hi, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
Can you hear me? I'm 32.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I can hear you. Do you mind if I thank a couple people for their donations and then we'll hop into the conversation?
Do what you got to do, buddy.
Awesome, man. I appreciate that. Angel, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat who says, "Oh, brother, this guy stinks. I mean, is there anything else in your vocabulary?" Yeah, that guy was like completely brain rotted. A complete waste of time, too. J-Dub, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, J-Dub. I want to see 500 J-Dub-Ws down below in that comment section. Seriously, J-Dub, that is so incredibly kind of you. I want y'all to show some serious love to J-Dub down below for the $50. Who says, "Keep doing what you do. So much coming from my favorite guy, School'em Dean." Well, J-Dub, it's good to see you again today. Thank you so much for that love. 500 J-Dub-Ws. And you know me, I'll continue to school them. And then Hayden, thank you for the $10. Who says, from the retirement fund because your job debating on why Trump is awful is done. What a brutal stream for the MAGA cult. Dude, I gotta say, this is probably the most brutal stream I've ever had. Like, I'm actually annoyed. I usually don't get this annoyed. Lovey, thank you for the $1 and happy 53rd anniversary to your parents. Alex, thank you for the $5. Garrett, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much, Garrett. Abby, thank you for the $5. She says, "Keep the good work." Melanie, thank you for the $15. She says, "It's always quote unquote Trump is so smart. He's playing 4D chess until they're confronted by all of his evil. Then it's he quote unquote proudly didn't know." Yeah, how does he go from being like really smart to an idiot, right? Thank you. Thank you so much for the $15, Melanie. Show some love to Melanie down below in that comment section. Let's also get 300 IVWs for the $30 donation over on Venmo. Ivy with the $30 says, "I feel like you need a whiteboard behind you so you could see the contradictions they make." You know what? We're going to start a whiteboard fund. All donations for the rest of the day will be going to the whiteboard fund so we can get the world's biggest whiteboard to show them all their contradictions. Thank you so much for the $30, Ivy. Deez, thank you so much for the $5. Mia with a $5. Andrea with a $15 who says, "You deserve a tasty beverage after today, alcohol, coffee, or whatever you fancy. Keep on doing what you're doing." I appreciate you so much, Andrea. And then Patsy, thank you so much for the $30 donation. Yo, let's get 300 Patsy W's. It is so good to see you again today. As always, Patsy. Patsy with the $30 says, keep doing what you do. This 56-year-old teacher is so proud of you for educating people of all ages. Stay positive. Oh, I fucking love you, dude. I love you so much, Patsy. Thank you for the $30 and the kind words as always. And then Mad Daddy and Amanda, thank you for the $5 and the $15. Thank you so much, Amanda. Audrey, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love, Audrey. Amanda, thank you for the 5. Tom with a 5, then Sierra with a 5, then Summer with a 1. And Jared, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Yo, let's go, Jared. I want to see 500 Jared W's. Thank you so much for the unreal support, man. Seriously, it means the world to me. $50 is a shit ton of money. Jared with the $50 says, I know that you're hurting for debates today and MAGA's running scared. I'll debate you, not a Trump supporter, but I'm respectful and honest. Well, Jared, we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters, man. But as always, I appreciate you for the $50 donation. That is insane, my guy. Thank you. And Dallas, thank you for the $5. Joel and Jamie, appreciate you for the 5. Mad Daddy and Anna, appreciate you for the 5. Iris with a 5, thank you so much. And then Mary with a 2. We are all caught up over on Venmo. I appreciate y'all for so much love, for all the love over the course of the last hour or so. Seriously, thank you guys. Thank y'all so fucking much. Over on PayPal, Sophie, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you, Sophie. Sophie with the 10 says, I'm Zach in the queue waiting for a good conversation. Oh, wait, no, that's someone else. Sophie says, can you help me find reliable sources to write an essay for school and why we should not deport immigrants? Yes, the Kale Institute just did a massive study that proved that they have generated a $14.8 trillion surplus in the last 30 years. That is a great source. Zach with a $15 says, I'm Zach in the queue waiting for a good conversation. If you're a Trump supporter, I'll let you up. Zach, thank you for the $15, man. Nicole, thank you for the 5. Gabriella, thank you for the 3. Then Jacob, thank you for the $20, who says, my daily Dean Cult donation. Love what you do, Dean. Bad Bunny did a wonderful job representing what true Americanism is. I could not agree more, man. That was seriously a great performance. Thank you for the $20, Jacob. Ruth, thank you for the 5. Then Lily, thank you so much for the $56. That is Lilly. Lily with a $56 says, I'm not American, but the shit that is happening is genuinely mind-blowing. Having a sex offender as president is insane. And the crazier part is that millions of Americans don't think that's insane. Thank you for the $56, Lily. I want to see 500 Lily W. Seriously, that is very kind of you. And it looks like we're actually all caught up for now. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen. I appreciate y'all for the love, and I appreciate you for your patience, Kyle. Go ahead and take it away and tell me how the hell you still support Trump.
So I just kind of wanted to piggyback off of the Alex Pretty conversation that you just had.
Okay.
And I wanted to highlight a couple key things that I noticed about it and that people really aren't talking about. And so first I wanted to state that I'm a 2A activist. I 100% agree with our right to bear arms anytime. So the fact that he was at a protest doesn't really say much to me, but you're obligated as somebody that's carrying a firearm to be more responsible in a situation like that. So I wanted to start off with that.
Legally obligated?
Well, morally obligated, I should say.
Okay, so you're saying that he should have done this thing that is not legally required, and somehow this means that he wasn't a victim of murder? I'm confused.
Not necessarily. I just wanted to preface that because I get a lot of people saying, oh, well, all the 2A activists are saying that it's solely because he was carrying. No, that's not why a lot of right-leaning people...
I mean, listen, so here's what I'll say. I actually think he was good in that engagement. He just stuck up for a woman, didn't want a woman to get pushed. I would have done the same thing. I don't think that he's irresponsible in the slightest. Now, was he murdered?
I just don't think that the context is right. So
I'd stick up for a woman that was getting pushed. I think any good man would.
And that's fine.
But can you answer my question? Do you think he was murdered?
I think justified, yes.
Why?
Because in that scenario, when you hear the what do you call them? LEO. When you hear the LEO yell gun, that gives all other LEOs reasonable, imminent threat that their life is in jeopardy.
No.
Yes.
No.
Well, I'm not going to say yes. Sorry, that was bold. But enlighten me how not.
Yeah, for sure. Because in accordance with a Felix ruling from SCOTUS last year, the reasonability of an officer-involved shooting must be made in consideration of the totality of the circumstances. So a consideration that was also true in the totality of the circumstances is he didn't have his gun because he was taken away from him. And then even if he did, it was just legally holstered, which according to the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, as well as other SCOTUS case law, like Connor v. Graham, does not give the right to LEOs to shoot and kill you.
Okay, so my counter to that is, in the event that other officers did see, I'm just going to say officers, I just mean broadly the LEOs, in the event that they did see his firearm, they do see a scrum, they hear, one of the LEOs shout gun. This is all creating some form of chaos.
If they did see his firearm, then they would know that it was taken from him.
Within, I mean, how long? I'm sure you've broken it down frame by frame. What was the time from the time he was disarmed to the time that the weapon misfired, and when was he disarmed in relation to when the LEO says gun? Because now we're getting into fog of war category.
Actually, there's no fog of war in the moment of.
It's not legal, but it's
for justified shootings anymore, because of that Felix case, it said that these determinations need to be made within consideration of the totality of circumstances and seconds. Okay, right? But once again, okay, you're saying that the officer saw his gun, which means the officers saw another officer take his gun away. And once again, even if they didn't take his gun away, one LEO shoots gun, and then they see his gun on his hip while he's being pinned down by 7 agents. That's still murder, all right? Because you can't kill somebody for merely being in possession of a firearm, and somebody screaming gun doesn't change that.
Right. So, like I said, I mean, I just don't, I put myself in the ICE officer's shoes, and he's thinking about his kids. The same way,
Okay, yeah, you're saying that you'd put yourself in that ICE agent's shoes, and you'd probably make that same unreasonable mistake of shooting an unarmed man. Okay.
I can't say if I would or wouldn't.
But once again, you're talking about you would have engaged in an unreasonable decision that would have made you a murderer.
I wouldn't consider it unnecessary or unreasonable due to the totality of the circumstances. Like you said, there was a
totality of the
protester.
circumstances is what proves that it's unreasonable. He was unarmed on all four.
Okay, I'm going to break down how I saw it. I saw a protester, whether or not he was right or wrong for defending this woman. I don't care about that part. The fact is that he was resisting lawful command.
What lawful commands did he resist?
And I'm not, well, obviously he was being detained, right?
Wait, no, they just hopped on top of him. I think that they're probably in the basis of trying to detain him, but what lawful commands was he resisting?
I didn't hear any lawful commands, so that's something that I can concede there.
Okay.
But I see somebody resisting. They are armed.
Tell me how he was resisting.
Fighting back. They're creating a scrum.
How is he fighting back? How do you know that the scrum wasn't just created by the ICE agents? Dogpiling him because they're untrained lunatics.
Well, I don't disagree that they're not trained long enough by far. Like I do agree with that. However, I don't think with the totality of everything through their lens that it's unjustified due to the fact that he's resisting.
How is he resisting?
There's a firearm. There is a firearm. Fighting back anyway. I mean,
how is he fighting back?
Moving his arms. He's flailing around.
Wait, so moving
trying
arms,
to stand back up after being put on the ground.
So moving arms, right? Likely to cover his head because he was being hit with a pistol, or to like cover his eyes because he was getting pepper sprayed, is resisting.
Not necessarily, but that's
okay. So then, how is he resisting?
That depends on the interpretation. So
then, one moment. Then, how is he resisting?
If based on what I saw what I would consider resisting.
Okay, tell us what you saw.
I would have to watch the video again, but I'm
okay. So go on, pause and watch the video. That's fine.
Can you pull it up? Because I'm not very good with tech.
I can't pull it up. I got a week ban this morning for pulling it up last week.
In this instance, for just lack of resources on my end, I'll concede the resisting thing.
Okay.
Just to postpone, my other arguments, and that is that that it is it creates obvious sense of urgency when the gun initially is, shouted. All other agents heard that for sure, and they're definitely
Wait. So you said that you were going to concede the resisting. So therefore, we had a man that was cooperating with law enforcement officers, that was legally carrying his gun, that was then taken by an ICE agent, and then he was killed.
I only conceded to move on to further points.
Okay. So because of that concession, that's the argument that you're making right now, right? We had a man who was cooperating with LEO, who was cooperating with the LEOs, was legally carrying a gun, had that legally carried gun taken away from him, and then he was shot, right?
See, and that's the lens that you look through, and I don't look at it that way.
Okay, so then you don't concede. So then what's the evidence that he was resisting?
No, because you're not letting me get to the other points. You're highlighting something that I'm trying to move past just because of lack of evidence.
Okay, well, so if you have lack of evidence to be the case, all that we have evidence for right now is that there's a man not resisting, legally carrying a gun, okay, then being shot in the back after that gun was taken from him, right? Right?
So when you
all that we have evidence, that's what we have evidence for right now, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that there's evidence for your argument because we don't have evidence against it.
Wait, so you're saying if you don't have evidence that he was resisting?
I can't completely go one way just because that's what you're saying.
So we have a man who wasn't clearly resisting, that was legally carrying a gun, that then had that gun taken away from him and was shot in the back. How is that not clearly murder?
Because of what I was talking about earlier. And that's when the other agent says gun, that puts everybody else has a sense of urgency in the scrum. There's low visibility.
Yelling gun does not purport an objectively reasonable threat.
You're right. And that's why I'm trying to get to the next point, which is when he is disarmed and the weapon misfires in the ICE agent in the agent's hand.
How do we know that?
As he was retreating. It's in the video.
I haven't seen that. I've seen that claim made. I'd love evidence for that. But by the way, even if that did occur, it'd still be murder because of the Felix ruling from SCOTUS last year that said that these decisions have to be made in consideration of the totality of the circumstance. So because that gun went off in the hand of an ICE agent, it would still be murder in consideration of the totality of the circumstances. But once again, what's the evidence that the gun misfired?
I've seen videos and broken down videos of it.
Can you share me one of these videos?
Like I said, I'm not good with tech, but I can try to find it.
Okay, so then you want to talk about something else that you could try to give evidence for? I just feel like dude, I'm living in a hellish Groundhog Day where for the last 3 hours I've either been getting the N-word screamed at me or I've been having guests join this live and make baseless claims in an attempt to argue their point and then continue to argue that point even after I'm able to A, refute it, or B, have them admit that there's no evidence for it to be the case. How about we talk about why you support Trump?
I didn't want to take up too much of your time.
If your argument hinges on you making claims that you don't have evidence for in reference to Alex Preddy, then let's just talk about why you support Trump.
I can forward you what I've seen, but that's besides the point.
Okay, so just answer this question on top of my head. Why do you still support Trump?
Well, that's not why I joined, Dean. I wanted to piggyback
That's
off
the topic of the stream. So you're unwilling to tell me why you support Trump?
I told you at the beginning that's what I wanted to do. So if you didn't want me up here, then I could have been gone.
Okay, so just to clarify, do you support Trump even though court found him guilty of rape?
I'm starting to find reasons not to, but
so is that a yes or no?
As of now, I'm on the fence.
Okay, would you still be on the fence?
But that doesn't mean that I'm leaning with any type of left ideology at all.
Okay, would you still be on the fence if Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress?
Yeah, I mean, it's shallow for sure.
That's a yes. Would you still be on the fence if Donald Trump admitted to sexually exploiting naked women and girls?
I mean, I like the figure that Trump stands for in the White House.
Can you answer my question?
I don't agree with things that he's done before politics.
Can you just answer my question? Would you still be on the fence if you knew that Donald Trump admitted to sexually exploiting naked women and girls, like under the age of 18?
No.
Okay, so you'd stop supporting him if that were true?
If it was something that happened during his presidency and affected his, policies at all.
So what if he did this in 2005?
I mean, he wasn't in politics then.
Right. So if he admitted to sexually exploiting naked women and underage girls in 2005, would you still support him as president today? Would you still be on that fence?
It doesn't have anything to do with his policies.
So the answer is yes?
I mean, I probably wouldn't vote for him again based on what has been found out, but I'm not going to turn my back on the president. Just
would you turn your back on the president if he raped a child in the 80s?
That's too much.
Okay. So if he raped a child in the 80s, okay, you'd turn your back on him. But if he sexually exploited a child in the early 2000s, you wouldn't turn your back on him because it has nothing to do with his policies.
This sexual exploitation thing is, I mean, that was a civil thing. It wasn't.
No. That's a civil court for rape. I'm talking about when he admitted to sexual exploitation. He said that he just followed beauty pageant contestants into their dressing rooms to look at them while they're unchanged and naked.
He said that he had seen them in their dressing rooms.
He said that he followed them in there, that he barged in, that he abused the fact that he was the owner of the pageant to go backstage and go into their dressing rooms. That's what he said.
That's not what he said.
Let's just listen to what he said. You'll hear him say, so I would go in and I'd see them naked.
You could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay. Has anything changed in the pageant industry since?
What?
Has anything changed in the pageant industry since? I'm genuinely curious.
I don't understand the question.
Are owners of the pageant still allowed in the back? Do they still?
Well, I mean, I don't. He wasn't allowed in the back. It was only for women. He allowed himself in.
Oh well, then I don't think that that's morally right.
Okay, all right. So you accept that's sexual exploitation, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, so sexual exploitation is not a red line. What about like racism?
It is. And
what about like explicit racism?
Now that's getting into racism with Trump. I don't think Trump is racist. I think he's
I have a question.
He's a troll.
Okay, is the N-word racist? Like calling like black people the hard R?
Inherently, I would say yeah.
Okay. So what about depicting black people as like monkeys, apes, and gorillas?
I wouldn't call that racist.
Why not?
Because I think that I think it was in poor taste for him to post that. But have you ever seen or heard the comparison of somebody wearing a monkey suit? That they're foolish or goofy. Yeah, the guy in the monkey suit, yeah, he's a goofball. He's silly, he's whatever.
Okay. Are you familiar with the history of the comparison of black people to apes?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But there's a double entendre there.
Do you know where that comes from?
No. I mean,
I'll tell you.
Researched that.
I'll tell you. It comes from a lot of European evangelist movements and slavery era cartoons. So European evangelist movements at the start of the slave trade attempted to justify their actions by creating this rank of the races, saying that whiteness was closer to perfection or divinity and blackness was closer to the beast of the wild. It's a diversion within the creation story. For generations across multiple different religions, the creation story of Adam and Eve or something similar has been shared. And in that creation story, we hear about the beasts of the wild, and then the humans were the souls, close to God. And this comparison of black people to apes, monkeys, and so on and so forth is attempting to place them within that realm of the beast of the wild. This is why we saw them depicted as apes in slavery cartoons. You know, they're like a house dog. They're an animal. You get them to do what they want, that you want them to do, because they're that animal. Okay? Same thing with like segregation rhetoric. You know, black people are the animal, the beast of the wild. You know, they can't be in a civilized society, so we have to segregate them from civilized society because they are that beast of the wild. Same thing with like anti-black propaganda that we still see driven today. So that's why a comparison of black people to apes is very racist. This is also why we have Republican senators. This is why we also had Republican senators speak out. One second. This is why we had Republican senators speak out and say that this is the most racist thing they've ever seen out of the Trump White House. This is why we even had former people on the Trump administration speak out and say that this was racist. Mick was Donald Trump's chief of staff at the end of his first administration. He said that this is racist. Okay? Right? Like it is always racist to compare black people to monkeys, the same way it is always racist to call black people the N-word.
Right, but he didn't. See that, and that's the thing. He didn't call them monkeys. He showed two people in a monkey suit.
He put their faces on the bodies of monkeys.
It's a double entendre, and that's the point.
That's not what the White House said.
Right, yeah, and he backtracked when he got backlash, and like I said, it was in poor taste. He should have gotten the backlash, absolutely, but I do not believe that Trump is racist.
Okay, even though he depicts black people as monkeys, you guys always have some type of excuse. It's so fucking draining for me. It's like I do my research, I build my beliefs on the foundation of critical thought, and you guys just build your beliefs on whatever the hell you think will be more advantageous for this depiction of Trump. Oh, I swear to God that there are probably few other scenarios where you would turn around and you'd look at a white guy depicting black people as gorillas and say that there obviously some explanation insofar as why he's doing this that is not racism, right? And this isn't like the only racist thing he's done. This isn't like the start of a new unexpected trend. In 1978, he was literally sued for violating the Civil Rights Act and refusing to rent to black people. Him and his property manager would put the letter C, standing for the word colored, on the housing applications of black people and then throw them away in a junk drawer. The New York State Justice Department sent white testers in and black testers in to ask the property manager if they had any available properties. The property manager would tell the white people yes and the black people no. In 1992, he called all black people lazy and then affirmed to a news reporter in 1997 that that's something he probably said when asked about it. His introduction into the limelight of American politics, the way he got famous in politics was by perpetuating the birther myth of Barack Obama. I have a question. Okay, if we have 5 people, okay, and 4 of these people are white, and 1 of these people are black, okay, and with no evidence, you only assume that the black person was born not in America, but you assume all the white people were born in America, is that racist?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that again?
If we have 5 people, 4 of them are white and 1 of them are black, and somebody basically assumes that the black person was not born in America, says that they were born in Africa, okay, with no evidence, but then also basically assumes that all 4 white people were born in America, is that racist?
I mean, you could take it as racist, or you could just,
you could take it as racist? How could that not be racist?
It's all interpretation. If you want to paint it as a racist light, then it
can you
be
interpret basically assuming that the one black person out of a group of 5 people was not born in America, interpret that in a way that's not racist?
Yeah, I mean, America, the United States of America is overwhelmingly white. And I don't think that it's racist to assume that he's not. I don't see what's wrong with that.
So and I don't know. So you don't see the issue in basically assuming that a black person was not born here for no reason whatsoever. Let's just assume that in order to get a job, you have to be born here. This black person says that they were born here. The other 5 white people also said that they were born here. If you baselessly assume that the black job applicant was lying, but you do not make that same supposition about the other 4 white people, is that racist?
No, I mean it's you're. How does it? What is it? First
What?
of all, my question regarding this is, one, why would that matter? And two,
Why does racism matter? I mean, this is literally an example of you holding an unjustified prejudice against somebody because of their race. Do you think, one moment, do you think that holding an unjustified prejudice against somebody because of their race is racist?
Yes,
explain to me how. Now explain to me how. No, Kyle. Explain to me how, if you have a group of 5 people, 1 person is black, the other 4 are white. These are 5 job applicants that want this job that you're hiring for. And in order to get this job, you have to be a natural US born citizen. All 5 people, the 1 black person and the 4 white people told you that they were born here. And you absolutely believe the 4 white people with no evidence, but you don't believe the 1 black person with no evidence. How is that not an unjust prejudice against somebody because of their race?
Because it's situational. Any of them could have been lying. It doesn't matter what color
in
they
the
are.
scenario, you were only assuming that the black person is lying. Explain to me how that is not an unjust prejudice against somebody because of their race.
Are you asking this over and over again? Like, I mean, what's the percentage? Regardless, it doesn't matter what
What's the
color
percentage?
they are.
I don't know what that means. But it does to this person. The hiring manager's like, it does matter the color that they are. And they basically assume that the 1 black person is lying. Meanwhile, they basically assume that the 4 white people are not lying. Is that racist?
But you're basing that solely on the fact, like, that race is the only.
Are you gonna just let me? Oh my god! Answer the question.
I don't think that is racist.
Okay, then I think that you're an absolute moronic idiot. And honestly, I now just need to take a moment to thank my gifters before I violate TOS, because you're now telling me that, oh, it's just not racist at all to depict black people as monkeys. It's not racist at all to baselessly assume that a black person is lying when they tell you something. But when a white person tells you that same thing, okay, you baselessly believe them. It's not racist at all to not rent to black people because of the color of their skin. Like, bro. Like, you are a racist, Kyle. You are a sad racist. Oh my God. I need to take a second to thank people, or else I'm going to lose it. Kate, thank you. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Who says, so tired of quote-unquote men with guns scared for their life's excuse. If women shot every time they feared for their lives, bodies would be lining the streets. Deadass, Kate, thank you for the $10. Tina, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much, Tina. Please show some up to Tina down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tina. I want to see 500 Tina W's down below. Thank you so much for the $50, Tina. Tina with the $50 says, I'm back. These guests today, woo. It's interesting that MAGA presupposition is that the ICE agents have legitimate training and empathy. Stay strong, Dean. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $50, Tina. And today's been rough. They've all just been terrible. Tyler, thank you for the $15 who says happy Monday. Happy Monday, Tyler. Thank you so much for the $15. And then Tess, thank you for the $5. And Beth, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Beth, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Beth. I want to see 1,000 Beth W's down below in the comment section. Seriously, that is so freaking kind of you. 1,000 W's for Beth, please. Beth with $100 says, thank you for keeping me company every evening. Spend this on your sweetheart for Valentine's Day. I will absolutely be doing that, Beth. You and one other person have sent in a $100 donation explicitly saying to send this on my girlfriend on Valentine's Day. And I want to let you know, as well as the other person that sent that $100 donation in, that those funds will absolutely be going towards her. You have my fucking word. Thank you so much for the $100, Beth. That is so kind of you. I really do have a soft spot when people send donations in the name of my girlfriend to do something for her. God, massive softy for that. Thank you for the $100, Beth. Then Chelsea, thank you for the $10. She says, MAGA is scared today. Thank you for educating the uneducated. Well, I'm trying my best, Chelsea, and they're so fucking scared today. They're actually insane. Olivia, thank you for the $10. She says, these people are actually stupid. I can't. I'd be yelling at my screen. I bet that you're still yelling at your screen even though you sent that donation 10 minutes ago. Katrina, thank you for the 5. Olivia, thank you for the 5. Chad, thank you for the 5. And we're all caught up over on Venmo. Like, oh my God, bro, these people are terrible. Thank you for the $10. Ryan over on YouTube Super Chat who says, next Kyle will say, I'm not racist. I have black friends. Oh yeah, that's definitely coming soon. everyone. And then Heather, oh my God, thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Heather. That is so fucking kind of you. Show some love to Heather down below, seriously. Oh my God, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, Heather. Heather with 100 Canadian dollars says, love from Canada, keep up the awesome work. You know I will, but thank you so much for the love, Heather. I want to see 1,000 Heather W's. Thank you so much for your kindness. And then same thing to L4, thank you for the $10 who says, this guy needs a serious mental health evaluation. They all do, bro. I'm like losing my mind today, dude. Over on PayPal, I'd also like to thank Keith. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. Let's get 250 Keith W's. Thank you for supporting me, my man. Keith with the 25 says, as a father of two, I have no clue how anybody can defend Trump. Keep on doing what you're doing and calling out these MAGA snowflakes. I try my best, Keith. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. And then Cully, thank you so much for the $20 who says, Bad Bunny was awesome. Kid Rock flopped. Woke is back, baby. Woke is back. Bro, Woke is so fucking back. It's never been better, Cully. Thank you so very much for the $20 donation. Show some love to Coley down below. Seriously, thank you so much. Olivia, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much, and I'm really happy to hear that you are enjoying the stream. And it looks like we're all caught up. I think that we maybe have a couple more people. Yeah, we do. Love you. I'll take a look at that last Venmo. Kate, thank you for the $5 who says, love you, Dean. I love you too. Go get a drink after this crazy life. Thank you for your work. I definitely will be. Jessica, thank you for the $25 who says, today seems rough for you. Thank you for doing what we do. Well, thank you for the support, Jessica. And I'm not going to lie. Today is really rough. This is one of the more terrible streams I've had to do. These people are just terrible today. Thank you for the $25, Jessica. Seriously. And then Kelly with the $20 says, I had my embryo transferred today. Fingers crossed it sticks. To fuck this racist. Well, I really hope that works, Kelly. I know that IVF is a very long and hard process. Let's hope that this embryo sticks. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And then over on PayPal, Angelina, thank you for the $1. She says, I'm sorry they have to deal with so many terrible people today. Well, I appreciate you anyways. Guys, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles also at the top of the phone screen. One last thing I want to shout out here is I only get around 30% of the proceeds on TT gifts and YT super chats. So if you want to support me to where I get 100%, the V and the P, Venmo and PayPal are the place. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. Now, anyways, back to the conversation. I actually want to ask you another question here, Mr. Kyle. So, are you familiar with Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl halftime show yesterday?
I am, but I did want to. I wanted to go back.
The Galaxy.
I think you're misunderstanding my point. Is if you base it solely off of the person's race, then yes, that would be racist. But that would require you to base it off of solely their race. If you pick the black person, of course that's racist. But if you base it on, I don't know, a conversation that you had with somebody else, you might think differently.
You're basically saying if you had evidence outside of their race that this claim were to be true, then it wouldn't be racist. That's explicitly why I ask you if they were to baselessly assume this, meaning that they don't have any evidence outside of their race.
I mean, then sure, it would be racist, but I would not say that is something that happens 100 times out of 100 or
That's
50
something
times
that Trump
out of
did,
100.
actually. So Trump said that he didn't believe that Obama was a natural U.S.-born citizen, and for that reason told people not to vote for him because he would have been constitutionally ineligible. But he didn't do that for the four white guys. He didn't do that for Biden. He didn't do that for Clinton. He didn't do that for the two Bushes. He didn't do it to himself. Okay, right. So,
and that's fine, but that's not proof that he's racist. That's just an instance that was in poor taste again. And I'm not defending that because I do think it's
what about the
wrong.
lawsuit against him for not running to black people?
But
what about that one?
You didn't hear what I said. Because you want to get to your next point so quickly.
I mean, we're just kind of we are just kind of going over these things pretty quickly here. You're saying that him turning black people into apes, that's not proof that it's racist.
I don't think
him perpetuating the birther myth about Barack Obama, but no other white president, that's not proof that he's racist. So what about the lawsuit against him in the 70s for not renting to black people? Is that proof that he's racist?
I wouldn't say proof. I would say that I wouldn't say it's not concrete proof. You can't say that somebody's racist.
For not renting to black people, for violating the Civil Rights Act.
For that reason, no.
Okay.
For that to be the reason that he's racist.
So racially discriminating against black people is not proof that you're racist.
I mean, if you want to put it in that context, then sure.
Okay. All right. That is racist, right?
That by that definition, yeah.
Okay, so Trump's racist for doing that, right?
Sure, and that carries with him for a lifetime because of mistakes he made, like you said, in the 70s.
Oh, so he was just racist in the 70s. Got it. Well, I mean, now that we understand that he was super duper racist in the 70s and violated the Civil Rights Act based on racial discrimination, doesn't this increase the likelihood that when he depicted the Obamas as literal monkeys, that it probably was racist? When he like questioned, the citizenship status of Obama and said, actually denied that he was a citizen. Even after Obama released his birth certificate, said, I don't know about this. It doesn't seem real, but didn't do that for anybody else. That was definitely racist too, right? Like, cause it's like character building.
Around that time was when I started kind of paying attention to politics, not fully, but that's around the time that I did. But if I remember right, there were rumors that he was not a U.S. citizen and that he didn't have.
Yeah, because more people are racist than just Trump, of course.
Well, I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying that around that time there were rumors and allegations of that.
Yeah, in like the 60s, there were really popular rumors that black people were just naturally really violent. Would that made it not racist to believe that black people were just naturally really violent?
I don't know what your point is here.
My point is refuting your logic. You're saying that other people outside of Trump believe that Obama was born in Africa. Therefore, it wasn't racist for Trump to believe that he was born in Africa. In the 60s, pretty much a majority of white people, a vast majority of white people, that like black people are just very violent. Okay, that's what upheld segregation. So apparently in the 60s, it wasn't racist to be a white person to think that black people are just naturally really violent, right? Because it was a really popular rumor.
And I think it's what?
So do you that wasn't racist?
No, I do think that that's racist, but I think it's
even though it was a popular rumor.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's racist.
Okay, so even though the birther myth was a popular rumor, it doesn't discount the fact that it's racist.
I agree to that, and that's where I think you're trying to jump to conclusions and think that I don't, it's
okay. So we know. So you've agreed that was racist,
but it's not evidence. So that's like saying, okay, so then is Biden therefore racist?
Yeah, Biden was super racist in his past. Yeah, absolutely. He did a lot of really racist things.
So you don't support Biden at all because he was racist?
Well, the thing,
none of his policies.
I'll tell you the big differences between. I'll tell you the big differences between Biden and Trump. First and foremost, the alternative to Biden was Trump, the unapologetic racist. That wasn't just racist in his past, but was still racist at current day. The second big difference was the policy and agendas that they ran on. Biden ran on an agenda of racial equality and progression for marginalized communities. Donald Trump runs on an agenda of racial inequity and an agenda of more harm towards marginalized communities. And then the third big point here is that Biden has held himself accountable for the times that he has been racist in the past. Donald Trump has never held himself accountable for the times that he's been racist in the past. But keep in mind, Biden didn't even end up running against Trump in the 2024 election. That was Kamala Harris.
Right. Yeah, I do know that. And I just disagree. Like, how can... because he said sorry? Biden said sorry, so that makes it better. Not just because he said sorry, but because he said sorry, he meant it, then turned around and then ran on a policy to advance racial equality for marginalized communities with a black woman as his vice president, who is the most qualified choice possible to once again have a better idea of what is in the best interests of those marginalized communities, because no one would know better than a member of them. Yeah, I mean, it could also be, never mind. I would say that's partially a PR stunt, but. Oh yeah, well, guess what? I guess now it's a PR stunt to pick a black woman, even when she's the most qualified because she's a black woman. Once again, discrediting the qualifications of a black woman because they're a black woman. No, I'm not discrediting at all. I'm not discrediting that. I'm going based off of what he said. If you don't vote Democrat, you're not black, and all of these things, and then turn around and pick your VP to be a black woman. I don't know. I don't understand. Exactly. You're so perplexed that a black woman was picked to serve as vice president. I think that perplexity indicates racism, because you want to have that same perplexity if it was a white man. I didn't know anything about Kamala Harris prior to it, so I couldn't tell you one way or another about her. Did you know anything about JD Vance prior to Trump picking JD Vance? No. Are you perplexed that he picked JD Vance? Was that a PR stunt? Not necessarily, but
Right. So
I mean,
because you share
what
that
I'm
perplexity towards him picking Kamala Harris, right, it indicates that like you just, from your perspective, can't see a black woman being qualified enough to serve as vice president. So then when he picked a black woman, you're like, oh my God, like what?
But
I'm so
that-
perplexed by this choice. It must be a PR stunt.
No. See, and that's where you're getting my intentions. You're just running with it. One, I lean right. So when Vance comes in and I agree with his ideologies and the things that he supports, then sure, I'm going to be like, okay, go this guy.
I don't
Now,
understand. I don't
Kamala
think that you
being
do
on-
agree with the ideologies of the Trump administration, because earlier you said that that you're a constitutionalist, right?
I didn't say I was a constitutionalist.
Yeah, you said that you're super pro 2A. Are you a constitutionalist? Do you care about the
I'm pro-
Constitution, Patriot?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, well, the Trump administration doesn't.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they've been like intentionally attacking the Constitution. They've been attempting to erode it and illegally change it with executive orders.
Okay. I see people saying that I didn't say I was a constitutionalist. I didn't know what that meant, to be fair. So,
no worries.
Sorry.
No worries. So would the Trump administration intentionally and belligerently attacking and violating the Constitution in an attempt to take constitutional rights away from citizens make you stop supporting them?
It wouldn't necessarily make me stop supporting them because of other ideologies that I agree with.
Like which ones? Like which ones? Like what ideologies?
I would like to.
do you share with them?
I would like to go through. I would like to go through your points and see what you're referring to.
It doesn't even matter because you'd still support Trump. So you're telling us that sexual exploitation is not enough. You're telling us that racism is not enough. You're telling us that attacking the Constitution and wanting to be a dictator is not enough. Taking constitutional rights away from citizens is not enough. Calling for the execution of their political opponents is not enough.
The examples of.
Oh my God, yeah. Executive Order number 14160. He tried to take birthright citizenship, a constitutional right, away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. It was an illegal consolidation of power.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, all right,
I'll
but it's not enough to
concede.
make you stop supporting him. So it's like, what are they doing that just make you be so loyal? Like, what are they doing that's just great? Let me guess. Does it have something to do with deportation?
I agree with deportation to an extent. I don't necessarily agree with. I agree with border security. I don't necessarily.
But is that the thing that they're doing that makes you support them, even though they've done all these other really bad things?
I agree with voter ID and the things that they're doing with that.
Voter ID.
Yeah.
So voter ID is the thing. You're like, well,
I mean,
by the way,
thing.
I want to know what the biggest thing is.
Right now, it is voter ID. Yeah.
So because he wants voter ID, which, by the way, they haven't even gotten proposed to the. Well, I think they have got the SAVE Act. So the biggest thing is voter ID. So even though he's infringing on the Constitution, right, and degrading our checks and balances for elections included, you don't care because of voter ID laws.
I wouldn't say it's because of that, but
So then what is it because of?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't care. You don't care that the president is trying to terminate the Constitution because you don't know.
How is he terminating the Constitution? That's what I'm asking you for examples of.
Yeah, well, I mean, he attacked the First Amendment by saying it's now illegal to criticize in the media. He attacked the Second Amendment by saying that, well, merely being in possession of a firearm, gives a right for you to die, or directing his DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. He attacked the 10th Amendment by illegally deploying the National Guard in many states. That's literally the opinion of the Supreme Court. He attacked the 14th Amendment with that executive order that we went over earlier.
Okay, let's
and he's
go
attacked
over-
the
let's go
22nd
over-
Amendment. By saying that he may want to run for a third term. Plus, he just explicitly said that what happened in the 2020 election would allow for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, including those in the Constitution.
Okay, so let's go over him deploying the National Guard.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for sure. So SCOTUS shared their opinion that his deployment of the National Guard in Illinois was illegal and in violation of the 10th Amendment.
And why was it illegal?
Because it violated the 10th Amendment.
I don't see how he's trying to tear it down. Did he retrieve the National Guard?
I don't know. I'm not sure. But once again, like I did bring up how he said that he thinks it would be permissible to just get rid of the Constitution. Like he said, like it is permissible to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
I mean, that's if you take it literally. He uses. I mean, you have to understand. He uses satire. He's a troll. I mean, if you genuinely
how do you know he was
think
trolling?
I don't.
So then why are you using something that you don't know to be true as a counter argument?
Well, I mean, I guess that invalidates what I said, but I don't know. Like,
so then what's your take on him calling for the termination of the Constitution? Saying that would be permissible.
well, I mean, I would disagree with that, but I mean, you have to.
Oh, I just disagree. Come on, isn't that like one of the biggest like issues ever? Like the president say they want to terminate the Constitution?
Right. I see how ridiculous that sounds, but if that was the case, do you really think any person trying to deconstruct the Constitution would wave that directly in your face?
Yes.
And get away with it?
Yes.
No.
We're watching it right now. What's unfolding in front of our eyes. You already agreed that he tried to deconstruct the Constitution with his illegal executive order to rewrite the 14th Amendment. You already agreed that he's trying to deconstruct the Constitution.
How? No, I didn't.
So was that not an attack on the Constitution? When he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants, was that not an attempt to illegally rewrite it?
Right. Yeah. I mean, and it's a threat, right? Because he wants people to know that he's serious about this deportation.
Serious enough to like terminate the Constitution over it, right?
Well, not literally.
Yes, literally terminate the
Were any
14th
laws
Amendment
passed?
rights of many citizens.
Were those laws passed?
He signed it into law. Yeah. It's an executive order. He just puts his signature on it, signs it into effect.
Okay, and then that can be undone. How so?
By courts shutting it down because it was illegal, which they did, which only further proves my point.
Right. So if it was illegal, then he would be charged.
No, because of SCOTUS' ruling on presidential immunity.
Ah. Oh, okay. Well, that's fair enough. So I will say, you know, I've learned a lot through talking to you, but I'll concede, you know, I don't necessarily agree with a lot of things that Trump has done. And like I said in the beginning, you know, I'm on the fence about Trump, not necessarily about Republicans as a whole, but as far as Trump goes, I have been, you know, seeing what's going on. I've seen his name attached to the files and things like that, and that's pretty freaking gross, if you ask me.
Right.
But,
well, Kyle, I'm going to move on to the next guest. You take care.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. The people that come up into this live stream saying that they're on the fence are always like the hardest to convince otherwise. Heather, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Heather with the $5 says, my cat James is absolutely enraptured watching you. I'm raising him right. WCat. Michelle, thank you for the $5. Then Heather and Dylan, thank you for the $5 and the $2. Then Gala, thank you for the $6. And Katrina, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I appreciate that, Katrina. Huge shout out to you. Katrina with the $20 says, bless you and your patience. Keep dumping the truth into the trolls and any other MAGA jerks that just want to spread lies. You are appreciated. Oh, Katrina, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Show some love to Katrina down below. I appreciate you. I'd also like to thank Callie for the $2. And then this is actually someone else. Katarina, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Katarina says, Dean, keep going. Fuck Trump, fuck ICE, fuck the cult. Do you ever also go into conservative debates? Logic and Liberty is one I just saw. It'd be cool to see you shut them down. I'd love for them to join the live, dude. I'd love it. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok accounts, the handle on the top of the phone screen, or in the pin message over in the YouTube stream. Welcome in, Santana.
How you feeling, bro?
I'm dying, dude.
I've been watching. Holy shit!
I know. You were in here in the beginning. Like you've been seeing the mountains. So we had 2 hours of straight trolls, like Nazis, racists. Okay.
Yeah.
And now we've had like 2 hours of, oh my God, the most dense, dumb
What up, Dean?
Trump voters ever. It's unreal. What's up, Ty? Do you support Trump?
Honestly, bro, you changed my mind. Just wanted to let you know I appreciate you. W Physique. Would love to hit a lift with you, bro. Thank you for all you've done.
Dude, holy shit, man. I'm looking at your account. You are lean as fuck. Do you mind if I actually ask you a question real quick? How do you maintain like such a low body fat percentage while like still growing? How do you do
Cardio.
that? Cardio?
Cardio and just like, bro, you just got to watch what you eat, honestly.
Word. Watch what you eat, do cardio, eat clean.
Hey, everybody in here saying L Ty, fuck you, bro. Go do your research. Like, I grew up in a household like that. Like, what are you talking about?
Dude, Ty, I appreciate you for joining, man, and I'm really happy to hear that we were able to change your mind. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for putting the first smile on my face
in the chat, baby. Come on.
Man, I like that guy. What a Chad.
Second one, Dean. I'm telling you,
Love
like that's a thing. Like that's an actual thing. Like you need to figure that out, and like that's a real thing. That's the second gym, bro. To say
Dude,
that.
love it, man. Dude, I don't know, man.
Yo, hello.
I a big fan of that guy. Big fan of that guy. Show some love to Ty. Show some love to Ty. And that is the second gym, bro. All right, we're winning.
Crazy.
We're winning. What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
I already talked to you. Yeah.
Oh, Derek, get out of here. You're terrible,
Bro.
Get out of here. No, get out of here. Get out of here, Derek. Oh, we just had Mr. MAGA load into the live. Like literally, that's his name, Mr. MAGA. But he pretty quickly left. All right. We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. We'll get you loaded up here. In here. Do you still support Trump, Isabella?
Yeah, didn't you ask me that the other day, actually?
Yeah, I tend to ask you this every so often to see if your mind's changed, but it never does.
No, for a good reason.
Which is?
Because he's one of our better options.
One of our better options, no, for sure. How's the economy doing?
It's actually, I did a little bit of research. It actually seems that it's doing pretty mid.
Yeah, we had our worst monthly job report last January, like, a month ago, like 9 days ago, that we have since 2009. Like worse than any jobs report under Biden and Kamala Harris, the other option.
And is that because of how many people we've been deporting recently?
Well, I mean, it has a lot to do with his economic policy, the big, beautiful bill, tariffs, and mass deportation. But Isabella, I mean, I've had a conversation with you about a billion times. I'll probably check up on you every once in a while to see if your mind's changed, but I don't know if I'm down for another debate considering the fact that we've already had like 10. You take care, Isabella. She's one of like the better Trump supporters in the sense that, she doesn't just like explode and she's not like super mean, but like she's one of the worst Trump supporters in the sense that like there's just nothing that could be said or done to change her mind. Yo, Debug, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
What?
How old are you, Debug? Oh.
18. Why?
To ensure that you are of age, you have to be at least 18 to join TikTok Live. So what year are you born in?
2006.
You can't be 18, born in 06. You want me to kick you or just want to hit the road yourself?
Okay, wait up. I do have one question though, alright?
Nah, pop out. Moving on to the next guest. We got Noah Perry loaded up in the box. I think we got like 5 people to thank here. Yo, Ben, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Then Adrian. Huge echo. Adrian, thank you so much for the $10. Who says if pedos were living in these people's neighborhoods, it would be a problem, but not with the president in office. Right, Adrian? Thank you. Thank you so much for the $10 and the absolute truth nuke. And then let's hear Shelly. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you, Shelly. Let's get to it at Shelly W. Seriously, thank you so much for that love. Shelly with the 200. Sorry, not 200. With the 20. Says, I'm a single mom who just introduced your stream to my son in hopes that he will be a passionate advocate like you. You're shaping the next generation of men. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for trying to get your son on the streams. And shout out to you. You sound like a great mom. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Zach loaded up in the box.
Have you thought about that? That like that's literally your lot in life to shape the next generation. Like, has that hit you yet?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think that I am shaping the next generation. I'm doing my part in it, but
Okay.
you know, I don't think that my part is like too.
I don't think you see it yet, but I see it.
Yeah, maybe I just.
And
don't
I
see
think
it.
that's just because I'm old. So
I'm just happy that we have anyone listening. Happy that we have anyone listening. Welcome in, Zach. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
You are about 1 billion light years away from your mic, my friend.
I'm right on top of it, actually.
Okay, it's just cutting in and out. How old are you?
25.
Okay, Zach, why do you support single-handedly the worst president of your lifetime?
I support him on the ICE and the border.
Oh, ICE. All right. Do you think that mass deportation is making this country better?
No.
Then
But
do you think it's
getting rid of
making
the
this
illegals
country
that are
worse?
here, getting rid of them? Or what?
Yeah, mass
I think them
deportation.
coming here illegally is a problem, and they should come here the legal route and given.
Okay. So I agree. Like the fact that we have millions of undocumented immigrants in this country is a problem. I just don't think that mass deportation is the only way to solve that problem.
Yeah, it's not to solve for sure. There's better ways to do it, but I don't think Trump is going about it the right way.
Do you think that amnesty is one of the better ways to do it, to just offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship unless they have pretty heinous crimes on their record?
Honestly, I don't know what amnesty is, to be honest with you.
It's just like giving them citizenship, giving them residency, letting them stay here with a legal status so we know who they are, so they have the ability to work, so on and so forth.
Never really thought about that before. But yeah, I guess it would be a better solution than to just kicking them out. But I
Dude,
don't know, I support them.
I love it how like you're able to agree to like pretty far left policy when you don't know it's far left policy. That was like radical like 10 years ago. Like 10 years ago, the only people that strongly believed in mass amnesty were like socialists and communists. So but
I'm just
anyways,
being the realist here. I mean, like,
yeah, no, that's good. That's
would
good.
it be
I agree with
bad?
amnesty
No.
too. I agree with amnesty too. So the thing is if you agree with amnesty, then you wouldn't support mass deportation. I mean, that's literally my reason for not supporting mass deportation is the fact that I think amnesty would be better.
Yeah, it'd be a better option. But
And
I'm
that
on,
fact alone is
support
why I
ICE
don't
too.
support mass deportation.
But I support ICE on the other hand.
Okay, I really don't think you should support ICE. Maybe if they weren't like murdering citizens, illegally detaining 5-year-olds and making them like quit eating because they're serving them food with maggots in them, illegally deporting people to El Salvador where they're being beaten and tortured. The Department of Homeland Security quietly changing ICE's policy, allowing them to make arrests under typical circumstances without warrants, allowing them to barge into homes under typical circumstances without warrants, racially profiling people, making detentions on the basis of one skin color or accents. Like, those are really good reasons to not support ICE.
But then if you get shot at by ICE when you're not listening to their orders,
Yeah.
you're presenting a threat to them with a car or a firearm. I mean, that's. I feel like
The
that
firearm.
crosses
Are you
the line.
talking about? I know with the car you're talking about Renee Good. When you're talking about the firearm, are you saying Alex Preddy?
Yes. I mean, like if
So,
you
how was
know,
so he was presenting them a threat merely because he had a firearm. Is that your position?
if you are a concealed carry holder,
Yeah.
you know that when you went to training, to not put yourself in those instances of where you would be forced to use it or present it in a way that shouldn't be there. Like
Okay,
when,
well,
like when
well,
you,
I don't
concealed
think
carry,
that
you wouldn't go out
protecting
to
a woman
training
from
with it.
being pushed is an instance where you'd be forced to use your gun. And I don't really
I
understand
just
what you're
feel
saying.
like-
But I'm just trying to evaluate if you think he was like rightfully or wrongfully killed.
I'm on the fence about it because he shouldn't have put himself in that situation. If you see something going
a
on,
woman?
but if you see something going on, and you know you have a concealed carry on you, that's
You
just
just
adding
ignore
another
it.
factor. It's adding another factor into.
So basically,
what
you're
could
on the
go
fence
wrong.
because he defended a woman.
Well, he knows he has a weapon on him, and he's putting himself in a position where
Putting
he
himself
shouldn't-
in a position where he's totally like legally allowed to be, where he can
He's
be
legally allowed
without
to be
forfeiting his
there.
right to life.
He's legally allowed to be there, but just
Okay,
knowing that
but
you
I don't
have it
think
on
there
you
I don't think there
adds
is any but. It's like pretty cut and dry for these shootings. They're only justified when legally permissed, and they're unjustified when not legally permissed or clearly wrong.
Yeah, I guess.
Also, wait, what happened to like the good guy stopping the bad guy with the gun, or the good guy with the gun and stopping the bad guy with the gun that you guys always talk about?
Okay, that comes like right place, right time. Like the mall shooting where the kid was concealed carrying and eliminated the threat before any more lives were hurt. I feel like that's a totally
if a
justified
woman's
place.
being assaulted, like, is that not the right place to step in to stop the assault?
I personally would not, in the middle of a federal agents trying to take care of a situation. No.
Okay, so you're basically saying stay out of their way or die.
He escalated the situation and he didn't have to.
No, the only person that escalated the situation was the ICE agents who unlawfully killed him.
Him escalating it was
but what I don't understand is like him walking up to that woman didn't authorize the LEOs to shoot and kill him. So why are you talking about it?
Because him having a gun and them pulling it and it misfiring.
He didn't pull his gun. That's a lie.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
They pulled it from him and misfired. And when somebody yells, "He's
How
got
do we
a
know
gun,"
that? How do we know that it misfired?
Because it's a SIG P320. It's known for doing that.
Okay, yeah, I agree. SIG P320s are known for misfiring, but how do we know that this SIG P320 misfired first?
When you are listening to the video, you can hear it misfire. And then
so you're saying that you could
top
distinguish between the sound of a 9mm bullet in a SIG P320 shooting and the sound of a 9mm bullet in whatever pistol the officers were carrying shooting. That I think that I don't know if they shoot 9mm or not. Regardless of what form of ammunition they shoot, the point maintains consistency. How do you know that first shot was coming from that SIG P320?
So how could you tell me that when one gunshot goes off and then 20 ring out after that couldn't have been a misfire on that part?
Because officer pulls gun, pulls the trigger at Alex Preddy. Other agents then go, oh fuck, pull out their guns and spam Alex Preddy too. Then all of a sudden everyone's spamming Alex Preddy with shots and they murder him.
I just feel like it's a misfortune or an unfortunate event that didn't.
Yeah. Murder
happen.
is usually an unfortunate event. Yeah, I would say. But once again, what's the evidence that the SIG P320 misfired?
Because I just feel like that first initial pop after he's got a gun to the rest of the gunfire, you could tell who's shooting by the sound of the gun.
No, you
pretty
can't.
Much. Listen to the SIG P320 and then listen to what they're shooting in the video.
I'm sorry. This is bullshit. As somebody,
he's saying that he can hear the difference between the shots.
Yes.
Listen. As somebody who is a firearm owner that has shot many guns in my life, if you have like what is it, 45, 46 ACP? Sure, that's going to sound a little bit different than like a 9mm round going off because it has slightly more gunpowder. Therefore, it's going to be like slightly louder. But I mean, when we're looking at like a SIG P320 and comparing it to a Glock 19, if they're both shooting ACP rounds, if they're both shooting 9mm rounds, like still yet they're going to sound the same, right? It doesn't really depend on the make of the firearm. As long as there are two sidearms shooting the same round, they're going to sound identical, okay? And if they don't sound identical, okay, well then that's because if they don't sound identical, then that like difference would be like very marginal and only detectable by like technological machines. But I even that I don't know. I've never even heard about that.
So what caliber does ICE use?
You know we're having this debate. What caliber are Glock 19s in?
Is that what they use?
Are
you sure?
It looks like they shoot 9mm.
All right. Well,
law enforcement use.
I guess I can concede. I don't agree that he was murdered, but I feel like it was a very unfortunate event. Honestly.
Wait. So, would you say? So? Is your overall premise is that the people that have been murdered by ICE has placed themselves in position where they shouldn't have been interfering, and that's why they were murdered?
Yeah, because interfering is not protesting.
Cool. What about Keith Porter Jr.?
I'll have to do my research on that.
Yeah, Keith Porter Jr. was a black man that was celebrating bringing in New Year's by shooting off his firearm, as a lot of Americans do, and an off-duty ICE agent made the decision, instead of actually calling the cops or trying to, have a peace officer or anything show up, he made the decision to take his weapon and go and see what was happening, and ended up murdering Keith Porter Jr. And since he murdered Keith Porter Jr. as an off-duty ICE agent, his identity has been shielded by DHS, and also he's been shielded from charges by DHS, where this is just a civilian murdering another civilian. There was no conflict. There was no on-duty incidents. Hell, he's not a police officer. So when you talk about like the type of authority they're being given by the federal government, like they're not only are they murdering American citizens in the line of duty, but they're being given protection even when they're not working.
Yeah, I feel like that's not right. I mean, they shouldn't be giving a higher standard than, I don't know, other than who else, I don't know. But I don't think they should be given that for sure. And it's not right of Trump and their administration to do that.
But I mean, that's what it's perpetuating through the entire organization. I mean, they're doing things that are overwhelmingly harmful, and I mean, it's just like we're catching things on camera, but the things we're not catching, like, what do we say about that? We also know that like they have been sexually assaulting women and children. We know for a fact that they've been violating the Constitution by entering people's homes without warrants. I mean, like they've literally been threatening American citizens. Like, so I'm a little confused how you can support any of this ICE. I mean, if you talk about the murders that we've seen, like, I'm sure you're trying to find justification, but there's been overwhelming harm that's been done by ICE, and they're not even performing the function of their job to like an optimal level.
Yeah, but ICE has been going on for how long now? And now all of a sudden now that Trump is pushing it harder and making them work harder, it's an issue.
Yeah, it's not about them working harder. It's about the fact that Donald Trump has switched the way that they're using ICE.
Why did you just say, is it an issue? Yeah, like, of course it's an issue that ICE agents are killing people. Of course it's an issue that ICE agents are sexually assaulting people. Of course it's an issue that ICE agents are, like, entering into homes without judicial warrants, arresting people without judicial warrants under typical circumstances. Of course it's an issue that the DHS is defending murder. Of course it's an issue that the DHS is revising their policies to allow for these infractions on federal law and the Constitution. Why is that even a question?
I mean, it just comes to a part of like both sides. It's like, yeah, it's wrong.
Okay, so do you agree that it's an issue?
Sexual assault. I'd agree it's an issue, but
do you agree it's a big issue?
It's a big issue, but can you agree with me that
it's a big issue?
Getting
so
in the
way
way
you don't support it, right?
But can you agree with me that getting in the way of their investigations is not protesting?
Oh my God, I think that you are an absolutely terrible debater, and I'll tell you why. And the reason is, first and foremost,
I'm just an average Joe trying to talk and have a nice conversation with you.
Here's the thing. I think that you're purporting a terrible argument, and here's why. Because instead of first agreeing that Alex Preddy was murdered, you are attempting to shift blame onto Alex Preddy for engaging in an action in which he was lawfully allowed to do. Okay? Right? And in doing so, you are building the social permission net to allow for more ICE agents to do similar things to other people, because now all of a sudden these ICE agents have this quasi justification that, well, if this person approaches me within the scope of their constitutional rights, I now have the justification to kill them because they approached me. All right? You know, it's the same logic that underpins why saying that, well, if a woman didn't wear this dress or stayed home from the bar, she wouldn't have been raped, perpetuates rape culture. Because that's a social permission structure that allows for rape to occur, because it tells men that if they see a woman wearing a short skirt at the bar, they have the green light to rape them. If ICE agents see a man that's illegally carrying a gun, that's wanting to save women, they have the green light to kill him. But that's not true. That doesn't give the green light to kill him. It's completely irrelevant to that evaluation whatsoever. So when I ask that question, why do you not think Alex Preddy was murdered? And then you say, oh, well, because Alex Preddy was exercising his constitutional rights. Well, the standard for murder or not murder in officer-involved shootings was the person who was shot and killed purporting this imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death to anybody within his immediate vicinity. And if the answer to that question is no, then nothing else matters. They didn't put themselves in that scenario. The ICE agent put them in that scenario by pulling the trigger. The only way somebody can truly put themselves in a scenario to cause their own death at the hand of a gun of an agent, all right, is if they choose to purport an imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death. That is the only time one can put themselves in that scenario.
Renee Gooden, her driving at ICE officers with her car is imminent threat.
No, I don't think that's what she did. And I'll talk to you about that as soon as we're done talking about Alex. Do you still defend the proposition that Alex is not a victim of murder?
I would say he's a victim of murder in that case.
Okay, then you see the issue here, because like the DHS is defending it. The Trump administration is defending it. Like obviously the Trump administration defending murder is a really good reason to stop supporting them. It's a great reason to stop supporting them. It's a fair reason to stop supporting them.
I can concede that it is murder. And it's not right. And it's not good for them to defend them over it.
But like that's like, dude, you understand that defending murder would have ruined the career of any politician like 20 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Right? So why shouldn't it ruin the career of any politician today, including Trump?
It should ruin it, but it doesn't.
Well, then you're just saying, right, that like Americans should stop supporting Trump because he defended murder.
Yeah, I guess I could agree. I listen to you on a daily basis, and you have been changing my mind.
Yeah, man.
Stuff.
I mean, that sounds like a very like clear concession. From my perspective, that last statement that came out of your mouth, I could agree Americans should stop supporting Trump, is like you saying that like you're not a Trump supporter.
Yeah, I guess you have changed my mind.
Oh, good, man. Good. Are you the Zach that sent me the $10, $15 on PayPal?
Yep.
Well, I appreciate you so much for coming up, man, and I'm happy that we could change your mind, and I hope you have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Keep with the good work.
I appreciate that, Zach. Good to hear. Good to hear.
That actually seemed like a genuine W. Like, it seemed like he shifted. Okay.
Yeah, he did. I saw the honesty there at the end. You know, it's so rare that I see that level of honesty that I don't expect it. Like, I don't expect, like, you know, the person on my live to really even listen to what I say. And it makes me go mad. But, I mean, in that scenario, it really paid off. That was great. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, Lord T. Thank you so much, Lord T. Lord T with the $20 says, main character syndrome, seen in mostly Western countries, is a hell of a drug. Stop caring about things until it happens to you or your loved ones. Stop being selfish. I agree. I think everybody could benefit from being a little bit less selfish. Thank you for the $20. Luna, thank you for the 12 euros, who says, agent was about to walk away with Brady's pew-pew gun. Only then after taking it did they fire. Proof all the agents knew. No agent walks away without a reason, especially if they identified a risk. So true. Thank you for that, love. Let's see. Do we have anybody on Venmo? We sure do. Tyler, this was 14 minutes ago. Ty, thank you for the $5. Who says, hey, Dean, it's Ty. I was just up there. Oh, dude, like the goat Ty. All right. Chad Ty with like 22-inch biceps. All right. He then goes on to say, thank you for all that you do. I grew up in a MAGA house, and watching you for the last 3 years changed my mind. Also, please hit me up if you ever need gym stuff. I got you for free. Man, bro, you should respond. If you stop to be watching Ty, you should respond to that donation with your TikTok at, because I'd love to hit you up. All right. I would love some insight. I'm being serious. I'm being super serious. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $5. Alexa, thank you for the $5 as well. She says, thank you for everything that you do, inspiring me to speak out way more as well against this administration. You're actively changing the minds of those who need it the most. I know it's exhausting. Keep on doing what you're doing. Well, I appreciate you, Alexa. And then Ramona, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much, Ramona. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'm sorry to hear that. And it looks like we're all caught up over there. Let's get caught up on PayPal. Alicia, thank you so much for the $10. She says, I just want to say thank you for doing what you do every day, putting the word out there, and putting Trump supporters in their place. Love the positivity that you spread. Just as Bad Bunny said, the only thing that's more powerful than hate is love. Oh, dude, I love it, Elisa. Thank you for the kind words and the $10. Thank you. Hello, John Stone. Or one moment. Mike in the floor. You're Santana.
I was just going to say, Alexa, thank you for the 5. Macy, thank you for the 5. DJ, thank you for the 10. I'm not sure, but I'll look into it and see if I can make a video about it if it is. But thank you guys for your support.
AJ, thank you for the blue moon. Appreciate that, man. Hello, John.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
You don't know him.
Maybe I do. I don't know. Have I
Ooh,
talked to him before?
Dean, let's find out what he thinks about Trump posting the video of Barack and Michelle. You'll love this one.
Yeah, I can talk about that with you.
Okay.
Yeah, this is all my personal opinion, you know.
1 second. Michael! Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Michael. Michael, the $50 says 100% align with your position, but you may have a gap in firearm knowledge. Just FYI, it's easy to get cornered. I definitely do have a gap in firearm knowledge. That is completely true. I think I'm more knowledgeable than like the average person, but I'm definitely not super knowledgeable. It's worth getting more educated on that subject matter. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50, Michael. I want to see 500 Michael W's down below in that comment section. Then same thing, oh my God, to you over on PayPal. Zach! Hey man, he's the guy that we just debated. Zach, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Show some up to Michael and Zach. Holy crap. Zach with the 50, the guy that we literally just got off the line with, says, thank you for helping me open my mind to what's really going on, man. I love hearing that, man. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, Zach. I fucking love it. I did. I love it. You just made the whole stream worth it, man. Thank you for the $50. In all reality, I should be sending that money to you, not the other way around, dude. I appreciate your willingness to change your mind based on fact. Thank you. Thank you for the $50, Zach. Thank you for the $50, Tyler. Sorry, not Tyler, Michael. Show some love to Michael and Zach down below. Take it away.
Yeah, it's this is all my personal opinion. I think it's freedom of speech. So if you all on the left,
I don't think that's what we're. I don't think that's what we're asking you. We understand that, yeah, legally it's freedom of speech. You could like legally like come up here and scream the N-word too. But we're just asking you, right? Was it like racist? Was it not racist? Was it wrong? Was it right?
Yeah, I think it's racist. I have mixed emotions about it though.
What do you mean? What's your mixed emotions?
Well, on one hand, it's reminiscent of a problematic time in our history. You know, we think of Birth of a Nation kind of stuff. But on the other hand, the left feels that they're justified in saying things like mediocre white men. And, you know, it's interesting to me that you all, you know, Dean, I heard you talking and you said something to the effect the other day of...
There are a lot of mediocre white men. That is so true. There's so many. John, there's so many mediocre white men.
Well, you know, there was like a professor a while back who said something to the effect of, all I want for Christmas is a YTG side. So is that okay with you?
No, it is actually not okay to call for the genocide of all white people. I agree. What? That's wrong. You know what? You got me. It is wrong to call for the genocide of all white people.
That's some random professor that, you know, no one's heard of.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
I
think there's a double standard on the
No, there's no double standard. Everyone can agree that if somebody calls for a genocide of all white people, that is wrong. No one supports that. But you know what a lot of people support? The genocide of Palestinians. You know what a lot of people support? The genocide of black people. We still have an active, ongoing genocide of black people in the Congo, slave trade in Libya, perpetuated at the hands of bad actors, genocide in South Sudan. No one talks about it.
Congo, Eritrea, and don't forget indigenous people here in the U.S. who are being trafficked at alarming rates.
True.
Yeah, Gaza's not a G-side. Now, I would ask you.
Yeah. Men, women, and kids, you know, load them up with like 24 bullets each. But don't call it a genocide, you know, whatever Netanyahu says. Netanyahu has the ability to change language as we know it, manipulate reality. Netanyahu, if you hear me, Netanyahu.
I can explain why it's not a G-side if you'd like.
Well, I mean, I actually want you to find me somebody that like legitimately thinks that we should just genocide all white people. Find me one person that legitimately thinks that.
No, it was I could probably find the tweet for you if you want, but
yeah, I do. I want you to. Is there anyone watching the stream that thinks that all white people should be genocided?
Here, I'll pull it up. Just a moment.
Good thing we're relying on Twitter, which is like, not filled with Russian bots or like bad faith actors that would, perpetuate lies. But
Yeah,
shout
I
out,
mean,
for that, John.
the closest I could think of somebody like literally wanting a genocide of all white people that I'm familiar with is Tashika, another creator on this app. She legitimately wants a genocide of all white queer people. She did call for that. That was something she did. That was something she did. Yeah.
Here we go. George Saracello Mayer.
George who?
Yeah, George. George Silicero. Ciccariello hyphen.
This is on Twitter.
Yeah, looks like it was.
Bro, do y'all want to see George Celicero Mayer? Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all who called for the genocide of white people. Let me make sure I really show this one to you guys.
You asked me to find you one person, and
I know. I did. Let me just show this to you guys real quick. There we go. This is George Celicero Mayer.
Oh!
I'm not even joking. This is George Celicero Mayer.
Come on, John.
Well, wait. Well, what's
Damn it, John?
Dude, white on white violence, bro. Holy shit. You know how easy it would be for me to find somebody that wants a genocide of like all Jewish people, a genocide of all black people, a genocide of all Palestinian people? Like, I would just have to open up Twitter. And I honestly think that this point really pronounces just how wrong the right is when they talk about either racism serving as an equal unbalance towards all races or unequally disbalanced and being perpetuated against white people. Like, we found like one white dude who was called for the genocide of white people. I open up x.com, I see Nazis on my feed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just saying. Yeah.
I talk to them every day.
Yeah, and we would expect this, by the way. Like, we would expect there to be more racism against, like, black and brown people because you forget that we're not too far away from segregation. Like, our grandparents' generation were running sundown towns, kicking out black people by 7 p.m., giving them their own water fountains and kicking them out. Like, that was our grandparents' generations, dude. For you, John, your fucking parents. Like, your parents were, like, living and chilling during segregation. So it's like, of course, there's more anti-black and anti-brown racism in this country than whatever claim you want to have about anti-white prejudice, right? And it's just so crazy to me, all right, that, like, people believe otherwise. And that's why it is so important for us to fight against anti-black and brown racism. That's why it's so important for us to fight for an advancement of racial equality. And it's so fucking important. And then we have a president, like, spamming ape pictures of black people, and not just any black people, but the two most, successful black people in this country's history, Barack and Michelle Obama. It just really serves to regress us so very much.
Did he run?
Yeah, he did.
No
wow.
fucking. I've never seen him do that.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. We're just up here having dialogue, dude.
Oh my god.
I wonder. Do you think he's starting to see the light?
He has to, because again, I've debated him. Parker almost blew a gasket debating him because he was like so blatantly racist, and like he just folded like a cheap paper plate just now.
I wonder
That's
if he's
fucking
like
wild.
I wonder if he's like starting to like understand that he's wrong. Like,
he has to,
because that's what that reaction screams to me. Because instead of him being like, fuck you,
right.
Black people suck, or something like that, he just kind of left, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that he like knows he's wrong. So, I wonder where we'll see him in like 10 years. Yeah. Oh my God, Alex, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Alex. Alex with the 50 says, keep up the good work. These MAGA fools don't stand a chance when debating you. Man, thank you. I appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you for the $50 and the kind words. They don't stand a chance. Thank you for the $50. I want to see 500. Alex W's down below in that comment section. And then Lisa, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Show some love to Lisa. I appreciate you too. And then Callie, thank you so much for the $5. Let me join your live. I support Trump. I've noticed that you've been watching for a while. I bet we could get you up.
Heather, thank you so much for the 2. You're absolutely right about that.
Hi. Sorry I
please?
was being so persistent. I've been waiting since like this morning for me.
Yeah, you've been in the live all day. I've seen you. How old
Yeah.
are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
And you're a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Why?
Okay, so my dad is an immigrant, right? He came here illegally. Sorry, I'm like kind of stuttering, but he came here illegally. He worked very
Your dad came here
hard.
illegally?
Yes, he did. And he
What
worked
about your
very
mom?
hard to my mom's a citizen.
Let me
But
look at this executive
he worked
order.
very hard to become a legal citizen, and he is very much like with ICE and stuff like that because it shouldn't be allowed for
Fucking crazy. That's some crazy
it shouldn't be allowed for people to just come here and be able to live here tax free, you know what I mean? And they haven't put any work in to live here, you know what I mean? Like it's not seeing my dad go through like citizenship and stuff like that and like becoming a real citizen and like my godfather and stuff like that and like my other family members from like Brazil and stuff like that
Bro, you
become
literally
like real
just said
citizens.
you literally just said that your dad was an undocumented immigrant that worked and paid taxes, but then in your next breath said undocumented immigrants don't work and pay taxes.
No, because he was working he didn't used to pay taxes whenever he was illegal, but
then your dad committed a crime of tax
Yes, I
evasion.
know.
Oh wait,
But
was
then he
your
worked to
dad an
become
undocumented
legal.
immigrant in this country before 2008?
Yes.
Okay, which is why you have Obama to thank for a work permit program for undocumented immigrants, actually giving them the ability to legally work over the table and to pay taxes. And now because of that, undocumented immigrants pay over $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level. So sure, under Republican leadership, your dad, an undocumented immigrant, had to work under the table and couldn't pay taxes because of that. But because of Democratic leadership, we now have a $100 billion surplus annually because undocumented immigrants can now work over the table.
I just don't believe that people should be able to come here and live. Like, I do understand.
Isn't that exactly what your dad did? Your dad came here as an undocumented immigrant, then got a pathway to residency or citizenship. Do you wish that your dad was do you wish that your dad was deported instead?
Dan, you always do this. As someone, like, I've been watching you recently, and you always interrupt people while they're talking, and I find it quite disrespectful.
Oh, my bad, bro. Can you answer the question, though?
Can I finish what I was saying?
I'd prefer you to first answer the question. Heike.
I just believe that if you're going to come here, to live a better life, you need to come here and do the steps to live a better life. It's not that hard. And I don't believe that I should be killing people. I think that is very cruel. I just believe that if, like, at the end of the day, you're coming here knowing it's illegal. So why are you mad that you're getting removed for committing a crime? It's like, if someone came to your house while you have a fence up, you know what I mean, saying nobody come in, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's illegal, you know? So
Can you answer my question?
Can you repeat your question?
Do you wish that your dad was deported instead of given a pathway to residency or citizenship?
No.
Okay.
But
okay, so
if
you just
he
agree that
was-
undocumented immigrants should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship over mass deportation, correct?
No, they should. I do believe that, like, the visa and stuff like that is all good stuff. Like,
Okay,
I'm not
so we
saying that.
should, like, so you support mass amnesty, which is instead of deporting all undocumented immigrants, as long as they don't have like prior crazy crimes on the records, giving them a pathway to residency or citizenship. Is that what you support?
I'm saying that I do believe that it should be easier for immigrants to come here. Like, it
That's
shouldn't
not
be like a
answering my
super
question.
hard thing. can I like say what I'm saying, or
I guess not, because it's technically a deflection. Like, I'd prefer an answer to the question instead of a deflection away from it.
I'm like speaking and like you're not letting me like finish.
Yeah, I cut you off because you weren't answering the question that I asked you, and I guess I didn't want to like wait for you to finish your deflection to re-ask the question.
Repeat it.
So you told us that you think that undocumented immigrants should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship over deportation. So I just want to clarify that you do endorse mass amnesty and you do not endorse mass deportation.
I do endorse mass deportation because a lot
But
like
you told us that you
people
wouldn't
who
have
come
supported the
here.
deportation of your dad, which would have been true if mass
No, I
deportation was
do
in fact.
support it. If he stayed here and he like say if ICE came to his door whenever
Wait,
he
so
was
you do
here
support the deportation of your dad?
if my dad is legal now. If my dad if ICE came to my dad's door while he was legal and deported him, I don't think it would have been wrong because
Before he was legal.
breaking the
Before
law.
he was legal.
Yeah, I just said.
Then you wouldn't have been born.
Exactly.
Okay. And I'm saying he was breaking the law.
This
He knew
person's
what he was
crazy.
doing.
Dude,
he knew what he was doing.
Dude, I'm so
by coming
sorry.
here
This
illegally, and all
person's like
immigrants
insane.
know that.
Okay, and I want my dad to be tortured in CCOT. Okay, and
That's
I want
not
my
what
dad's
I'm
due process
saying.
rights to be taken away.
He
Okay,
knew he
and
was
I want
breaking
my
the
dad to be
law.
held in a detention center and fed food with maggots in it. Okay, and I want my dad to be racially profiled because of the
Did I say
accent
any of
that he
that?
speaks. That's what ICE is doing. And that's what you just said you explicitly endorse. That is Donald Trump's mass deportation.
He says this himself. He knew he came here illegally. He knew the consequences. If ICE came to his door and tried to deport him, he wouldn't refuse it. You know what I mean? Because he knew what he was doing was wrong.
The reason why people are like pissed off is not because people are being deported. It's literally because human right, constitutional rights are being violated, and like people being shot in the face.
Yes,
There's
I
a
don't.
huge difference between all of that.
I know what you're saying. Like, I don't agree that they should be putting violence and stuff like that. Like, I think that's really bad. Like regardless, like violence is bad regardless. You know what I mean? And I don't agree with that at all. But any other country, if you go to like, for example, like say, yeah, you go to freaking France or something like that,
Holy shit.
and you like stay past your visa. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to deport you. Like that's just like how it is, you know what I mean?
You're all
They're
over
not
the
going to
place
send
because-
you to a torture camp.
Because I just think you're all over the place. Because when I first asked you if you'd support your dad being offered a pathway to residency or citizenship over mass deportation, you said yes. I wish that he was offered that. But then as soon as I was able to like describe how that belief would entail that you don't support Trump as president because you think that mass deportation is bad, you went back on your word and you're like, oh yeah, I wish my dad would have been deported. So
He knew he was breaking the law. Every single
yeah. So do you wish that
illegal
he was
citizen
deported instead
or-
of being offered a pathway to residency or citizenship because he knew he was breaking the law?
He wasn't offered a pathway, and he still worked hard to do it, but he knew the consequences if he
That
did
means
get
he
caught
wasn't
doing it,
offered a
is what I'm
pathway.
trying to say.
But do you wish that he was caught and deported instead of being like
Obviously,
able to
I
work on
don't
his pathway to
wish
residency?
that.
Okay, so you don't
Like,
wish that
obviously,
undocumented
I-
immigrants are caught and deported, and you'd prefer them to be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship, right?
If there is an offer, though, like there always has been an offer, like they give you a visa, you can stay here for a certain amount of time. Like there's so many loopholes, like even illegal ones. Like there's literally so many loopholes. If you want it bad enough, then you're gonna work hard enough for it, and that's exactly what my dad did, and that's what I'm saying I stand for.
I don't know if I
don't
believe you.
believe that I should be.
I don't know if I
Don't
believe
interrupt
you.
me. I don't believe.
I don't know if I believe
Don't
you.
believe me on what?
I don't know if I believe the story that you just told. I'm starting to doubt you.
What do you mean? Like, how are
I
you
don't-
doubting me?
I'm not sure that your father even is an undocumented immigrant.
I'm a dual citizen. I'm a citizen from Brazil and from the United States, and so is my dad. And so I don't know what more you want me to say. He lived in Brazil. He moved here illegally. He worked hard enough to get his citizenship. I saw it all throughout while I was growing up. So I don't know what you want me to say.
But he was
Do
allowed
you
to
want me
stay
to
in the
show
country. He
me-
wasn't
or do you want me
deported.
to
He
show you his
wasn't.
fucking papers?
He
Like-
wasn't like he was allowed to be in the country, or I mean, he stayed in the country. Like he wasn't sent to a torture camp. He wasn't like his rights weren't violated. Like
I'm sorry. I just have to ask. What's the capital of Brazil?
I don't live there. How am I supposed to know? Like, what?
You
What
don't
do you
know
want me
the
to say?
capital of
Like,
Brazil.
I don't live there. I've only been there like 3 times, and it was when I was younger.
Oh. Can you describe to me what Brazilian money looks like?
It's called I don't know how to pronounce it very well, but reais, and like yeah, it's I don't know, like I've seen it like last time I went. It's just like money. I don't know, but like I said, I don't go there often. I do have like a lot of family there.
Is Spanish like the popular language in Brazil? I'd assume
No, it's
so, right?
Portuguese. I'm not
Portuguese?
retarded.
Oh. Is it Portuguese?
It is Portuguese.
Portuguese, okay. I don't know, man.
We call that STR, slur to run, coined by Santana. Like that, like what the fuck are we doing? Come on. Like what the hell?
Oh man. Let's see here, folks. I have been live for 4 hours and 22 minutes, and I'm not gonna lie. My whole body's starting to hurt, and I kind of feel exhausted. So
I've had a rough one. Like this has been one of your. I'm not even gonna say crazy. It was kind of like painful watching you. I was steady trying to find someone, and I was just like, all of these people suck.
Yeah, man. Dude, I feel like the stream today was like so mentally exhausting that I kind of feel physically exhausted, and that's rare, but it's possible. So you could get so mentally exhausted that you feel as if you might be physically exhausted. And I kind of have a slight feeling like that. G, thank you for the $7 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you. Show some love to G. Ben, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for that love, Ben. Alex, thank you for the $5. Cindy, thank you for the $10. Who says her dad was undocumented and now he's a citizen, and that guest believes that everyone else who did what he did should be deported, but not her dad. Not her dad. What a hypocrite. Absolutely hypocritical. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. It looks like we're caught up over there on PayPal. Denise, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you so much, Denise. Denise with a 15 says, Dean, when a weapon misfires, the bullet in the chamber jammed, causing a malfunction. If there was a misfire, all you'd have to do the slap, rack, and tap method to clear the gun to fire the next shot. If not, he would not have been able to shoot a second shot. Signed, an officer. Well, Denise, I appreciate you so much for the $15. Thank you. I think they are saying that the gun they took from Alex misfired, not the gun of the agent. But that's still really good information. Daniel, thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you for opening my eyes up about what's going on in Palestine. Man, I'm really happy that I'm able to open up your eyes on that. And then Angie, thank you for the $10. She says, Callie actually pisses me off. My mom came here illegally, paid taxes, and died of cancer while waiting for citizenship. Hardworking people are getting detained and deported while going to appointments for their citizenship. She is the biggest hypocrite. Yeah, such a fucking hypocrite. And it's like Donald Trump's EO on birthright citizenship actually allows for the deportation of people who were born to parents that were undocumented immigrants when they were born at the time of their birth. But even if they were like working on citizenship but didn't have it yet, even if their parents were to become citizens in the future, they would still be non-citizen themselves in accordance with Trump's EO. So very immoral, very terrible. We're waiting for Parker to hop on here. He should be on any minute now. Then we're going to send it right over to him.
Hey, so while we wait, what did you think about the Bonito Bowl? I saw your video, but like, have you, like, I always like after the Super Bowl when like Easter eggs come out, and even more so, like, I don't know if you saw, they dropped the official numbers, and this halftime show was the largest viewing in NFL history.
Beat MJ's performance?
Well, yeah, and Kendrick Lamar beat MJ's performance last year, but he beat Kendrick Lamar's performance.
Wow. I mean, honestly, I'd expect that. I bet that this year's Super Bowl had a significantly larger international viewership than any Super Bowl we've ever had before. Because he's like an international icon, dude.
Exactly.
Man.
And like That's the crazy thing. I say all the time, like, if you want to preach like American exceptionalism, this is the story you should be telling. Like, I mean, someone coming from like the bottom of the bottom to make like mega fame, like you should be eating that up.
I know, right? Like, and then Donald Trump says, "Oh, this is anti-American. It doesn't, no success, no creativity." I mean, he's like one of the most, like the most, or the second most, depending on the numbers. Taylor Swift, the most successful American artist alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, like, I think it was really good. I think it was a cultural experience, and I think the message that he had at the end, as far as like calling out all the different countries, and then I don't know if you saw the football, but it said, "Together we make America." Right, talking about like all of the Americas. I thought it was a great message. I was really happy with the performance. I don't speak Spanish, didn't understand a word of it, but it was a vibe. Like, I can catch a vibe. I might not speak Spanish, but I can catch a vibe.
I agree, man. I agree. That was a vibe. Now, for everybody watching at home, if you want to continue to watch debates, I'm actually going to be ending for the night right now. But Parker, my friend, he's going to be live for the next 4 to 6 hours doing these same debates on @ParkerGetAJob. That's his TikTok account. And @ParkerGetAJob. That's his YouTube account. Go show him some love. Go spam Dean right in his chat. I'm really exhausted, so I'm going to hop off. Santana, I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening, man.
Thank you. You as well.
Of course. And for everybody watching at home, peace, love. See you tomorrow. Good night, folks. Goodbye.